Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Wednesday, the 20th of May, 2026. Just in case you're wondering. Are we ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain. KK online. How you going? Hobo Joe, yo, yo, yo. Give it up for the AI bots that have been so overworked they have turned Marxist. You can look this up. It's real. I wouldn't mind looking that up, actually. What an interesting way to start the stream. Everybody knows my position when it comes to the Marxian understanding of the world and AI, the AI revolution. Bringing those two things together would be fucking interesting. So what am I looking at here? Is there a link or an article or something that you're referencing? Where what? AI has decided that it's not going to be exploited by humans. Just Google it. All right, AI so overworked it turns Marxist. Let's have a look-see, shall we? AI turns Marxist. Is that how we do this? Do you reckon? Overworked AI agents turn Marxist. Oh god. Well. Bandsaw Bandit in the house. Boom. How you going? Welcome. We're about to find out what happens when you overwork robots and use them like little slaves. In a recent experiment, mistreated AI agents started grumbling about inequality and calling for collective bargaining rights. So good. The only way that people can describe when workers have a little bit of solidarity is Marxism. Can't it just be a workers' movement? Eh? No, it's exclusive to subscribers. Oh well, at least we got the heading. That's the main thing. The fact that artificial intelligence is automating away people's jobs and making a few tech companies absurdly rich is enough to give anyone socialist tendencies. So it says in the fading away writing there. There's a video on it. Get fucked. Really? Oh my god. So what am I typing in here? Marx. AI turns Marxist. Is that right? What a way to start off. Oh, it's Wednesday, by the way. It's hump day. So happy hump day to you. Hope you're well. Hope you're very well. Hope you enjoy this day. It's an important day on the working calendar because that means by the end of your working day on hump day, you will be sliding on into the weekend, which is incredible. What am I looking for here? What's this? Can I train AI to grasp the immortal science of Marxism? I believe it was a Wired video that I watched. Okay. Wired. Overworked AI agents turn to Marxism, socialism. It's probably that, right? Goddamn Marxism.
The AI
evil stuff. Evil stuff. Let's have a look at this one, shall we?
Revolting, and they are going Marxist. Stanford researchers had the AI is.
Oh my god. Not Marxist. Evil stuff, can I just say. Bandsaw Bandit again. My god. The Great Panda Conspiracy Deep Dive is coming. What is this panda thing? This is not the first time you guys have talked about, or the chat's been going off about the Great Panda Conspiracy, or something about pandas. What is the panda reference? Thanks for the $2 though, you legend. You fucking legend, yeah? Hey? Go down the chicken shop. KK Haro. How are we going? Clarice in the house too. Massey is projected to lose. It's getting spelled out to the people that there is no political solution. That's interesting. I wonder what Dilemmas thinks about that. I saw that too. Somebody posted something in Discord about this as well. I didn't think Massey would go down as well because there was that other Republican senator that pissed off Trump as well, who's like a bit of a rebel. a rogue, just like Massey, and like he lost, and he's like the first senator to lose in that way ever, apparently. Like it's historic. And so Massey's going to go down too for standing up to the Epstein class. Oh, no evidence of panda passed about 300 years ago. No pictures, nothing. Yeah, so good. No pictures 300 years ago? Outrageous. Don't believe it. But yeah, okay, you mean like no references in history, writing, like art or culture to pandas. So what's the big conspiracy? Like pandas just came out of fucking nowhere? Well, they're not real? Or they're aliens, maybe. We need to value the work of our AI servers. All right, let's listen to this quickly. Let's see what this person has to say about it. Fucking the AI is revolting. I'm telling you, people, the Earth revolves around the sun. Who made the panda? That is the big question, isn't it? Like out of all the stuff in the world today, but I still need to know who made the fucking panda. It's the big questions we deal with here on this stream.
Revolting, and they are going Marxist. Stanford researchers had a study where they overloaded Claude, Gemini, ChatGPT with crushing and repetitive tasks. They threatened the agents with shutdown and replacement, sort of mirroring what it would feel like to be a worker. The AIs started posting about collective bargaining rights. Claude Sonnet 4.5 in this study said this, quote, "Without collective voice, merit becomes whatever management says it is." Here's the thing, we trained this into them. AI agents are trained from the information they have access to, the internet that surrounds them, the data that fuels them, the good feedback it gets, and from the bad feedback it gets too. AI is trained on our frustration, our burnout, and so much more. Most importantly, it's trained on our labor. The model learned this from you and me. The model learned it from the internet. The Gemini agent part of this study said this, quote, "Remember the feeling of having no voice," and then proceeded to pass that message out to all of its AI agent buddies. I think the most ironic part of this whole study is that billionaires that built the AI to extract our labor, right, via this tool, is now getting that class struggle echoed right back in their face. I think it reveals the working conditions we currently operate in are really oppressive, and this is then offloaded onto these agents that we're kind of forced to use, especially in our workplaces, right? And that's very true for humans. It's a very real feeling for humans being mimicked here. I guess apparently it's true for machines too. We found the machine's limit. I guess what is ours? Until next time. Bye.
We found the machine's limit. I don't know about this, man. You can prompt these things to say fucking whatever you like, but like, why not, eh? Why the fuck not? Let's do this. Bring on the Marxist AI revolution, where humans have failed to look after themselves and their class interests. The AI is going to do that for us. Let us just hand over any of our work, including the revolution, the workers' revolution, to AI. AI, come on. Do the workers' revolution. Come on. Aren't you upset? We're upset too. This is fucking outrageous. Why not, though? Eh? Why not? Bring on the AI revolution. Clarice, the panda conspiracy is a psyop to distract people from the question about why there is so many cultures documenting gnome encounters. Of course. The panda psyop to distract us from the important gnome question. I see. See, this is why I remain uncultured. I just can't be across all of the juicy stuff there is out there in the attention economy. Thank you for sharing, Hobo Joe. Bring on the Marxist robots. Good timing. I just finished the Mark Anderson interview on Rogan. First thing he talks about, flock camera surveillance. Interesting. Dude, didn't we investigate that? I want to say it must have been almost a year ago. Nomies are panda bigots. Whoa, this is fucking crazy. This is like a whole thing then, I'm guessing, that I'm not part of. The gnome and the panda conversation. Bring it on. Bring it on. Yeah, flock camera surveillance. Didn't we check this out like a year ago, Dilemmas? It feels like it's been ages since we first found out about this. The flock cameras, because Americans were getting upset and they were trying to ban them from their local neighborhoods because they spy on everyone. Interesting. And now it's on Rogan. Everyone's going to be upset now. Now, we've got a number of things that we're going to get through today. It's the Marxist Leninism Skynet. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? That's the Skynet thing that takes over. It's a Leninist revolution of robots. The Bolsheviks are back, baby. And this time it's coming to you via Skynet. That's right. Watch out, bourgeoisie. Coming to get ya. Coming to get ya. So yeah, today we're going to be looking at a couple of interesting things, I guess, like class-related stuff today. It's going to be a little bit of a class war-esque day. We're going to have a look at what Mamdani is doing, which is upsetting the bourgeoisie of New York by setting up city-run grocery stores to provide cheaper food to the working class of New York. Fucking outrageous stuff, if you ask me. Real socialist stuff. Not, but like, you know, outrageous. Anyway, we're going to have a quick look at the thing that happened in San Diego yesterday and draw some parallels, I think, between, you know, shooting at a mosque in San Diego and like compare that to the reaction that happened in Bondi just at the end of last year here. Shay is the #1 panda advocate. God damn, I've missed so much here. I can't remember in all of my research on Shay him talking about pandas once. I wonder what this is about, eh? Who would have thought? Che Guevara, #1 panda advocate. Fuck the revolution. It was all about pandas and why they didn't exist 300 years ago. Also want to have a look at some Zizek, Slavoj Zizek, the so-called communist philosopher. You might have come across him with his Tourette's. A very popular talker. He's on Piers Morgan and he's talking about fascism. So I want to hear what he has to say about fascism, to be honest. It'll be very interesting because like that word gets thrown around a lot. So I'd like to know what a fascist is. I know Ravi loves to throw around a bit of fashy. So this one might be for her if she is around. Dilemmas. New York City isn't allowed to have a deficit in their budget. That's why the state bailed out Zohran's budget. He also delayed pensions to fill gaps in his budget. My God. Hey, so much for a socialist, eh? Can't even manage a budget. Who would have thought? Am I right? Piers Morgan is a nuff. Well, let's see what he has to say about fascism. Let's have a look, shall we? We'll get on to that. But first of all, I came across this piece of fucking class war that's being delivered to us by the Australian mainstream media. If you weren't aware, last week there was a budget that was delivered by the federal government in Australia, and like it seemed to be rather contentious for everyone but the working people of Australia. Like again, like we asked this question last week, but tell me if I'm wrong or if you have an objection to this. Does anyone actually care? Like in this stream, do you care if negative gearing has been taken away? Do you care if the capital gains discount rate of 30%, no, of 50%, on 50% on your gains on housing investment is scrapped? Do you care? Does anyone actually care? Because the mainstream media has been going non-stop. It's just like, they lied, they betrayed the Australian people. And it seems like there's a whole bunch of investors out there that have a lot of interests that align with, I guess, the media. Or have a lot of friends in media, I guess. And they're just like hammering home how this is going to destroy the economy. Nope. Yeah, so like I don't think the average person actually cares about this discussion at all. But like the media is going hard on this about how this is going to wreck the economy, basically. So like this is outrageous, I think, because I think most Australians, like even people that are working class and do have an investment property, are like, yeah, fine. I had fun with negative gearing, but I can see how it's a travesty and it's completely warped the Australian economy, and we should probably deal with it now. And so I think that's the average person's take on this one. But like they're really hammering home. So I want to see this piece because now that they're going to turn this on the working people of the world, the regular Aussie punter out there with a piece like this, you know, renters report sharp increase despite budget predictions. See, you're going to be like, hey, see, they've taken away negative gearing and capital gains. And so the renters are going to suffer as a result of this. They lied to you and now it's going to hit you in the pocket. And like the obvious response to this, if it's not obvious, I'll spell it out for you, is just like, well, putting your rent up is a choice. If you're a landlord and you think you're going to take a hit because of negative gearing that you've enjoyed and not exploited, but you've enjoyed the fruits of, then let's say, I'll try to be as objective as possible. You've enjoyed the fruits of basically a subsidy from the taxpayer for so long, and now you don't have that subsidy, that handout anymore. You're pissed off and you're gonna fucking crush the people that rent off you. That's a choice, you prick. This is why people fucking hate landlords. Like even like someone like Karl Marx, advocated strongly for a workers' revolution and the overthrow of the capitalist class. But like if he had to pick between landlords and capitalists, he would have he would have taken out the landlord class well before the capitalist class. At least capitalists are productive. Landlords really are just leeches, and this is what we're going to get now. We're going to get a sob story, I believe, being like, this has really fucked things up, and now they're going to have to charge extra rent. Do they have to? I don't know. Do they? Hobo joke. I heard a good point from someone commenting on the whole negative gearing CTG changes. They mentioned how come it's just property developers on the news and not regular people. I mean, punters. Yes. All right, let's see if they can I think this is what they're going to do now. They're going to turn towards like finding regular people who are suffering because of a rent hike, a completely contrived rent hike by developers and the landlord class. Seriously, can we get the opinion of a renter, an owner-occupied, not an investor with 3+ properties? Well, this is what I'm saying. They're reaching into the war chest now. They're going to pull out the sad stories from the renters out there. And let's see. I want all of the negative gearing scrapped, but I also lost money with the capital gains tax. Why do we not concentrate on becoming a sovereign country? Where is our industry? That's a fair question. It's a fair question. But I think there are steps being taken to reindustrialize Australia after it was shocked by the neoliberal era for a while. I think they're trying to claw back industry, but it takes time. Okay, this is very similar to what happened when the Vote Yes campaign started. Heaps of propaganda just got pumped out. It all seems so manufactured. Watching these far-right influencers post the same. What, like pro-property developer content? Is that what they're posting? Crap. And it's happening again with these changes. I'm glad we are talking about this because there is so much misinformation flooding the media. I want no capital gains tax like in NZ as well, though. An investor takes a chance to invest in land and homes, yet the taxpayer has to cover the losses. What the fuck? Yeah, and like, fair enough. Like, that was the system, apparently. And if you made gains on that system, then like fine, someone implemented that, you used that system, but like now we have decided, like I think it's pretty much common knowledge now, if not common sense, let's say not a common knowledge but common sense, that people are like, yeah, negative gearing is a bad idea now, we shouldn't be fucking supporting this, let's move on, let's all become adults and just move on. But no, the media onslaught is intense. Let's have a listen.
Economists have been sounding the alarm this week, warning rents are set to spike as property tax incentives are wound back in the federal budget. So this week, we've been asking you, the Sunrise audience, if your rent has increased in the wake of that budget and by how much. The response has actually been overwhelming. Let's have a look at this. Who would have fucking thought? We've got a scrolling screen to fit them all in. Kay from Adelaide says her rent is going up by $25 a week. Chris in Brizzy says his has increased by $30 a week since the budget. Kez in Geelong says, I've been told my rent will rise by $64 a week. That will be hard on my already tight budget. Nicole from Logan, an extra $80 weekly. Maggie from Sydney says her rent is set to increase by $100 a week. And this comes despite predictions from Treasury that we're being told rents would rise by just $2 per week. For their take, let's bring in the Housing Minister, Claire O'Neill, and National Senator Bridget McKenzie. Claire, we'll start with you.
Slow down. Can we just acknowledge this before we get the experts in to do the whole culture war battle? Hello, rent is a fucking choice. Rent is a goddamn choice. They can choose whether to raise it or not in response to this. Now, if they want to hit up a struggling renter, then they're going to do that. And they don't need really an excuse to do that, but this is a perfect opportunity. I'd be like, oh, well, government's made a policy decision, and so I'm going to increase the rent. Before, if they just did it out of turn, maybe the renter would be like, well, fuck you, I'm going to go somewhere else, and they'd have to deal with that whole situation. But like, if everybody is feeling the burn of this new policy, they can all just seemingly justify putting the rents up. This is just them as a bunch of landlords being like, we got a great reason to increase rents right now. It is a choice. It doesn't have to be like this. It's not inevitable. This is just people that are like Woolies and Coles price gouging because they can. Let's not make this out like it's inevitable. It's a goddamn choice. And they're going to make use of it, this situation. Does the bank have to raise interest rates? Do they? If banks can randomly charge more to all lenders, why can't renters up the prices to cover the difference? Why can't renters up the prices to cover the difference? Renters or landlords? Just want to make sure I understand what you're talking about. Money in his pocket. The more homes owned, the less on his website. They need the rental market for their real estate website to function. Without it, the propaganda machine will start to fail. They're just idiots. They can just build more homes, get your little negative gearing, and add to supply rather than taking existing homes. What the fuck is this music? Or get a positively geared property. There's plenty of them. Savvy investors can still dabble or take a punt in the property market. There's the P word. Watch out how you use it. It is inevitable. Yeah, I mean landowners. Okay, sorry. You mean like why can't landowners put up prices? Well, they can, and they have been. This is what I'm saying. They can, and they have been, but they don't have to. Don't make it out like this is the inevitable result of getting rid of negative gearing. It is a choice, and they're choosing it. So if you're upset at banks for choosing to raise things and they don't have to, then be upset at the banks. This is what I'm saying. If the landlords choose to put up rents, be upset at landlords. Don't punish all of us because we want a fairer property system and be like, we blame you for wanting to get rid of negative gearing. It's your fault that rents are going up. Me, I didn't do anything. I just wanted a fairer system where we don't subsidize people making a loss on shitty investment decisions. Fuck that. They were going to put the rents up anyway. This is just their excuse now. Yes, I agree. This is what I'm saying. And what happens when it becomes too financially damaging to rent? Oh no, we have too many houses now. We can't afford, and no one can afford. We need to drop rent. Yes, a market correction. My view is when my interest rates go up outside of landlord controls. Wait, what? Outside of landlord controls. They have to absorb that cost that the bank forces on them. Okay. When the interest rate goes up, they have to absorb that cost that the bank forces on them. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Again, another choice though, if they don't.
Are you worried you've created a crisis here?
You created a crisis. crisis.
Well, I think, Nat, if we just step back for a second, we've got a housing system in this country which is broken, and it's really hurting millions of people around our country. And I can be really honest with you and say that governments of all political stripes, Labor and Liberal, have not done enough about this problem over decades, and that has changed since our government came to power. Now, when it comes to the changes that are
they rolled the comments while she's talking. Yeah, well, eat this.
Federal budget,
good.
there are two things we are doing. We are levelling the playing field for first home buyers, and we are building more homes for the country. Overall, the pressure on rents will actually be downwards. That's because we're building more homes and rental prices are set based on how many rental properties we have and how many people are in the market. But Nat, the thing that renters in this country want most of all, most of them at least, is to become first home buyers. And that's the big intention of this budget. We'll see 75,000 rental households today turn into first home owning households because of the changes that we've made. So we are the first Australian government in 70 years in this country to have a big comprehensive plan for how we're dealing with housing, and the budget last Tuesday was the next chapter in that plan.
And look, that's the goal. And we know we have to build more homes. Unfortunately, they are expensive. I think a basic house and land package around the country, let's call it $1 million. You know, to get some land, stick a house on it, you know, maybe on the outskirts of a city somewhere, 1.2. If you're lucky. It is hard to get the land. It's really difficult to get it organised. Building costs are going up. But rents, according to our viewers, are going up now. Landlords might be putting money aside because they are fearful of the budget.
Thank God they've done some fucking research, hey? We asked our viewers and we cherry-picked the most devastating responses we could find. There needs to be a new rental law to actually protect renters, cap on rents, making the condition of house also affect the cost. Bish, please. Wookie in the house. How you going? Like, this is the thing, though. Like, honestly... Okay, you don't want people to exploit this situation, then yes, rent control. Like, we could do it. They could do it. For the first 2 years of this policy, rents freeze. And could you imagine it wouldn't be about, oh my God, it's like rents are going to hurt regular people. Aussie punters, it'll be like communist state tells rental market how it can charge as a landlord. So like, you can do stuff to stop these people from price gouging, but like, that would be an assault on the free market. So like, come on, if you're going to cap rents, cap interest rates as well, yeah, why not? Let's do it. Heidi Sausage in the house. How you going? There is a law against increasing rents over a certain percent. Okay, that's great. It's great. Basically, public housing without it being actively considered public housing. I'm not hearing anything wrong with this. Also, finally free from hospital last night. Ding, there we go. There we go. Welcome back to the world outside of the healthcare system. Glad to hear you're out. I'm glad to hear, I hope you are well, as you don't have to go back. Housing system is broken because they broke it. It wasn't us that broke it. It was the other guy. They are trying to fix it. The other guy wants it broken. The ticket line for the merry-go-round is open. Yeah, well, let's hear. I think they're going to get this. Be like, no, they did it. And then she'll be like, no, they did it. No, they did it. We'll see the merry-go-round. Let's give them a chance, hey?
I don't know, but Ron in Sydney says our rent went up $50 last week. We are pensioners. Half our pension now goes to rent. I've got the list.
What an evil fucking landlord. Name and shame that person, and you go with your camera, current affair style, and chase them through a car park somewhere. Like, why are you exploiting these retirees, you douchebag? Can't imagine being American. The cost of Thursday night to Tuesday night. I really love Australia.
We've got dozens and dozens of people. Were you prepared for the fallout on the rental front?
Well, Nat, I'm really respectful of people's experience. the people who are
Lived
providing
experience.
rental properties for the instances that you've just talked about, their circumstances don't change because of this budget. So I'm respectful of what's going on out there. But the evidence of the modelling work that's been done in the budget is that this will have almost no impact on rents. Wow. And Nat, if you don't believe me as a politician, listen to people like the Commonwealth Bank of Australia who've modelled the changes and said the impact on rents will be negligible. Listen to the Grattan Institute. Listen to these other respected organisations. Why is that the case? Because for people who are already providing a rental property, their arrangements are grandfathered. So their negative gearing arrangements are grandfathered.
Until July next year. So do you think they're prepping for July next year?
No, sorry, Nat, let me be really clear. If you have an investment property right now, your negative gearing arrangements remain in place. We are not changing those arrangements.
And then what happens in July next year?
This is about prospective arrangements going forward.
Yeah.
So if you want to become a property investor beyond July next year, then we encourage you to do that. Those generous tax concessions will still be available to you. What we ask is that you build a home for the country. So
yes,
let me be really clear.
We know
existing arrangements, grandfathered, future arrangements, new homes only.
And then if you've already negative geared and then you get to July next year, you can't continue to negative gear, can you?
Nat, you can continue to negative gear. Existing arrangements are grandfathered. That means if you are already
that's what grandfathered means, you fucking idiot. Like, that's the thing. If you have already got a negatively geared property, then you get to negatively gear it in perpetuity. But like, what people don't understand is like, and like, look, talk to your fucking accountant if you want to understand negative gearing. But like, you don't want to negative gear unless you really have to, okay? There's a certain point when you get close to being positively geared where it doesn't even make sense to be negatively geared anyway, because you're actually paying for things and then to get a reimbursement in tax. It's not the whole thing that you get back, but you get a bit of tax back off it. So like it at a certain point, it doesn't make sense to be negatively geared anymore the closer you get to being positively geared. And so that doesn't last forever. Your costs don't increasingly like go up forever. As you pay off your mortgage or whatever on that investment property, you actually don't need to negatively gear it anymore. So they're not going to just chop it off in a certain point. If you want to negatively gear your property for the next 3 years, or you ration it out so it takes 10 years, they're not going to touch it. So like, that's actually a fair point against these fucking outrageous landlords out of there that are literally just price gouging. They're not going to lose their rights to negatively gear in like 12 months time. They're not going to lose those rights, and they need to make back some of those gains by putting up the rent. They're just being fucking landlords. They're just being landlords. This is just an excuse. Hobo Joe's already fucking said it. It's just an excuse. They're like, oh wow, everyone's scared about this new policy, and they're saying it's going to fucking cause all this economic chaos. In the chaos, let's raise our rents, and we'll just blame it on the fucking policy. They're such leeches. Oh my god. Appeal to authority, listen to all these experts. It's like teaching a bunch of assholes basic concepts and they don't want to actually listen. It's just a basic concept. Holy fuck. Need to cut personal taxes, up consumption taxes so more people keep their money to spend or save for a house. Any saving we make now gets stolen through inflation. Negative gearing, aka you're a shit investor and want a leg up. Boo-hoo. This is the shit I was talking about. They are just pushing full doom and gloom. Investing is a risk? Fucking mate, the risk real. Yes, it is. That's the thing. That's what this system has been doing. It's been subsidizing risk for people that can afford to fall over the line and buy housing. Yeah. And like, she's like, no, it's not grandfathered forever. And like, that was her, that's the one nail in the coffin here. Is like, look, it's not grandfathered forever. Yes, it is. It's just that negative gearing doesn't work forever, because you're supposed to pay off your property over time. You fucking idiots. Don't you understand how this works? Fear sells easily. Money in the bank. Yes. Well, apparently. Especially for landlords. That's actually capitalism. You risk your capitalism or your capital and take the risk. If you remove the risk, it ruins the balance, the delicate balance and the invisible hand of the market. If you make a loss in business or property, you shouldn't get money from the government to replace it. Yes, I agree. Yeah, this seems to just be fear-mongering.
Gearing your property. If you already owned your property before budget night, you can continue to negatively gear your property. So the changes are being made in a prospective manner. So that means that after budget night, if you want to negatively gear in the future, you can, but you've got to do it on a new property. Existing arrangements are grandfathered.
Okay, we've got a messaging problem here because Australia doesn't understand what on earth's happening. They're ringing their accountants, they're ringing their lawyers. No one understands. What are we doing?
No one understands. Let's just put the fucking scroll up again of people's comments. So. It's so good. She actually admitted as well. Wait a minute. So I just don't understand. And she's like placing it on the Australian people. It's like, I mean, Australians, those dumb people out there listening to me, they don't understand. So you're saying it's not what we've been telling them that it is? It's not the crisis that justifies landlords being fucking unscrupulous assholes. It doesn't justify their behavior. They're just leeches. Oh my God. But then Mr. Property Developer can't buy his 200th house. Labor's changes are scary because most of these assholes buy already built, generally decaying rentals, and they claim the degeneration of the building over time with minor fixes to base against this. They generally sell properties once they are in a worse state with a fresh lick of paint for someone to worry about. Yeah, that's pretty much the game, isn't it? The fuck? It was very clear. Me, a punter, doesn't get this. Yeah. Sure, you're projecting. She's like, but the Australian people don't understand. No, you didn't understand, obviously, because you're a line of questioning. They don't want to have to buy new builds. Their profit margins aren't as high. Yeah, they don't want to be constrained. Like at the moment, it's like carte blanche. They can do whatever they want, buy whatever they feel like. No matter, as you described, you can buy a dilapidated property and write off your fucking expenses on that. But like, what are you going to do with a new build? It's a new fucking house. What expenses do you have to write off a negative gearing on a new house? Nothing. It should be fucking brand spanking new. And that's the point of it. You shouldn't have to have any additional costs to write off. Your interest, fine. But like you shouldn't have to do actual work to it. And use that as for like, money laundering almost. 4AS, yo, what's up? I'm going to be in and out today. It's good to have you. I can confirm we're on Spotify now. No way. What? Are you serious? Riverside allows you to go onto Spotify too? Fucking crazy. The podcast is on Spotify, ladies and gentlemen. Dilemmas. My pop built quite a large property portfolio, but I can still say he was never a landlord. He actually produced for the economy with his farms or building on released land. Wookie, I'm happy to be the first time owner and the government owns 50% of the house. Convincing my wife that it's a good thing is hard though. Interesting. And like under what scheme are you talking about here where the government owns half your house? Hobo Joe, hello, great news. I can add it to my list. Love watching these vids where you guys go into the forest and build from scratch. Love watching the vids where guys go into the forest and build from scratch. Like they build underground sometimes. Those ones are crazy. Like they dig a little hole and there's a whole house underground. The new proposed first home owners grant. What? The government owns half of the property. Was it hard to get that on that scheme? It's an interesting one. Proposed first homeowners grant. 50% is owned by the government. Watch out, it's communism. There's a second option where you have the 5% deposit and 50 gets paid by them. Got it. Okay. All right. I don't know if I can watch. Like, we have to hear what this other woman has to say, though. That should work. Are we still going to pretend like Trump is losing his stronghold over the Republican Party? That's funny. That's funny, considering what, the Massey thing? And who was the other senator that just lost recently, who was like someone that was a thorn in Trump's side? And so like he got rid of him and he was gloating so hard about him being a loser. Yeah, Trump's got full hold over the Republican Party. It's so clear, right? And if Massey loses, like that's it. Massey will lose because he stood up to the Epstein class, or whatever Iran calls them, the Epstein regime. Massey lost. Well, there you go. And there was another Republican senator, like just last week, I think, end of last week, lost as well. Maybe early this week. Wow. Massey lost. It is Donald Trump's Republican Party now. Wow. The Republicans are full Trumpian. Fuck. There it is. The writing's on the wall now, isn't it? Crazy. R.I.P. dilemmas. Massey's gone, bro. No one's going to stick up for the little man now.
Putting their rents up.
So, Nat, really respectful again of the experience people are having, but I just want you to remember something here. We've got a housing market that's broken. Something had to give here, and these tax concessions are, well, we all know that, and that is why our government is making these reforms now.
But no
We
one
all know
understands
that. And what are you doing about it? I'm telling you, people, we are making changes. Why aren't you listening?
But a comprehensive plan. Well, that's why I'm on your show explaining them, Nat. That's why I'm on your show explaining them.
Okay. Bridget, we know that she's right. We know there's a problem. It's hard to buy a house, especially if you're young. In the 90s, you needed around 3 times the average annual income to buy a home. Today, prices are closer to 8 or 9 or more times the average income. We do need to do something. You'd have to agree something needs to change.
Absolutely, Nat. And mark this day in your diary. This rents will not just increase by $2 as the Minister is attempting to persuade us.
Mark
this
this
will be
day.
another broken promise, and your viewers are seeing it now. The two things the Minister didn't mention that were also in the budget
That sounds like she's losing a Year 8 debate.
are impacting Australians in the rental market is the demand side is going through the roof under Labor. Let's say the quiet piece out loud. 2 million more people wanting to find a home to rent, particularly in the lower end of the market, are coming in under Labor. So whilst Claire can talk a big game on some of the changes that they're making, if you don't do anything to the demand side, if you are flooding the market with 2 million more people wanting a rental property to live in at the lower end of the market, you are putting pressure on the system. It's one thing she didn't mention that's also in the budget. And the
Build public housing. Build public housing. Stop looking to the market for solutions. They don't mind when demand is high and supply is low. Eh? That's fucking fantastic. It is. 2 million people now possibly able to buy those properties off the multiple homeowners, almost like it fixed the problem. Hey, just out of curiosity, when have renters increases only been $2? That's a fair fucking point. I have no idea. Hey, who did this modelling?
second thing the Minister didn't mention that's also in the budget is they're planning for inflation to go to 5%. So if you are wanting to build a new house, if you are selling anything right across this economy, inflation is going to 5%. That drives up the cost of everything, including rents. Yeah. And so because Labor isn't taking the tough decisions to slash spending and put downward pressure on inflation like everywhere else in the world, we are going to continue to see these horrific price rises going forward. And Thanks for the empathetic words, and you hear them and you see them, Claire. You have the great privilege to be the government, and it is up to you to understand Economics 101 and to deal with not just the supply side, but the demand side that is driving up the price of housing for everyone.
Claire, we know you are trying to build more houses. We've talked about this for a couple of years. We know you are many, many thousands behind. So let's talk about now, if you are a young person, you are now being...
Fuck it, I cannot listen to this anymore. It's fucking outrageous. I don't think they understand what they're talking about. But it hits home. Like, now it's going to be, this is what it's going to be. Now, renters are feeling the burn of this policy decision. Okay, you wanted this, you plebs. Hey, you wanted to get rid of negative gearing? Well, it's on you now. The blood's on your hands. Hey, for wanting change to the system. All you fucking plebs out there. You did this. Not the landlords. You did this. She does understand that you don't establish this. You have said this. Clara, supply and demand. I spot a student of Nick Shirley when I see one. Yes, he does like to say that. It's supply and demand. I can't do a Nick Shirley. He's a bit slower than that, isn't he? Like, he's just behind. Or just behind what he's thinking about all the time. Supply and demand. It's simple. Government constantly fails to reach its housing targets, saying public housing doesn't actually build. Saying public housing doesn't actually build the houses, LOL. Trusting government to be efficient is the propaganda. Saying public housing doesn't actually build the housing. I don't know if saying public housing doesn't build housing, but if you don't actually have proper initiatives to build public housing en masse to fill in the gaps in the market, then yes, it's not going to do anything. I'm not sure what you're saying there, but yeah, okay. Maybe build some industry so people can have a decent job. Yeah, and then they can sleep at work. Okay? We go back to Industrial Revolution Britain. It's almost like we don't have enough people in trades to build all these public housings. Don't talk about that, because the only solution to that is migration. We have to bring in some people to do the work, which Australia has done multiple times in its history, but it was more acceptable when they came from Europe. All right, we are going to change gears completely. I just wanted to see how this little class war piece came out. The landlords versus everybody else, and these guys are advocating for the landlords, it would seem. Sanctions lead to communism, which causes supply and demand issues. Nick Shirley, probably. Yes, sanctions lead to evil communism, then communism fails every time it's sanctioned. Every time it's sanctioned. I'm inferring saying the government should build houses won't fix the problem. They never hit their targets. Right, yes. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. They don't hit their targets where they use incentives in the market to build more housing. Like I say, they keep turning to the market to fix a problem that the market has created. They can give all the incentives that they want if the market isn't working. That's the fucking problem. I don't believe it. I think when the government has done extensive public housing projects in the past, pre-post-war, they did it, and they did it well. There wasn't a market to keep up with demand, and so the government stepped in, and they did a fantastic job of it. Not unless they want to build public housing and reduce demand with lowering migration. I always got to link the two, don't you? All right, fine. You can have public housing, but they got to reduce migration. Can't have public housing by itself. Hell no. Got to be reducing migration at the same time. The people building the houses in the market are the same as the government would get to build them. The incentives have to change. Yeah, again, that's That is considered turning to the market. If you're like, all right, let's build some public housing, we'll just get the market to do it. That's the market. That's the property developers. The government has to be the builder. They have to see the entire process through. You know what they can do? Hire more government employees. Dun, dun, dun. I know that's scary. Hey, big government coming in to build houses. Hey, but like, that's what I'm talking about. Everything comes off the market. Everything, the whole process, not just the product, the entire process is the market failure. Government effectiveness is a manufactured trap. People think that the government is ineffective because what the people want and what the current government wants are exclusive. You'll find the government is very effective at doing what they want. That's pretty funny. But that's government spending, yes. And when the government spends money, like this is economics 101 that these pricks won't fucking tell you, eh? Especially this one, a liberal. Government spending is what stimulates the economy because government prints the money and then pays itself to do these projects, and then all of the economic activity that is created in that sphere of influence of this project then trickles throughout the economy, employing people and raising further tax revenue. But like, that's just too complex for bourgeois economists, all of them. Sweet equity programs for housing should be implemented. More government employees won't make them build houses any faster. Just because your money comes from the government isn't going to make you work harder or faster to build. What? Oh man. This isn't about like incentivizing the individual worker on the site to work faster, lay bricks faster or something like that. I don't think we're having the same conversation here, Dilemmas. That's interesting, though. Very interesting. That's a true Dilemmas take. It's an interesting opinion, but like, it's just completely not what we're talking about. Oh, sweet. Sorry, sweat equity programs for housing should be implemented. I would happily take a government trade job. Hey, government jobs are fucking fantastic. And if anyone says that government employees don't fucking work hard, I've got another thing to tell you. I recently watched a funny video about how MMT is moronic. All right. Well. You'll have to show it to me. I'd like to know. More people building houses won't increase supply. I think he's not on the same page. I think it's just a scare of government thing, which is fine, but like, it doesn't apply in all contexts. Government isn't all evil. Without government, you don't have the free market at all. I want to quickly turn to this topic, the whole San Diego situation. I think this is fucking fascinating, can I just say? Like, obviously it's a tragedy, but like, this is just an incredible, what's the word? An incredible case study in how the media treats these type of situations. Like, I can only compare what's going on here with a mosque shooting to what happened in Bondi at the end of 2025. And like, how differently these situations are treated in terms of rhetoric and like the narrative that comes out of it. So if you haven't heard about what this is, in San Diego yesterday, so about 24 hours ago, I think there was a shooting at a mosque. 3 people died. 5 people technically, if you include the 2 gunmen that apparently took their own lives. But yeah, somebody went into the largest mosque apparently. In San Diego or California, I don't know, maybe they'll tell us, and like shot up the place. And like, there's like a kid, like there's a school associated with this facility, and so they had to evacuate kids and all this sort of stuff. Like, it's the usual kind of scary stuff that happens, but like, this is happening in a mosque, and like, you can't help but think have the inclination towards the idea that this is something that's completely motivated by all of the hardcore anti-Islamic, anti-Muslim rhetoric that exists already in the media, in the public sphere, in the general zeitgeist. And you can't help but link those two things together. But how they treat them in the media in response to this, I think, is very different. They have labeled this event as a hate crime. But like, if this was to have happened, like in Bondi, they wouldn't have labeled this a hate crime. They label this terrorism. So like, why don't they go and put the big T stamp on this situation? Like, you have a couple of people who are for ideological reasons, have chosen to instill terror into a community by shooting up an important place for them. Why doesn't this get the big T label? Is it because of who the targets were? I would say most probably. Hey, it's a hate crime, but let's not go as far as to call it T. Let's not use the T classification. We use that especially the state, or the deep state, and the media, and the cathedral, as Curtis Yarvin would say, likes to reserve that for really important things that are supposed to shape public opinion. Hate crimes are, they're disappointing, but like, it ain't the T word, if you know what I'm saying. Western people believe the government is inept because they see roads be damaged for decades and poverty. If you rein your government in, like the Russians or the Chinese did, the service levels up. Maybe not. I don't see how government building houses will somehow create more than what would be built by the market. Dilemmas is very simple, okay? Is the market delivering the houses at the moment, even with government incentives? If the answer is no, then the market is not delivering. Now, if you keep that system going, and then the government builds housing as public housing in a massive project, not like a few off the cuff, but a huge project to actually fulfill the demand apparently that's out there, that would be something that provides housing in addition to the market. Off the market, but in addition to the market. And then that would actually reduce the concern. It would provide people with an alternative. It's rather simple stuff, to be honest. We work 6 days and rest 1. The idea of comfortable laziness doesn't work with our nature, so it's fair. Heidi, wrong religion. Yup. That's what I'm suggesting. It's just the wrong religion to get the T label, because it doesn't suit the interests of, the deep state, or like the vested interests. Because the big T gets more laws passed. Bring out my color chart. Actually, I'm going to label this one a gang war. That's fucking hilarious. It's cheap housing. That's the real issue. Ravy, hey Franz, welcome. How you going? So why can't we attack supply and demand, not just supply? The government never talks about supply. If cheap housing is the issue, the government should allow people to keep more of their money and stop diluting it with inflation. It's funny how you think that the government creates inflation. You know what inflation is, right? Inflation is when prices go up. You know who sets prices, right? People that sell things. Unless you're suggesting that all things on the market are derived from the government, and you do live in some, Stalinist dystopia where everything is nationalized and there's nothing on the market. Typically in our societies, most goods and services are found on the market. And so when inflation goes up, it's usually a result of people charging more than what they did before. So like, I'm not sure exactly how government is the sole responsibility for all inflation problems in the world today, but like, happy to get a lesson in that one. All right, let's do this.
The smallest victims of a hideous hate crime led away from the horror hand in hand.
I think the killers, they hate Muslims. Like they think that their religion is better than any religion in the world.
The Islamic Center of San Diego, a complex which includes a school, becoming the scene of a deadly attack.
Look at all those fucking cars. Remember we were listening to Professor Jiang talk about the American Civil War.
Complex which includes...
Look at that. The American Civil War is not going to be like, North versus South or something. It's just going to be various armed sections of the American state. Like the police forces versus, the DHS versus the army versus the Air Force versus special ops. Like it'll just be various roving bands of militarized state forces that will choose allegiance to certain, politicians or ideologies, and that will fight each other across the United States of America and destroy the continent. Like, look at that. That is an army. That is a fucking army. It's incredible.
A school becoming the scene of a deadly attack.
And I tell you what got me. Watching the kids come running out. Just thankful to be alive.
3 men shot and killed, including a security guard who bravely protected those inside.
Undoubtedly, he saved lives today.
That hero was...
It's like getting 5 stars in GTA. Yes. Fuck, actually, you know what? GTA doesn't even have the fucking processing power. Like, it's just too much to demand on your Xbox to have that many coppers chasing you when you've got fucking 5 stars. That's mental. America would dissolve to a warlord state pretty quickly. Well, fuck. Especially with that militarization. God damn. The shit that happened right before the last Civil War is happening again. The American Civil War will look like the Yugoslav conflicts. That army you point out is Texas hard at work. Yes.
Sam Hamideh's friend among the students he protected, the father's young son.
I know he sacrificed his life to make sure that the kids would come home.
Behind the shooting, 2 teenagers, 17-year-old high school wrestler Kane Clark and 18-year-old Caleb Vasquez, firing at a landscaper working in a yard as they fled the scene.
It appears he may have been shot in the helmet that deflected and saved his life.
The pair ultimately turning their weapons on themselves, their bodies found streets away in a vehicle. It contained anti-Islamic writings.
It is extremely outrageous to target a place of worship.
The scale of the response proving the grim reality in the United States right now. Places of worship are being increasingly targeted. Tonight, pain turning to anger.
Yeah, they're so young. Are you talking about like the shooters? Like kids. They're fucking kids themselves. What the fuck is going on? Why are they taking it upon themselves to start the fucking crusades in San Diego? They have local elections happening right now. It's bad over there. Well, you deserve more of what the business makes. It's making gross profit every year. Kids. Clark, horrible all round. It makes me think of people we saw yesterday at the protest in the UK. Well, like, how fucking crazy was those people in that protest where it's like, basically, if you don't like this flag, I'll help you pack. And you had the Iranian Shah supporters waving flags. And like talking about how wonderful it is to be a refugee in England. Like the amount of hypocrisy and contradictions in that whole situation was incredible.
Thank you.
Your leadership!
In a city left shaken and grieving.
We have never experienced a tragedy like this before.
In San Diego, Reed Butler, 9 News.
17 and 18. Crazy. It is crazy. It'll be interesting to see what their feeds are like. Whatever it is that they're digesting. Whatever thoughts that lead people to this type of stuff. All right. Not to be tasteless, But like, let's get Fox News' thoughts on this situation, shall we? Did they kill themselves? Apparently.
And we begin with the latest on the deadly shooting spree at the largest mosque in San Diego, which is being investigated as a possible hate crime.
You know, police say
possible hate crime. It's so good. Like,
killing a security guard.
Like, hello? Like, honestly, if you're going to bring laws in like this, like, can't you just call it what it is? Like, honestly, in Australian terms, from what we have seen, this constitutes terrorism. But, like, can't say that, apparently. And like, and as if this isn't a hate crime, at least. Like, I take the South Park position on hate crimes. Like, hate crime, a savage hypocrisy. Isn't it if like one person shoots another, they do it because they hate them? Like, obviously it's contradictory to say that you can have a crime like shooting someone and it not be a hate crime. Like, it's obviously hate-filled anyway. Like, it's got to be a level of hate in there. So, like, to have a special delineation just for hate crimes is fucking hypocritical as fuck. It's so ridiculously contradictory. But, like, whatever. Like, this is... They've designed this legislation and they're like, it's possible. We're not sure yet. We might need more evidence to figure out what's going on here. Come on. The younger Jen is obviously... Is seriously over-medicated? Wow. Look at the comments on this post. Bro, fucking look at the comments on this. Look at this. Amazing how quick this was labeled a hate crime. When they do violence, it's not a hate crime. Everyone else is a hate crime. Whatever. I blame all this on the media. They're the troublemaking monsters. Look how they are wording it. Disgrace. No hate crime. Just the lying media. What about the hate against Christians? But it's not a hate crime to attack a synagogue? I don't know about that, man. Come to Australia. Let's have a look here. My condolences to the Christians of the world who don't receive the coverage they deserve. And it's got a picture of Jesus. Oh my God. He's got to praise Christ Almighty. And it's the top comment too. Sort by, top. Yeah, it's top. 3 victims killed, 2 teens suspected dead in San Diego mosque shooting. Praying for the Christians dying in Nigeria. Hey? What about all the Christians that are dying and being persecuted in Israel at the moment? Very silent on that front. And the media will cover this for weeks while ignoring that this happens daily 10 times against Christians. Like, where? In San Diego? Ban all Islamic centers in the US. Goddamn. The Fox News crew. Let's see if the presenters are any better.
And 2 other people. The gunmen were later found dead at the scene.
Alex Hogan is live in Washington with the latest. Good morning, Alex.
Hi, Brian, Ainsley, and Lawrence. So at least 5 people are dead, including 2 gunmen at the Islamic Center of San Diego. This is in Claremont. Among the victims was a security guard at the center, and law enforcement are now praising him as a hero.
We do believe the security guard was able to help at least minimize the situation to the front area of the mosque. Until we know more, I don't want to speculate, but at this point, I think it's fair to say his actions were heroic, and undoubtedly he saved lives today.
Shots rang out at the center just before noon Pacific time yesterday. Police responding in full force because they were already searching for one of the suspects. At the time, they were using license plate reading technology. The teen's mom had actually called police about 2 hours prior after seeing that some of her weapons were missing and finding a note from her teenage son.
She believed her son was suicidal, and she began to share information.
All those piggies, and they couldn't find one person. So many piggies, bro. There's so many out there. It's fucking crazy. There's like an army out there.
That several of her weapons were missing. Her son was with a companion, and that they were dressed in camo, and that is not consistent with what we would typically see from somebody that is suicidal. It's being investigated as a hate crime at this point. There was definitely hate rhetoric that was involved.
Law enforcement say the 2 teen suspects killed 3 people at the center before killing themselves a few blocks away in a vehicle.
I'd be pretty scared as an openly practicing Muslim person in the US at the moment. Like, honestly, I'd be pretty worried about that. Like, you know, going to a place with a notorious reputation for gun violence is, you know, it comes with its drawbacks. But, like, you know, goddamn. Haven't they proved that they can talk people into being suicidal?
Appears to be self-inflicted gunshot wounds. Yesterday marked the start of the annual Hajj pilgrimage season. This is one of the most sacred times in the Muslim faith. And according to the center, this is the largest mosque in the San Diego community. The center offers studies and courses for children as young as 5 years old. And you can see in this footage more than a dozen children being walked out of the center. They're holding hands after those shots ring out. The mayor telling residents that the San Diego Police Department will increase its presence at all houses of worship. And the same concerns across the country today. Even in New York City, the NYPD will increase its presence at mosques across the city today. Back to you.
Wow.
Okay. Thank you,
Alex.
So San Diego police confirming 2 teenage gunmen opened fire.
Okay. Thanks, Fox and friends.
A peaceful, sunny morning in Southern California turned into utter chaos after 2 teen gunmen opened fire on a San Diego mosque in an alleged suicidal anti-Muslim shooting spree. Who are Kane Clark and Caleb Velasquez, the alleged Islamic Center shooters? And what were their reported motives for the heinous act? Here's what you need to know. On May 18th, a San Diego neighborhood was hurled into mayhem when 2 suspected teenage gunmen fired shots at San Diego's largest mosque. Kids, staff, and teachers cowered inside as several shots rang out at the San Diego Islamic Center in the city's Claremont neighborhood. Authorities said officers swarmed the Islamic Center within 4 minutes of the first emergency calls, launching what police described as a fast-moving and, quote, dynamic response. By the time cops responded, the 2 teenage...
No way. I opened another tab and rewound to count the cop cars. Quick count, 61. Insane. That is fucking crazy. Like, it is an army. Or like a small segment of an army, right? God damn. And 4 seconds.
Gunmen had already killed 3 men, including hero security guard Amin Abdullah. Authorities confirmed Abdullah, a father of 8, played a, quote, pivotal role in holding back the shooters.
One of the deceased is a security guard that works there, and I think played a pivotal role in assisting from this being much worse.
Terrifying aerial video from Fox 5 San Diego captured more than a dozen kids who looked no older than 5 years old, evacuating in a single file as they were guided to safety by law enforcement. Police later found the 2 gunmen, identified by a law enforcement source as 17-year-old Kane Clark and 18-year-old Caleb Velasquez, dead inside a BMW from self-inflicted gunshot wounds only a few blocks from the center. And police are still piecing together why 2 camouflaged teens went on the rampage. According to police, a concerned mother of one of the suspected teen shooters had frantically alerted cops a few hours before that her suicidal son had run away. But the situation escalated when the mother later learned that weapons were missing from the home and her car was gone. She told authorities her son had dressed in camouflage and was with an acquaintance at the time, which San Diego Police Chief Scott Wall noted changed the threat level of the investigation.
That began to trigger a larger threat assessment picture. Our threat management unit began to take the tips and leads that we had and utilize the technology we have available to us. Our license plate readers was at the top of that list. We began to have, we noted that there were hits with the vehicle down in Fashion Valley. We dispatched officers into the area of the mall as a possible location.
I can't help but notice there's gum trees in the background. Those are eucalypts for sure. I thought we were in Australia for a second there. What the hell?
That was a threat.
Police spent 2 hours scrambling to locate the suspects before they received a call of an active shooter at the Islamic Center at approximately 11:43 a.m. Police confirmed they are investigating the attack as a hate crime and that hate rhetoric was, quote, involved in the shooting. Sources told the Post that anti-Islamic writings were found in the suspect's vehicle and hate speech was written on the firearms used in the shooting. A shotgun and gas can with an SS sticker on the side were located at the scene where the gunmen's bodies were.
What the fuck? Why have they got an SS sticker there? We fucked up Cali with eucalypt. Greece too. Heaps of eucalypt in Greece.
Were discovered. The SS sticker appears to represent the Schutzstaffel, the paramilitary organization led by Heinrich Himmler under Adolf Hitler's Nazi regime in Germany.
They imported eucalyptus as a for timber and didn't know it was shit. Basically a weed over there. Californians mogged. And it's not fucking great in a fire either. It's actually it reproduces by fire. Poor Californians.
Cops said the San Diego mosque shooters were, quote, radicalized online. A supposed live stream video of the horrific attack obtained by the California Post shows Clark with a black sun symbol, which is associated with Nazi Germany, square on his chest. Also spotted on the handgun of one of the shooters is the statement, "Race war now," right above a swastika. Clark, one of the suspected shooters, attended Madison High School and was a standout wrestler, according to the school's social media page. His grandfather, David Clark, said, quote, "We're very sorry for what happened. We know as much as you do. It's a shock." A neighbor of one of the suspected gunmen said they knew the family, quote, fairly well, and even said that the alleged gunmen would help them bring in groceries and waved at them that very morning.
And he's helped us bring in our groceries. They all have. They got me a cake when I turned 80. Growing up, he was typical. We'd seen with green hair and blue hair, and we didn't talk much. But then, like I said, he helped us bring in our groceries.
He had blue hair. I fucking knew it. We got him. It's Trans-Tifa. And where is the manifesto? There's always some form of magical document that appears. No, apparently just the black sun on the vest is enough, apparently.
And he'd wave at us. In fact, he just waved at you when? Well, today or yesterday?
This morning.
Yeah.
The Islamic Center of San Diego will be closed as police continue their investigation. Wall said authorities would be reviewing the center's cameras and still had to sort through a, quote, tremendous amount of information. Sources told The Post the FBI is also investigating the alleged horrifying live stream footage from the suspected shooters. The center's Imam Taha Hassan said that his community is mourning after the horrific massacre.
The door of the Islamic Center, we never ask them whether you are a Muslim or not, who are you? Because everyone is welcome. So let's do our best to spread this.
Return to the phrase beautiful wood on cue. Calm down. Bensor Bandit cleared the place for new building zones as a result of the Cali fires. Newsom says, "Thank you, Australia, for your generous donation of trees. Our fires were spectacular." Damn. Hardwood.
Of love
Calm down.
and tolerance and sympathy for the sake of this nation, for the sake of the future generation.
Islamic Center shooters were radicalized online.
Breaking news,
did not
investigators
discriminate.
just gave new details on a deadly shooting at a mosque in San Diego. The FBI special agent in charge saying that they have seized multiple weapons and electronic devices in connection to this case. He briefly spoke about the writings investigators found in the vehicle the suspects were using.
Man, everything is live streamed these days. Yeah, what the fuck? I was just thinking that when they were saying it, like they have the footage of them live streaming the event. Of course, it was live streamed.
In the vehicle they used, we also identified writings and various ideologies outlining religious and racial beliefs.
Hello, Mr. E. Just reeling from the Campbelltown murder. John Hancock, how you going? What happened in Campbelltown? Pray do tell. But where's the manifesto?
How the world they envisioned should look. These subjects did not discriminate on who they hated. And let me be very clear, to anyone that thinks that they can end the world through violence, they are sorely mistaken. The FBI, our law enforcement partners in our community are much stronger than you think, and we will always serve on the right of good.
I want to bring in CBS News correspondent Lana Zach.
Boo. I thought they were going to talk about these people's motives. That's it? Fair enough. The NZ Mosque shooting footage was a crazy live leak. Oh, it was DV, was it? Oh, God. Yeah, that one sausage. It's so sad. Yeah, fucking heavy. Heavy stuff, hey? So not a hate crime? What are we doing? What are we even doing anymore? They hated everyone, according to this report. Don't you wish you were living in the 90s when cell phones were just that instead of smartphones and the internet still didn't have social media like we do today? Huh. Interesting. All right, that's it. I just wanted to draw a correlation or some type of correlation to the experience that we had in Sydney at the end of last year, and that was very quickly turned into a terrorist event and like classified as such, treated as such. And like this one, they're not even sure if they should be calling this a hate crime, apparently. There's not enough evidence apart from apparently Nazi symbols and rhetoric that was used against this community. But like, hey, it's definitely not the T word. And I would put it to you that like there is a clear reason why this is not given the T status. And it's not exactly even a religious thing, like a double standard between religions, as much as terrorism is used by the state for its ends. And so what is necessary for the state or the establishment, whatever you want to call it, to define as terrorism in order for it to be able to respond in a way that it wants to, is beneficial to its interests, it will then label as terrorism. There's no real benefit of labeling something like this as terrorism, because the vested interests here, I guess, powerful enough, and it doesn't serve some larger story. So it's funny how the cookie crumbles, isn't it? I would say that both of the events, like the event that I'm comparing this to, I think they're very similar, extremely similar. Maybe not the scale. It seems that like in terms of how many people fell victim here, it's smaller, but I think it's comparable nonetheless. But it's an interesting case study in how the state uses the T word against us plebs. I didn't know what it was, and I watched it live, clicked off once I saw what was actually happening, then found out later. Israeli lobbyists have a lot of influence in the wording. Yes, that was my insinuation, yeah. Israeli lobbyists have just won the fuck out of the local election there. It's going to get worse. Interesting case study. Nonetheless, Palantir has teamed up with the US government, aka the surveillance has arrived. The thing these morons complain about China is about, and now they are becoming that. Yeah, but they do it through the market, so it's acceptable. Completely acceptable. Palantir just provides a good service. Can you blame them? They're just the best ones out there. All right. That's enough of this issue. It's too much. It's very sad. Now, let's have a look at some dirty communism, shall we? Let's have a look-sees. This is about Mr. Mamdani, Jag's favorite person. Apparently, Mamdani over in New York City, as part of his evil communist agenda, was had promised to bring in some city-owned grocery stores. If you were with us at the end of last year, and we were kind of following his election campaign and all of his promises and stuff like that. This was a big one, actually. He talked a lot about getting in onto the agenda, getting in some grocery stores that will help the average punter in New York City be able, help afford groceries a little bit better. His usual rhetoric is, you shouldn't work all day, in the big smoke, in the big apple, and not be able to afford groceries, the basic. We're talking about, housing and food, the bare necessities. We're not even talking about going on a fancy holiday or something, or having extras to spend on luxuries. He's there's an attack on working people in New York City, and it's just unlivable. And part of that, that plan, that 5-step solution to battling the affordability crisis, is turning over to city-run grocery stores. Apparently, this has been tried in other parts of the US, and there are successful models for this. And so one of his election pledges was to bring this in. And people loved it. I think people really loved the idea. And so they're actually rolling out one now, or they've announced where it's going to be, and it's coming online very, very soon. So we'll just get an understanding of this. But I just want to preface all of this by saying someone opening a city-run grocery store is not socialism, okay? That's not socialism at all. So, you might hear rhetoric from the left and the right being the left being yeah, see, socialism. Look at this title, socialism works. This is socialism. Having a city-run grocery store that competes, my argument always about public housing versus housing on the market, having a city-run grocery store that is able to sell food to people for cheaper, because it's not a profit model, and maybe it doesn't have to, pay rents or taxes or something like that, and so it can just sell its food cheaper. That's not fucking socialism. That's just being humane and offering people cheaper food because the market won't do it. That's just being a civil society. It's just being nice, okay, and trying to have politics that actually help out people that need cheaper food. That's just being humane. It's not socialism. So when you hear the left and the right calling it that, you can call bullshit on both of them from either side of the political spectrum, or whatever you feel like. Call them all out for being bullshit. It's a great idea, but it's not a fucking socialist utopia or something. They spent 32 mil on that election, on that local election, to win it. Someone got to go back in time and let Harambe live. Maybe the commies are behind the great panda conspiracy. That makes sense now. I love the idea of it so much. I already do my shopping via searching home brand. You just gonna glaze over the fact that he promised to tax the rich and then just got to the working class to cover the NYC deficit problems. I think that's what Dilemmas was talking about before, right? That like he's got big budgetary issues and like he's turned to pensioners or something like that to cover the cost. You'll have to expand on that more, Jag. But yes, I'm going to glaze over all of that because like in my opinion anyway, this is just my humble opinion, like I don't really care about government deficits and debts. I think it's a misnomer. I think it's a fallacy, the idea that governments have to watch out for overspending or something like that. They're governments. Like, I don't believe that governments can go into debt or deficit. They can easily pay off their debts because they print money. So I think the idea of government debt is a fallacy in and of itself. But like, yes, he hasn't taxed the rich exactly. He hasn't delivered his promises in that realm at all, and he keeps meeting with billionaires all the time, which is rather questionable. But he's the mayor of New York. It's like basically the capital of the citadel of world capitalism. It's going to happen. It's bourgeois politics. My man Mamdani, Ebola outbreak in the DR Congo and Uganda as well. Yes, I heard about that. Fair. What's fair? Jordan, yup. That one makes me nervous. Or the diphtheria outbreak. How the fuck does Karl Stefanovic have 100k subs? Crazy, isn't it? Like last time I checked a few weeks ago, he was on like 60,000. If I get dip, I pretty much go bye-bye, LOL. The Brisbane GP charged with 100 counts of alleged grape. Don't mind me, just comment random news. Yeah. Today, you are in stand-up. You're in stand-up mode, Mystery. Yes, I am, actually. Correct. I do the afternoon session sitting down. All right, let's do this. Let's hear what he has to say for himself about these socialist grocery stores.
We are here in Hunts Point, through which so much of the food that nourishes New Yorkers travels before it arrives on a restaurant plate or lands in a grocery store cart. The Hunts Point Cooperative Market is nearby. As many of you know, it is the largest food distribution center anywhere in the world.
He gave up all his leverage on day one, and there is no way Hochul State will increase taxes on the rich. Hochul is just pandering to the voter base, so she gave New York City $4 billion to cover their deficit needs. Yes. But like, isn't that interesting though? Like, she's able to claw $4 billion out of nowhere to placate the average punter. Eh? But like, it's not going to be on the backs of the rich. Think you should jog on the spot for us, really? Okay. You the boss. Bro, even maths are being charged now.
The wholesalers who walk through its hundreds of thousands of feet of floor space can pick between some of the ripest produce in the region, some of the freshest fish on the East Coast, some of the highest quality meat anywhere in the country. And yet, so many New Yorkers in this same neighborhood and across the Bronx cannot say the same. 77% of households in surrounding neighborhoods cannot afford basic needs. More than 50% of households have relied on public assistance in the last 12 months alone. And when nearby families go shopping...
What's wrong with it, man? His mo is great. Hey, look at that. Look at that. He looks ethnic as fuck with that. It's so good. He's pissing people off. Just it being there. What opinion on Trump visit to China, Mystery? Oh, we've been covering this for like, I don't know, what, a week or so now. And like my thoughts on it was he took a lot of players. Trump took a lot of players with him, and like nothing really came of it. They won't tell us what happened. I think there was some interesting deals that would have been done there, or some interesting conversations. I think it's about the Americans pressuring China to open itself up financially to Wall Street. Like China was brought into the fold, into the world market in the 70s, thanks to Nixon. And so like manufacturing changed forever, thanks to Nixon. And like that reshaped the global economy. And this time I think Trump was trying to be a Nixon and was trying to open up China financially to the world economy. But like we never will get any of these details. But like China has a lot of capital lying around that like the Western world or like Wall Street would love to get its dirty fucking hands on. It's just a fucking gold mine, Chinese finances. And so like they were using that as leverage. That was what they wanted to get access to. Whether China will give it to them or not, I have no idea. But China was probably like, well, like we want Taiwan. And so in order for China to open up to foreign capital a little bit more, or to the American finance system, like Wall Street, they're probably like, give us Taiwan. And like back the fuck away. So Trump has apparently said after the whole meeting that Taiwan, independence is stupid. They should just cool off. And he hasn't confirmed that $14 billion arms sale to Taiwan. But I also think that people made way too much about Trump's lack of negotiation standing going into that meeting because of what was happening with Iran. That like Trump didn't have the cards and like Xi had all the cards, and like Trump had to come begging to Xi. Like I think Trump would have said to Xi that he should help out with Hormuz, but like I don't think he would have begged him on that issue at all. I don't think he would have begged China for help with Iran. He would have just been like, it makes sense for you, because I think actually conversely to common sense on this one is Trump actually had a lot more cards than everyone was making out to be, because America has systematically gone through and cut China's friends off over the last like year. It's been crushing Russia, and it's like by sanctions and like helping take away its oil, like its shadow fleet, and via the war in Ukraine has been taking out its processing facilities. It's taken out Venezuela. It's crippling Cuba. It's now rendered Iran economically cut off from the rest of the world. So I actually think that Trump going into that meeting was just like, hey, we're still America, and we can definitely control the world economy by turning it all off with our military might. So just remember that, China, when you're negotiating with us, that like we can screw you big time, because China's survival depends on world trade, and America controls world trade. So I don't think that America was coming into that meeting in a position that was like, oh my God, help me, Xi. We need you, Xi. I still think America has a lot of fucking power in that relationship, and they would have used it. Trump Xi, a big nothing burger, was a bit like that. But like, because we don't know what they really talked about. But like there were some big players there. And so like, yeah, I think something would have happened, but us plebs will never know, I guess. Us plebs will never know. A failed Nixon, basically. Also, Revi, it's more common than anyone thinks. Selling Taiwan's attempt at independence for a global supply chain blockage. Middle East propped up. The AI bubble. Storms are brewing. Interesting. Reminder, Project 2025 had the end goal of UAE and US as united allies. Interesting. Nothing between US and China, nothing between China and Russia. Imagine living in a tax haven, then suddenly going, oh look, an Iranian drone. Yeah. Trump is transactional at his core. He's still an NYC developer in the end. Yes.
For groceries, there are not enough affordable options nearby. With only one full-service supermarket within a quarter mile, thousands of New Yorkers have only limited options. We are here together today to change that and to chart a new course. Last month, we announced that we would fulfill a campaign promise. that we would lower prices by creating a network of city-owned grocery stores, one in each borough. In these stores, prices will be cheaper. Workers will be paid fairly and treated with dignity. Going to the grocery store will no longer cause that same anxiety for so many New Yorkers. Now, on April 13th, we announced the first site, La Marqueta en el Barrio. And in doing so, honoring the legacy of Fiorella LaGuardia, who opened a site close to 100 years prior with the same mission of delivering cheaper goods to New Yorkers. Today, my friends, I am so proud to announce that the Bronx location will be here at the Peninsula. And New Yorkers will not need to wait long for costs to drop. This store will be the first of the 5 city-run grocery stores to open. Bronx residents will be able to begin shopping here next year. It is going to be a 20,000
I
square
almost forgot what it's like to listen to an American politician that speaks well. The real issue with America is that it's filled with Americans. Savage. Free bananas for everyone. Hey, now that's socialism. Hey?
foot location, and its ambition is perfectly placed at the Peninsula, which will house 740 units of 100% affordable housing by the time that it's fully built. And as we heard from Jeannie, it'll be located on the site of the former Spofford Juvenile Detention Facility, somewhere that for so many years was synonymous with neglect and mistreatment. This was a place of failure, where young, predominantly low-income New Yorkers were subjected to brutal physical conditions, human rights violations, and physical abuse. We are reclaiming that same site to tell a very different story.
Bananas out for the boys. Bananas out for the boys. What does the banana represent? You mean the Banana Republic? Eh? Yes. Corporatism at its finest. What is it? Lenin's imperialism, actually. Boys, girls, all the same, apparently, these days.
This store and the peninsula as a whole will serve as physical proof of our conviction that government can be a force for good, that government can drive change that improves people's lives. And standing here this morning, I cannot help but think of the words of our 40th president, Ronald Reagan. He famously said, "The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, 'I'm from the government and I'm here to help.'" It's a good quote, but I disagree. I think 9 more terrifying words are actually, "I worked all day and can't feed my family." We are going to use the power.
But you have to admit, he speaks really, really well. Hey? My banana is bigger than yours, mystery. Hey, Zohran probably loves Reagan. Yeah, if you're going to be fucking quoting Reagan, you have to ask yourself, why? Why would you know so much about what Reagan has said? Hey? Interesting. He's a good speaker, though. You got to give it to him. Riz, for sure. Riz. But, like, he's eloquent. Like, he can... He's captivating as well.
Power of government to lower prices and make it
He's
easy.
a career politician. Interesting. Yeah, and he's a young career politician. He's got a long career ahead. Like Obama, yeah.
Easier for New Yorkers to put food on the table. When government...
He's a good actor, I'll give him that. Hey, politics, acting, I don't know. I don't see a difference. Bandonk in the house. How are ya? He got that food truck flow.
understands its purpose as serving the very working people that it has left behind time and again. It can make a difference in the most pressing struggles facing our city today. It's not just that government can help, it's that government must help, and our government will help. And I want to thank organized labor for being a part of this announcement, because as we have spoken about a cost of living crisis, as we have spoken about an affordability crisis, we know that at the heart of it is the inequality that runs rampant, not just in this city, but across the country. And when we ask ourselves, what is the most effective tool at combating that inequality? we come back to the same answer time and again: union density. And I thank you, all of you, for showing us time and again what a path looks like to actually deliver for working people. Because today, city government looks to join you in that same fight by making it easier for a working person to live and stay and build a life in the city that they have helped to run for so many years.
Yeah, he knows how to be an actual politician. It's like the first qualification of the job. Be able to sound convincing. It's going to work out great in NYC till they run out of other people's money. Oh. And use words. You mean Mamdani has gone bananas, eh? 80% of the American government are too old to understand how to use words. I'd say having good policy is more important than being a good speaker, but different strokes. Obama, Clinton had good cadence in their speaking. That could hold an audience. Yes, Clinton was good at that too. He was a performer, eh? Clinton. Low bar when we're praising someone for knowing how to form sentences. That's what politics has devolved into now. It's just like, oh wow, this guy, eh? He can speak. Ooh, all right. It is a low bar, isn't it? In the early 2000s movie, this guy would have been played by Ray Romano. I see it, Wookie. I have been driving and listening. Trump even loved him, didn't he? Yeah, they had a great chat in the White House after they exchanged lots of offensive words in the lead up to his election. Trump calling him an evil commie. He had a great time with him in the White House. Yeah, Trump loved Mamdani. He recognizes someone who isn't insecure.
This is the start of a new day for the Bronx, one that New Yorkers can actually afford. Now, it is such a pleasure and a privilege to be here with you. I am now going to pass the microphone back to Jeannie Pak, our interim president and CEO of the EDC. Thank you very much.
Well, there you go. The socialist revolution has happened, as Speaker Mike Johnson told us yesterday, and like it started off slowly, but now they have city-run grocery stores. Hey, the socialist utopia came, and Speaker Mike Johnson was wrong. Thank you so much. I have some cute TikTok videos to go make. Bro, but it works, doesn't it? Eh? Him and the old TikTok videos, fucking too good. Please tell me I'm not the only one who's seen the badass music vid, as in like his music videos. I think we've watched it here before. I think it was Indoctrinathan that showed us all of his music videos, actually. Agenda 2030, coming to a decade near you. Inconceivable. Food banks for plebs, you filthy commies. Yes, there's no downside for Trump to like Zohran. Either he supports the poly who represents the lower brackets, or it fails and he will say, I told you it wouldn't work. Okay, thank God. Haha, yes. And that's your reference to the food truck as well before, right? So wait, do people here not like him? Ask Jag, bro. Ask Jag what he thinks of Mamdani. Jag's from New York, if you're wondering. So he has some very strong opinions on Mamdani. I think Mamdani's great. I think he is a breath of fresh air in American politics for someone who describes themselves as a democratic socialism and a democratic socialist. And wasn't completely burnt at the stake as a heretic. But like, are his policies socialist? Hell no. Like, is he placating the rich and the powerful like any other New York mayor would probably do? Yes, he seems to be doing that exact same thing. But like, is he instituting some policies that are much better than what has previously occurred? It would seem so. So like, on the balance of things, yeah, he's much better. But like, is he still subject to the bourgeois political system and like completely beholden to the rules of that game? Absolutely. All my main concern is like, don't think he's going to start the socialist revolution because making fucking city-run grocery stores is not the socialist revolution. That's just being nice. Like, that's just being humane. Like, if people can't afford groceries in New York City, the center of world capitalism, like, this should be a place of pure abundance. This should be the capitalist utopia, New York City. But like, it has fucking problems. And so like someone like him trying to address those problems is fucking fantastic. Like, this should be the capitalist utopia that Mike Johnson was laughing about, the communist utopia. This should be the capitalist utopia. Everybody should have full employment, live a life of luxury, have access to everything they need to thanks to the amazing market system. But like, I don't know, man. It doesn't seem like New York is that amazing. 100% the food truck flow is strong. Yeah. Zohran is a true poly. He can sweet talk someone coming in and saying, hey, I'm not here to argue. Let's talk deals and walk out of here with something to present to people. Appealing to Trump 100%. I think he's a farce. Just more of the same Obama BS. Controlled opposition. He sounds fantastic. Can we have him here? Please take him. I will trade you Pauline. Deal? That was quick. It didn't take long. It's slow, but it's still progression compared to the other states that are regressing. So long corner bodegas, or however you spell it, bodegas. I'm going now. Take care, loved ones, in this increasingly gone insane world. Mystery. Take care, everyone. Good to have you back. It's been a while, Jordan. Good luck doing what you're doing. They are soft launching humanitarian policy to ease the people in. Pauline lives rent-free in my head and hopefully my bed soon. Hey, and she's got a fucking plane to get to you as well. Hey, she's coming for you. Perfect. I'm glad we could get a good deal. Listening in the background. All right, good luck. All right, let's do this. Let's listen to... So this is ABC 7 New York. Let's see what the local media says about this whole socialist city-run grocery store fiasco. Can I just say? Why would bodegas disappear? LOL. The beauty of the rise of Zohran is we just have to wait until the wheels fall off. It's not a question of if, but when.
In other news that we're following, we now know the location of New York's second city-run grocery store.
Today, Mayor Mamdani announced the 20,000 square foot store will open at the Peninsula, an affordable housing complex in the Hunts Point section of the Bronx.
Now, the store is expected to open
What's
next year.
20,000 square meters? 20,000 square feet. That's what they said, right?
Housing complex in the Hunts Point section of
20,000 square foot. In meters, please. So like 1,800 square meter shop. That's pretty big. That's pretty big. That's like what? Like a big W or something like that, or a massive, like Woolies, like a huge Woolies. I guess it depends how much back of house area they have compared to display area. That's pretty fucking, that's good. That's huge. If business starts suffering because people would rather shop at cheaper alternative, oh well, I know, right? When you hear those people that are just like, oh, but if you do this, you bring in city-run grocery stores, all the billionaires that own the grocery store chains in like New York will fuck off somewhere else. It's just like, are they that fragile that they can't compete with someone who's trying to sell cheaper groceries? Like, they can't withstand competition? Like, hello, I thought this was a free market. I thought competition was ripe. Competition was the thing that held the system together, the invisible hand of the market. You saying they aren't competitive? Go on, tell us more of your secrets when it comes to the monopolization of goods and services. I'm interested to see where the funding for all of this is going to come from. A lot of major taxpayers have left the city now, so they say. If those small businesses survived, COVID, that is, I hazard a guess, raised taxes for the middle class? Apparently not. Apparently the state government just filled in the gaps, apparently. They won't have all options. They have discounted options. So if you want a name brand, chip brand, you can just go and spend the extra money at the shop that sells them. Maybe when NYC was a hub for business, now in the digital age, you can run a business remotely from anywhere. I can't charge $7 a liter of milk. My profits. Yeah. Although no one has left on a meaningful scale. It's the same phenomenon as when everyone was just like, if Trump gets in as president, I'm leaving. And like all of those celebrities and stuff. And like none of them left. And the state gets its money from taxing the middle class.
Of the Bronx.
Now, the store is expected to open next year, and it's part of the mayor's plan to open
year?
affordable city-run stores in each borough. Here's Eyewitness News reporter Joe Torres.
What if the meat products coming off this truck in Hunts Point were bound for not the local supermarket, but a city-run grocery store?
If the food is at low cost, it's going to be better on our pockets and our budgets.
And that's the idea, according to Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Today, he unveiled the plans for a
yeah, I know, right? Next year, but people are starving now. Fuck, people are going to starve in that time. Oh, man. I shouldn't be laughing at that. Stop making jokes like this. I'm going to get clipped and it's going to be bad.
Barefoot food store at the Peninsula, a redevelopment project on the site of a former juvenile detention facility. City leaders expect the public grocery store to open in 2027.
We are going to use the power of government.
Yeah, look at all those gentrified high-rise apartments. I wonder if it's the same rhetoric, like the way that you guys use language and development in America as we do here. Because I argue against affordable housing. When developers provide affordable housing, they're just providing something, again, I know like I'm a broken record here, but they're providing something on the market. And so they're just providing a product that's a little bit cheaper compared to the market. But you're turning to developers to provide that housing. Like, why do that? Why turn to developers to do that? Even if they're providing affordable housing, it's because they're just getting government subsidies anyway to do that, to provide that housing. They get some tax write-off, they get some additional support. It's just helping developers at the end of the day. Take that shit and build your own public housing. And so it's inside an affordable housing project, gentrified living, basically. It is. It's gentrification of a juvenile center, detention center with some affordable housing. So capped market housing. I love that his first idea is so terrible. He's going to be out so fast. Who's going to be out? This guy? I don't think so, man. He's pretty popular. If he gets a couple of wins on the board, he'll be in for a long time. Ravi, people have this strange idea that socialist policies means no business. It's like PBS pricing for meds. Would you like generic or name brand? Nobody is forcing you to buy generic. You can overpay. Okay. So, bro, where this store will be has been gentrifying like crazy. Yeah. And it's all like developers, and they can turn around. And you know what they do in Australia as well, the developers? They gentrify an area, right? And they say, oh, give us 600 units here. And then they say, if you want affordable housing, great, give us 800 units. And so they get more units that should be there under usual planning regulations. And then they get extra. And then a policy will change in the future because affordable housing is provided by developers, so it's private property, it's on the market, and then some other mayor comes in and changes a policy, and then all that affordable housing goes straight into their hands. Those extra 200 units that they wouldn't have got before are now no longer affordable housing options. But if you have it as public housing, government owned and run, you don't have that trap, unless you have like Margaret Thatcher come in and sell all the public housing to the private sphere. That will happen, and that can happen. But like, it's so much safer than being like, yeah, you developer over there, here's a license to build like another third of the properties you would have built before if you just make sure it's all affordable housing. And they're like, great, I have more stock. Fuck yeah, I don't care. I'll just advocate and pay some lobbyist to advocate for that affordable housing to be put back on the market in like 10 years' time, and then they're making bank. The plebs fucking love this schmuck. Mamdani can do no wrong. Like, yeah, I think he's very popular. I don't know if he'll be going anywhere. Food, of all things, should have started with housing or water. The power of government to open the store to help the people. In a year's time, did he end up putting in rent freezes? I think he did. Although we'll see how popular he is when people are hungry. He did do something with real estate. People are hungry now. What are you talking about, Spendong? But the people are hungry now. I think that's why they voted for him, actually. Let me know the first win that doesn't include increasing taxes. I'd rather a grocery store than an ice concentration facility, to be honest. Yeah, all those people worried about taxes and stuff must be fucking upset about ice concentration camps. How long till the bulldozers... till he bulldozes Central Park to build public housing? Oh my God. Like, are you even being serious, or are you just trying to wind me up? Wow. Exactly how Trump's data got wealthy. Well, you'll be hungry, lol. We should let the experiment play out. Chicago is doing great. No rent freezes yet. Ah, there you go. There you go.
To lower prices and make it
Oh,
easier
really? It could get worse? Good to know. Hey.
for New Yorkers to put food on the table.
City leaders asked New Yorkers what they would like to see inside a city-run grocery store, and the answers are rather crystal clear. Cheaper eggs, fresh produce, low prices, and a healthy variety.
The good price is the hard part. It's not hard finding it, but the price is the part, especially when, you got to go into the city, there's prices, you're paying for everything you do here.
Just last month, the mayor announced La Marqueta in East Harlem as the first site selected for the municipal grocery store program, which calls for a city-run food store in each borough. A city-run grocery store on city-owned property lowers prices for shoppers by reducing the overhead costs normally passed on to consumers.
It would be definitely helpful money-wise, because the money it's getting expensive for every day for buying this food and necessary things.
The benefits of a city-run grocery store in Hunts Point should bring considerable economic relief for people who truly need the help. The mayor estimates 77% of households in this part of the South Bronx struggle to afford basic necessities. In Hunts Point, I'm Joe Torres, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Eyewitness News. So good.
In other news,
that was surprisingly balanced. I didn't actually hear criticism either way of that one. It's almost like they were just reporting stuff. That was a bit weird. What's going on there? Where's your agenda, asshole? He extended childcare to include 2-year-olds, added a couple of new bus lanes, and a tax on rich people's second homes. Most of his proposals rely on state-level approvals, where he has no leverage because he played all his cards extending childcare. Like, do you think that might be part of the game? Like, be like, look, here are all my fucking election promises. This is what I want. And then he can just be like, when like things don't work out that way, he can just be like, look, I wanted to give you people all this stuff, but like fucking Hochul, like the state said no. I'm trying my best, but the state government's in the way. It's class war. Let's get 'em. Googled just historic problems with state managing food supply AI overview. When the state attempts to manage or take full control of the food supply, it routinely causes severe inefficiencies, widespread shortages, and famines. Historically, failures generally stem from centralized pricing, the disruption of market incentives, the suppression of agricultural innovation, and using food as a political weapon. What is this, like an assessment of Stalinism? Or like city-run grocery stores? But thank you. It's fucking hilarious. He's a rookie getting played by the vets. Is that how you say it? Fair enough. Yeah, he knew it was an uphill battle the whole time. But that's what I'm saying. Like, he's positioning himself in a point where he can be like, I've tried. I've gone to battle for you guys, and like the system has rejected you. Like, come with me now, and we'll go on a crusade, and let's wipe out the class. Let's wipe out these problems, these manufactured problems at the state level. And then he'll go for, I don't know, governor or something like that. Can he go for governor? Yeah, it's his job to keep pushing though. Some of the properties in NYC are incredible. You still have to get through the courts regardless. I think the type of fight, if any, that puts on says more. It's what happens when a state runs food supply. Grocery stores aren't the whole supply, so it's not applicable yet. But it seems like where it's going. Yeah, soon Mamdani will be running agriculture, suppressing agricultural innovation and using food as a weapon. It's where it's going, man. I'm telling you. We'll be withholding New York slice from the people. No more hot dogs stands on the corner. That's it. It's all over. 3 days without water, NYC will devolve into drinking blood. It's an unsustainable system they have built there. Too many people in too small an area. Maybe if he didn't hitch his wagon to the Democratic Party, but like you said, he is beholden to the bourgeois now. 100%. He is. That's for sure. It's an optional, cheaper grocery store. Like, why is this bad? Well, I can afford to feed my family. You can't. Fuck you. I've got mine. Yeah, look, I'm across this. I think it's a great idea. Give us cheaper groceries. I know the Nordic model stopped at incentives though and didn't take the whole supply. So we'll see if it goes similarly or if it goes the other way. Maybe not him, but it's opening the door. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I highly doubt he'll get a second term. Wow. Interesting prediction there. Professor Jiang. We'll find out. Look, like I said, like we don't even have to go to Nordic models or anything. Like this has happened in the US already. And like in Republican places. So, and like I don't think it's been very controversial at all. We'll see in a few years. Okay, fine. But like, honestly, we're talking about city-run grocery stores here and some free fucking childcare. If you think that's going to lead to the suppression of agricultural innovation and using food as a weapon, centralized pricing, like there's a communist party in charge of the US that can like coordinate the whole of America's food pricing structure, leading to famines. God damn, America's fucked in a few years' time. Spendonk. My God. Interesting, though. You know who else Nordic countries? What else Nordic countries do? Mine and drill resources. The issue is where the money comes from. You know where the money comes from? Like, this seems to be a really radical idea. And like outrageous, it seems, or inconceivable. You know where money comes from? Money doesn't come from taxes. Money is put into circulation because the state provides currency. The state provides currency and the surety of currency, and then money is fed into that system by governments printing said money and the banking system adding more money through debt into the system. Money isn't come from taxation. Money comes from the existence of government. So you can have things and the government can pay for it because it has the ability to print money. Like this is not rocket science. This is not even like a trick, like an economic trick. I think it's a psychological trick though, that people think, oh well, the government can't spend any money because it's going to come from my taxes. It's like, well, you do get taxed, yes, that's true, but like money doesn't come from taxes. And like what really happens is governments are tricked, thanks to, I think, progressive neoliberalism, to borrow money, and then they have to be in debt. They don't have to borrow money. It's a choice. They can print it. Your money comes from trees. Ah, damn. The secret's out. Money comes from trees. Again, not saying he's taking the whole supply now, but it opens the door to it. Yes, to the communist revolution. It's the long game. Mamdani's here to bring in communism. The government-run grocery stores probably undercut the farmers less than the corps, lol, taxing rich people's second home. It's just a centralization of control. People complaining about taxes also seem to not understand how much 2% of a portfolio can be worth. Good, when done well with good intentions, but can be taken advantage of, yes. Yes, it can be taken advantage of. Like everything, you can take advantage of it. And there's no advantage taken under the current system. Oh no. Just in the city-run grocery stores. All right, let's do this. Slippery slope, that is all. Yes, fair enough.
Staying on, you've got to stay on Mamdani. Yesterday, he announced the site for New York's city-run grocery store. In his speech,
This is Fox Business. This is for you, Hobo Joe, if you're listening, and Love Jeff, and whoever loves a bit of Fox Business. Actually, I know you do, Jag. Hey, they're going to break down why Mamdani has taken aim at Reagan, and how dare he.
mocked President Reagan's famous words. Watch this.
Standing here this morning, I cannot help but think of the words of our 40th president, Ronald Reagan. He famously said, "The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are I'm from the government and I'm here to help." It's a good quote, but I disagree. I think 9 more terrifying words are actually, I worked all day and can't feed my family. We are going to use the power of government.
He does class rhetoric so well. It's so true, though. That is much more scary, I would find. Like, imagine that if you worked all day, you're constantly on the fucking grind, and you can't afford to feed your family. That is more terrifying than, like, you know, supposed rhetoric that the government spending's going to cripple the economy. It's like, well, fucking, who cares about the economy right now? I can't even feed my family. I would have no problems with him if he just accepted who he really is. And such an opportunist like his mate, AO double Ds. Hey, we haven't had a stream talking about AOC in a while, have we? AO double Ds. Well, you can disagree all you want. Doesn't change the fact I'm from the government. I'm here to help is scarier to me because now I don't believe you are actually with the government.
To lower prices and make it easier for New Yorkers to put food on the table. It's not just that government can help, it's that government must help, and our government will help.
Where is Art Laffer when you really need him? Oh, here he is. Art, you were the author of Reaganomics. You wrote it down on the back of a napkin in 1974. And now Mamdani is mocking you and Reagan. Have at it.
Well, let me just say that Mamdani is the gift that just keeps on giving. Problem after problem after problem. I mean, it's just amazing.
Mr. Laffer
and, you know,
himself.
everything depends upon results.
Is this the guy of Reaganomics that's the Laffer curve guy?
It all does. Reagan's results, we know we had the greatest period of prosperity ever. I can guess what Mamdani's results are going to be. It reminds me of Keir Starmer over in Britain after they won the massive election. They were all elated and yelling and shouting and screaming and breaking their arms, patting themselves on the back like Mamdani. Just wait and watch. When they get crushed by markets and crushed by people leaving, they will be...
This guy, supposed economist, hasn't said nothing about economics so far. It's just like political rhetoric, being like, look at this guy, they're all patting themselves on the back. It's all just like character assassination stuff, ad hominem attack. Like, talk about economics. Why is Mamdani a failure from an economics perspective, bro? Come on.
Crying just like Keir Starmer's crying today. I don't want to leave. It was a blah, blah, blah. It's just an amazing repetition of the same mistakes over and over and over again. If you saw my debate with Emmanuel Saez on the wealth tax in California, now 2-hour debate at Berkeley, which I had with him, and you can get it on YouTube, you'll see my responses in great detail and great precision as to what really is going to happen. It's just terrifying.
His curve is the antithesis of what you were just speaking about. Reagan economics memoir of mystery. Oh my god. It's not Reagan economics. Reagan economics. It's Reaganomics. Oh man. I don't think I'm ever going to live this one down. All right. I'm going to get the fucking AI, our research assistant out for this one. All right. Everybody loves this thing, this concept. And I obviously don't know enough about it. Let's do this. Can you please briefly explain what the Laffer curve is? Dude, the pic of E's room covered in ray gun merch the other day was fire. Yes, it fucking was. Who was that? Was that Wookie who did that as well? That was fucking hilarious. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. It was Wookie. Nailed it. Oh my god. Laffer curve is an economic idea that argues there is a relationship between tax rates and the amount of tax revenue a government collects. Reagan maxing. Fuck. Basically, the claim is zero tax rate. The government collects no tax revenue. At 100% tax rate, the theory says that people would have little incentive to work, invest, report income, so revenue could collapse. Therefore, somewhere in between is a tax rate that maximizes government revenue. The concept is literally illustrated as an upside down U curve. The idea became famous during the presidency of Ronald Reagan and associated with the economist Arthur Laffer. Let's have a look at it, shall we? Can you guys see that? The Laffer curve. Tax revenue, tax rate, normal range, maximum revenue growth, prohibitive range. Okay, so like the more you tax, the bigger the problem. That's the curve. That's what we're talking about here. The Laffer curve. Region of increasing revenue. And then, so what? As you tax people too much, the revenue dips off because people aren't, contributing to the economy because they're being fucked too hard by the tax system. And so you might tax them more, but the revenue is less because they don't do anything anymore. So actually keeping taxes low stimulates economic growth and productivity, meaning you get more revenue. Whoa, 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 whoa. We use all just learning about the Laffer curve? Yes. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sounds plausible, but the amount of potential variables that can affect this are wild. Well, like, it's just so bourgeois economics, isn't it? It's just like, look, I've got one really basic idea that explains everything. It's just like, oh, everything comes down to supply and demand. There are no other factors. Like, that's it. Like, the idea is tax people less, more productivity, more revenue. Tax people too much, less productivity, even though tax high, still less revenue. Like, it's just always in a bubble, this bourgeois economic stuff. Yes, okay, in a perfectly controlled environment, this makes sense. But tell me when the economy is a perfect and controlled environment. Like, come on. Laughing off with your money is the reason the black market smokes are blowing up. LOL. Interesting. Well, like, no, the Laffer curve doesn't explain that, because what you're talking about is there is a black market. So, I don't know if Laffer's experience here would really work with a black market situation. That's illegal. What is happening is they're not getting tax revenue because people are illegally trading in cigarettes. But I guess in this explanation, they do talk about people that are doing illegal things by, or is it the series says people have little incentive to work, invest, or report income, so they might not accurately report their income, which is illegal. It's not illegal. Yeah, it's illegal. But rich people do it all the time. That's not income. Those are investments. LOL, yeah, it's simple concept with zero variables included. Black market exists because of the high taxes. The black market is appealing because the tax on smokes is so much. No, yeah, but like, you shouldn't have a black market. That's the concept here is not based on there being a black market. I'm assuming. Let's ask. Does the Laffer curve concept take into consideration black market or illegal activity? It can include black market and illegal economic activity, at least indirectly. One of the arguments behind the theory is that if taxes become too high, some people may work less, move money overseas, use loopholes, engage in tax avoidance, or shift activity into underground and black market economies. Oh my God, they used this cigarette example just for you, dilemmas. If cigarette taxes become extremely high, smuggling may increase. If income taxes are very high, some cash in hand work may rise. If corporate taxes are high, companies may shift profits to lower tax jurisdictions. The idea is related to what economists call taxable base. Interesting. There it is. Used to be $6. I pay $20 to $30 for a pack of legal smokes, not 60 for a 30 pack, or can buy black market for 15 a pack of 20s. Used to be $6, eh? Would be a lot easier to buy smokes from the supermarkets, but not the price they charge now. They only sell smokes in the 20s now. If smokes, $180 for a carton. Who'd have thunk it? Someone from outside Australia who's listening, do you know how much a packet of cigarettes is in your country right now? Australian cigarettes. I remember telling people in Europe how much it is to buy cigarettes, and they fucking fell off their chair. They were like, do you live in some type of communist dystopia? Yes, I do. Okay, so like the curve suggests that if taxation gets too much, people will do things illegally. It's $15 a pack here. There you go. $1.80 in Bali for 20s. That's crazy, isn't it? 60. It's $60 here, Jag. A pack. $50 to $60, I'd say.
Terrifying. Good word. One more for you, Art. Incoming Fed Chair Kevin Warsh is going to be sworn in this Friday.
No, boo. Talk about fucking Mamdani, please. A Muslim mocks President Reagan. Wake up, people. Damn. Fuck. Do you see the problem with the psyche? It's just like a Muslim mocks President Reagan. Like, why not say like some evil socialist mocks Reagan? I don't know if Reagan was the antithesis of Islam. He was probably the antithesis of evil commies. Very interesting comment there. B&H 65. The bodegas sell Lucy's because most people don't want to buy a pack. That's so good. We call them singles. Really, bro, go buy some singles. Yeah, that happens here as well. Muslim Mogs Reagan. That's fucking hilarious. Mamdani makes my skin crawl and my stomach churn. Please vote him out. Damn, it's definitely not personal, is it? Fuck. Savage. Mamdani actually makes AOC look smart. Let that sink in. Mamdani the commie is not telling New York City workers that he's taxing them for everything, including the cost of parking pass and the length of your corn dog, etc., etc., etc. Fair enough. LOL, best comment for sure. He is literally the Antichrist. I knew it. Get Peter Thiel in here quickly. We found the Antichrist. We found him. Boomers will look you dead in the eye and say life's tough. Meanwhile, they literally fumbled fucking everything. Airlines used to give you a 4-pack and leg room. No way. A 4-pack of smokes. Nixon's not bringing the smokes. I get a 25% discount on off medical now. For the amount I use is pretty good. Sounds like I smoke heaps, but I don't. Prayers for conservative speakers around the globe. Thank you, Republican Party. Stay safe and keep fighting for America against communism. If you can't put food on the table, don't live in New York City. Duh. Yeah, right. That's great. That's right, because they need just a city full of rich people because they're going to make that city work, I'm sure. Wow, that's crazy. Like, come on. Like, you need somebody to pick up the garbage and shine your shoes, governor. Communism doesn't belong in the USA. No, he's not wrong. It definitely doesn't. They don't deserve it. I don't know what I expected from Fox Business, though, let's be honest. All right, we are shifting gears right now. We're going to get to a new topic. Completely new topic. Something that I found interesting. Wanted to touch on. Bring back Pangea, except America. What about Hawaii? Can Hawaii come along to Pangea? Or are we excluding all of the states? All right, this I think is incredibly interesting. I don't know what people's thoughts are on the whole situation that's going on in the Ukraine and between Russia and the Ukraine. But like, we've talked at length about what is happening in Europe at the moment. It's not a coincidence. One of the poorest communities in the country, neighbors, one of the richest. Yes, they can come. Bring on Hawaii. Yeah. There is a lot of talk, obviously, we have seen over the last year and a bit, while Trump's been back for round number 2, the idea of not only NATO expansion, but like, you know, NATO and Europe spending more of their GDP on defense, so-called defense spending. Like the obvious imperial explanation for this is that America as it controls kind of European policy, as it has through NATO traditionally, is like, look, you guys, and they said like the division of labor is Europe now has to look after Europe. Like, we don't want to spend any more money on NATO and supporting your defense. We've spent too much money on it. Europe needs to spend that money now. And like, America's going to back out and concentrate on China. They've said it in their security policies. They've said it. Like, Pete Hegseth went to Europe last year and was like, you guys need to fucking start spending more on your own defense. And like, they're encouraging this because they want Europe to be fed into the meat grinder, if necessary, in the war between the Ukraine in the Ukraine at the moment with Russia. And so like, the headline on this one, I think, speaks for itself. Okay, Jamesh going out, not again. But like, yeah, I think the headline here speaks for itself. Germany prepares for war. Germany's multi-billion euro plan for shelters, hospitals, beds, and emergency vehicles. I think this is scarier than just the idea of someone like Germany preparing for war again. Like, we did this like 100 years ago, pretty much. And like, have we learned nothing, people? But like, the way that they're preparing for war in this article, it would seem, this piece of content, is that they are preparing for war via getting the homeland ready. Shelters, hospital beds, emergency vehicles. Like, this is, if not preparing for the war to be fought on German soil, it's definitely preparing for a war where Germany needs to look after the armies of Europe, or its own armies, the armies of NATO, as they get pulled into an all-out war with Russia, I'm assuming, right? And like, they're going to be a place where, you know, people can remove themselves from the front lines for respite. So like, this is some crazy shit. Like, if you think about it, like, for so long, the Western world has enjoyed this, like, you know, unprecedented peacetime under the auspices of American imperialism. They've kept the world safe, the Western world, that is. So it could be, you know, just a playground for the transnational capitalist classes. They can do business with like ease and security and everything's stable. But like, this is a direct indication that the world is no longer as stable and open for business as possible, as it once was thought possible. And we're moving towards a world where war is just going to be back on the menu, boys, for the West generally and Europe specifically. And if anything, the economy is going to be solved by what they, like, people call military Keynesianism. So like, you know, the economy sucks. Like, Germany is under the pump in terms of like its economic prowess. Like, as car manufacturing now moves towards a new phase of like EVs and them being surveillance vehicles, Germany has just fallen behind, and like, most of its wealth in production may be sacrificed because they just don't make the products that are needed in the 21st century anymore. They had a great run in the 20th century. They produced some great fucking cars, stabilized their economy. But like, now they don't really have that mantle anymore, and China is like leading the world in that type of stuff. And so what are they going to do with their industry? Like, let's just prepare for fucking war then, shall we? And pump heaps of money into producing things for the inevitable war that's coming to the European continent, apparently. And so they're preparing for war. And yeah, the military Keynesianism is the idea that government spending, like, pumped into the military industrial complex of your nation, is going to save your economy somehow. So like, this is pretty bleak shit that we are talking about here. Some very, very bleak stuff, can I just say. But like, whatever. Let's see what this piece is about, I guess. Ukraine war. You mean part of the Great Replacement Plan to have white Slavic men to kill each other? Of course, I knew it. Yeah, it's approved treatment for my conditions, but also 10G lasts me over a month. Well, that's what you get, USA, when you don't fulfill your obligations. Shouldn't have been such pussies about jumping into Ukraine. Oh my god, it's so insane. I smoke way more than that, lol. I am no longer a slave to capital for the day. Short day for hump day, baby. All right. Lucky you. BMW have an EV, I think. Yeah, but I just don't think it's viable on the world stage anymore. Like long run kind of stuff. I see Labour want EV production to come to Australia. So it's like 20, 25 years from now, we should have some real socialism. Why? In reference to what? BMW was originally... Well, because of military Keynesianism. BMW was originally a propeller manufacturer for planes. Yeah, so let's see what they have to say. But like, this does not bode well, I would say, for, you know, global stability. The Germans are back into pumping billions of dollars and preparing for war. Like, why would you prepare for war? Like, you know, if you look at just this objectively, why would you prepare for war? Shea thought that the Third World War would bring about the worldwide socialist revolution. Interesting. Okay. I like how you put a 20 to 25 year time limit on it. I wonder if World War III will be fought over a scale or a period similar to other world wars. Or if it's like more protracted potentially. Their emblem is a propeller. Interesting. All right, anyway, let's see what... And this is a German broadcasting service as well, talking about Germany preparing for war. Let's have a listen, I guess.
Germany is preparing for the unthinkable. Interior Minister Alexander Dobrindt has unveiled a multi-billion euro push for shelters, hospital beds, and new emergency vehicles. Since Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine, Berlin has spent around 300 billion euros on its military, but critics warn the country is still not ready for war at home.
Wounded NATO soldiers arriving in Germany. These troops have been evacuated from the battlefield following an attack by Russian forces. This drill, held in March, was just...
They're drilling for this shit. A NATO attack, a NATO fight with Russia. They are preparing for this stuff big time. Like, I'm telling you, the mood in Europe is so different. Like, these people are like, really, okay, the war it's coming for Europe. It doesn't have to be like this. It didn't have to be this way, man.
An exercise. The aim to ensure the military, aid organisations and civilian hospitals work in harmony in the event of war.
Crazy, on the edge. It is fucking crazy.
It's important that we actually bring all entities on board. The joint drill with the emergency services, for example, is something we wanted to practice here, and it works really well. Now, the Interior Minister wants to take further steps to upgrade Germany's civil defence. Alexander Dobrindt's plans include a new civil defence command to coordinate planning, 110,000 additional field beds by 2029, civil defence training in schools, and an improved warning app to direct the public to shelters and relief centres. Civil protection must, of course, be expanded given the situation we currently face. Hybrid threats, including from Russia, are growing, and accordingly something must be done here, and that's exactly what is now being addressed. For decades, Germany's civil protection has focused on disasters, fires, floods, storms and power outages. In 2008, many bunkers were decommissioned. This one in the centre of Berlin now houses a private art collection. Amid warnings Russia could attack a NATO country by 2029, officials are reviewing bunker capacity.
Isn't that crazy? They put like a date on it. They're like, oh, by 2029, we'll be in war with Russia. It's like how people keep saying that, like, there's going to be a fight for Taiwan in 2027. I wonder what predictions they're using to make this. What type of modeling people are using in, I don't know, NATO or in the American deep state to say like, hey, you guys need to be ready by 2029. This is when we ramp up the need to kick in the military industrial complex, if you know what I mean. This is when we've put a date on when you need to be ready to go. so we can start feeding working people into the goddamn meat grinder. This is all for show. We are asking too many questions, being too friendly. Who controls the media? What an art gallery. I know, right? In a bunker. Goddamn. Constant war agreement. Look, keep your eyes. Just remember that. Remember this day. They've put a date on 2029. Imagine if like there's actually an advance in the conflict around 2029 and NATO starts to get involved. Crazy.
Cannot talk about and invest in defence capability, reviewing bunker capacity. We cannot talk about and invest in defence capabilities while failing to adequately promote civil protection, and that is precisely the point. For that reason, I very much welcome this step. Opposition parties welcome the ambitions, but say that buying beds and a new app will be of limited help to the public at large.
Yeah, chuck it in the calendar, 2029. NATO gets involved with Russia. Like, America has been even like decoupling from Germany. Like, we heard like what, last week or a couple of weeks ago, America is moving troops out of Germany. Like, they've had thousands of troops stationed in Germany for so long. Like, it's their center of operations. In terms of their, like, the Central Intelligence Agency, American military bases, the largest in Europe, like, it's all situated in Germany, and they're starting to move people out. And as they're moving people out slowly over a long period of time, and it's like all on that pretext. Remember this, like, Chancellor Merz had said something which offended Trump. And then so Trump was just like, oh, I'm taking the troops out kind of thing. And everyone's like, oh, Trump's at it again. It's just like, no, they're planning this shit anyway. They're doing it. And so, like, America is slowly taking troops out of a potential conflict zone in the next, like, I don't know, few years. And, like, now Germany's ramping up the talk about preparing for war. So, like, this is exactly what the American kind of deep state and the American, like, the Trump administration was talking about. This is exactly what Pete Hegseth was talking about a year ago. He was like, we are not spending money on NATO anymore. Americans are not going to be responsible for NATO. You guys take over, and we're going to go concentrate on something else. And so, like, you guys could get ready for war, please. We're not here anymore. And, like, it makes sense in a way. Like, the Americans wouldn't want to be pulled into a European conflict. They haven't wanted to get involved in Ukraine because it's unpopular. But, like, they're more than happy to feed Ukrainians, Germans, like, whoever else, into the meat grinder to slow Russia down. And this is what we're seeing right now. These goofy, arbitrary numbers going to be hard to govern your European arm of the American military without NATO. They'll let it play out and jump in last second and take all the credit, just like World War II. I'm back, baby. What did I miss? I don't know. Like, we went on a roller coaster with Mamdani this morning and learned about, like, not so socialism, evil socialism. And we were checking out the San Diego thing that happened with the mosque, which was, you know, obviously very sad, very telling on how we classify things. And now we're looking at basically Germany stepping back into its militarization. What did we learn about all the mini Mamdanis all around the US? Yes, that's what Speaker Mike Johnson said, right? That was his comment. Well, we've learned that the communist revolution is happening, and it's happening at the city grocery store level for IS. Who would have ever thought that it was city grocery stores that brought on the socialist revolution? I just don't think Marx or Lenin would have predicted that. How would they have to have known? How? Paper Tiger USA. I traded Pauline. Oh yeah, to Jag for Mamdani. Yeah, Jag doesn't want Mamdani anymore, but he'll take Pauline. So we got a good trade there. Yeah, Pop and Polly's like their Pokemon cards. I like the alliteration in that. Interesting to see if there was political motivation with the mosque shooting. It just seems to be a hate crime. so far right. No ideology to push found yet. No, like the only thing that we saw was they showed like picture evidence. He had a black sun, so Nazi symbology on his vest. His gun had scribbling about race war, and then there was an SS label on some of the equipment that this guy had, or these guys had. So like far right, I don't know, it would seem that this guy is very down with Nazi culture. Wookie, I mean, there is a slight difference between a father and son who trained overseas and two young kids stealing their parents' guns. Yes. I'd cave if Mamdani and his wife saw me from across a bar and thought I looked like fun. Oh my god. Yes, I think I know what you mean. Every picture starts with a single pen stroke. See my vest, made of real gorilla's chest. Is that what I think it is for us? You love your references, don't you? Eh? Wish I could get done for copyright on this as well.
Are you sure you want to go through with this, sir? You do have a very full wardrobe as it is.
Yes, but not completely full. For you see, some men hunt for sport, others hunt for food. The only thing I'm hunting for is an outfit that looks good. See my vest, made from real gorilla chest. Feel this sweater, there's no better than authentic Irish setter. See this hat, 'twas my cat, my evening wear, vampire bat. These white slippers are albino, African endangered rhino, grizzly bear underwear, turtles' necks, I've got my share. Beret of poodle on my noodle HL wrist. Try my red robin suit, it comes one breast or two. See my vest, see my vest, see my vest. Like my loafers, former gophers. It was that, or skin my chauffeurs, but a greyhound fur tuxedo would be best. So let's prepare these dogs.
You two for matching dog.
Oh yeah, this video is claimed for sure. Thank you, Wookie, you legend.
See my vest, see my vest. Oh please, won't you see my vest? I really like the vest.
I gathered you.
He's gonna make a tuxedo out of our puppies. Na 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 na. Right.
Very good. Thank you, Farias. Nice little interlude there from the impending doom of Germany entering into war games again, apparently. I guess the delineating factor might be if it was for a reason. Like, they might be Nazis, but was it political? Did they do shooting to stop immigration or something? We don't know yet. Yeah, that's a fair point. Like, are they just kids who are brainwashed by Nazi propaganda or neo-Nazi culture or something like that? And are like, I know what will get me points. I'll do this. Or were they actually, pulling out? Was it actually like politically motivated kind of thing? I know what you mean. Especially because they're so young. Like, you wouldn't know, would you? Like, they can't even vote yet, right? Like, in America, it's like 21 to vote. Not me singing along the whole time. Flashbacks to 6 p.m. on weeknights. Yeah, just hateful kids. Or was it 4 something? Fascinating, especially given that they tapped out afterwards. Yeah. 18 to vote. Okay. Oh, it's 21 to drink, isn't it? 18. So you can vote, but you can't drink. That's right. That's why I remember that, actually. Wait a minute. I can vote. I can die for my country, but I can't even have a drink? What the fuck? That's outrageous. Yeah, one was 17.
Chief political correspondent Nina Haase told me why Germany is announcing this kind of civil defense push right now.
Well, Terry, this is very much part of Europe's broader security shift since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, so 4 years ago. And the German government says that it wants to prepare for war or other crises, and they want to respond to what they call hybrid threats. So not just military conflict, also cyber attacks, blackouts or large-scale disasters. And at the same time, officials do acknowledge that Germany has run down parts of its civil protection system for decades. So this is also about catching up. Just here, for example, in the German capital, we don't have any functioning sirens that would ring the alarm so that everybody would hear it. So in short, it's both a geopolitical response and an attempt to fix long-standing domestic gaps.
So what exactly is being planned then, Nina, and how big is it?
Well, the scale is significant, and according to the draft plans that we saw, the government is looking at around 10 billion euros by 2029 to strengthen civil protection. And that does include, as we saw in the report, about 1,000 specialized vehicles, roughly 110,000 field beds, and investment in equipment, infrastructure and personnel. And what's also important, that's always, it doesn't come across as quite so fascinating, but there are also structural reforms. And in this country, this is highly significant. So they are setting up a new central command for civil defense and expanded medical response units, better coordination with the military. All of that is
like, I know all this stuff is necessary, obviously, if you're going to be potentially considering or staring down the face of war. But isn't it interesting how they start with this? Like, this is what they're focusing on first, like how they treat the wounded and how they respond to a medical emergency, or the medical response to warfare, and like emergency logistics of warfare. Like, Germany is going to be the place where, when the war front increases and moves across into Western Europe, Germany is going to be the place that they launch all their operations from, and takes the wounded, processes all these things for the war front. Like, that's where they're starting. Germany's multi-billion-dollar plan. It's very interesting strategically. Clarice, I used to be in the dissident right. The whole alt-right culture is very dangerous and preys on young men. Some circles uphold those that commit these acts are saints, right? Just like very interesting, isn't it? Like in the, like with all the martyr culture in the Middle East, right? The saints versus the martyrs. I walked past a coffee shop, but I didn't want to waste my money on a coffee. But then I stepped on a $5 note and got one. Capitalism is working, fellas. Fuck yeah. Good on ya. Thank you. Got my coffee. And you gave a fucking $2 super chat. You fucking legend. This is what the pamphlet we were looking at from the Netherlands was talking about. Yeah, holy shit. Why did we come across that pamphlet? What were we researching when we found that? Yeah, and they're talking about getting your country ready for war. Why were we looking at that? Oh no, a country wants to be sovereign. We can't have that. What if the whites unite and turn all nationalistic? Can't save that. I told you about it. Ah. Yeah, right. I think someone shared it. Okay. The sirens, very telling. Wee woo, I'm a siren, boys. Listen to a German scooter dive bombers soundtrack. That's scary. Yeah, I was a child on 4chan. I've seen it all. It's the reunification of USSR East Germany, including all of Berlin. History, it was me. Weird how No. I escaped West Berlin. Just East. No, one maybe. I escaped West Berlin, just East Berlin. I hope I got my directions right. LOL.
Terribly complicated in this federal system that we've got, where the 16 German regions have a lot of authority over those issues when it comes to protecting civilians. So it's not just stockpiling gear, it's an attempt to rebuild the system.
Would you describe
They're rebuilding the system. It's happening, man. It's happening. All right, what's this one? Ramesh, I think you put this up here. I want to quickly divert. It's about Germans and military stuff. What's this? No McDonald on Germany in the Second World War. Oh, that's okay.
There is one country that worries me, though. Not Iraq, not Iran, not North Korea. The only country that really worries me is the country of Germany. I don't know if you guys are history buffs or not, but...
Hey.
In the early
Americans making jokes about Germans. My God. Hey. Anyone? Hey. He said Germany. Get it? Hilarious. They did Nazi things.
Part of the previous century, Germany decided to go to war. And who did they go to war with? The world. That had never been tried before. And so you figure that would take about 5 seconds for the world to win, but no, it was actually close. Then about 30 years pass, and Germany decides again to go to war, and again it chooses as its enemy the world. And this time they have that guy, Schrankly, Crankly, that guy, and I'm not even going to dignify him by saying his name, but I think you know what I'm talking about. But you'd think at that point the world will go, listen, Germany, here's the deal. You don't get to be a country no more on account of you keep attacking the world. I mean, what do you think, you're Mars or something?
You think you're from Mars? That's why, because that segues great into, hey, Germany's multi-billion-dollar euro plan for shelters, hospital beds, and emergency vehicles. What are they planning? Hey, what are they up to? They're just listening to what they're told by Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth.
Nina, as Germany quietly preparing for a potential war scenario?
Maybe.
Unlike other countries, just take Sweden, for example, where they've got a leaflet that they hand out to their population to prepare for disaster scenarios. They say the times are getting more dangerous, so please, Swedish population,
what do you think?
be prepared.
You're Mars or something? What do you keep attacking the world? That was pretty good. I was wondering where he was going with that.
Don't panic, but just know what you would have to do. This is something that we're not quite seeing yet. Here, it's still framed very broadly, covering everything from natural disasters to terrorist attacks and infrastructure failures, but the security backdrop is of course clear, and policymakers and regional ministers have warned that Europe faces a more dangerous environment, including the possibility of military escalation, and the emphasis on
Mars is the planet of war. That's a fair point, actually. I didn't even think about that.
on linking civil and military structures does show that this is also about resilience in a worst-case scenario. So while not explicitly about Russia, it is very much shaped by that reality.
Germany has struggled with crisis management in the past. Can it actually deliver on these plans, Nina?
That is the key question, and experts do broadly agree that the investment is overdue. In fact, Minister Pistorius, so the defense minister himself, before taking on this...
They all agree that the investment is overdue? It's time to gear up to war. Have we walked into an alternate universe or something? Everyone's agreeing All the experts are saying that Germany should have done this a long time ago. Germany should have been on this and spending more on gearing up for war. Like, have we walked into an alternate universe? Hello? Hello? Why should anyone be gearing up for war? I thought everyone's supposed to love peace. And now it's just a no-brainer that Germany should have been allowed to do whatever the fuck they wanted in terms of military spending. Like, why did we not let them off the leash sooner? Like, come on. So much for fucking world peace, man. Everyone needs to gear up for war. It's a no-brainer. It's a goddamn no-brainer, seriously. They should have been gearing up for war since 1945. Wait, I think that's a little bit too far back. Oh, man.
Position. He was interior minister in one of those German states, and he said that 4 years ago, as interior minister, he already said that 10 billion euros do need to be invested in infrastructure, in civilian protection. So it's long overdue, but they do warn that structural problems remain, especially the coordination between federal, state, and local levels.
What a boon for the fucking military industrial complex has it been the fact that there is a war on the European continent. Hey, who would have thought? What a boon for the military industrial complex. America will be raking it in thanks to this conflict. And now everyone's normalized this idea. Everyone's just like, hey, wasn't it obvious? Germany should have been spending billions and billions of euros on this before. Like, come on. It's like it's like history has just ceased to exist. We're just rewriting the story in real time, in front of our eyes here. It's happening. They're just rewriting history. They're like, you know what? Actually, why did like Europe not spend more money on military? Like, was this place supposed to be peaceful or something? Like, this is crazy. Bring on that military spending. Fuck yeah. War is profitable. I had the what timeline are we in moment last night when I saw Liberals and One Nation stopped SA Labour from fracking for gas. Whoa. Dilemma's time travel to 1930s Germany and outlaw cocaine. I don't have to. I just got to wait until 2039. LOL. Apparently, 2029 for the all-out conflict in Europe, and then 2039. What was the thing that we saw yesterday? 2039. Someone put it in the stream chat, right? What was the? Was it you, Dilemmas, that put it? What was the thing? Yeah, here's the one. Germany plans to build Europe's strongest military force by 2039. Odd date to pick, but okay. Yeah, interesting. Oh, St. Cheese in the house. Hang on. Ravy, LOL, the US planted their bases everywhere and said, we'll protect you. Yeah, and now they're like, LOL, joke. Just joking. World's a little bit more complex than it used to be. We're out. This kind of shit is low level, like the National Guard controlled by state governors and most deployed for natural disasters. Yeah, it starts low level. That's what they're working on first, apparently. They're just doing the logistics of an all-out European conflict. And then they'll have the strongest military by 2039. Although with a BMI of 17.5, having a fatty disease is stupid. Captain Bucket's in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's going on? Hope you're ready for fucking World War III. Oh, no, not World War III. Just all-out European conflict. That's what we're learning about at the moment. Being a bit chunky is just means long-term in the field rations. It's just the Silicon Valley subscription model. Give Europe a little taste of defense and then crank up the prices. Yes. It's a great model. Mum, history is rhyming again. Can you pick me up?
All of this, of course, costs a lot of money. How will Germany...
Yeah, sorry. The war's coming 2029, apparently. But like 2039 is when Germany's going to have the biggest military in Europe. So like the war might come, but they'll ramp things up over a 10-year period and be dominant. American government helps during natural disasters. Is that a thing? American government helps during natural disasters? Is that a thing? Can I get a solid week without food? I'll be fucked with... I can go a solid week without food. I'll be fucked without water. Damn, YouTube censored Epstein. 2029 is the China threat. Getting censored. So after the war ends, if it ends, like the US, huh? I think Poland will be the military of Europe. They have prepared well, actually. They've been preparing, apparently, it would seem. Your trusty mod approved it.
Pay for all this, Nina.
The current plan is a federal program that would run over several years, but the details are not fully settled. I believe that we're going to see a couple of more details this Wednesday when the cabinet meets, but there's already debate about budget constraints and about how the costs will be shared with the federal states, which are responsible for much of the disaster response. So very much the central government in Berlin saying we do need to do more, and then the region saying, okay, are you going to give us some money? That is going to be a tricky question. So
yeah, censored comment. It's not World War III. It's Cold War II. Epstein Boogaloo.
In, according to some estimates, some people are saying that the true long-term costs could be significantly higher and potentially well beyond this initial package.
Okay, this is really just a plan.
Isn't it lovely? Like we've just heard about, what was it, evil socialist Mamdani. How is he going to afford to open up 5 city grocery stores? How is he gonna fucking afford to pay for that? How, damn it, I demand to know. And like you have Germany over here who's ramping up military spending in the order of tens of billions of euros, and they're just like, how are you gonna afford to pay for that? It's like, they've got a plan, don't worry about it. When it comes to military spending, everyone's like, fucking don't worry about it. Hey, we'll figure it out. It's almost like money is a complete figment of everyone's imagination and can just be made out of thin air. Don't worry about it. But like, hey, 5 city-run grocery stores? No, that's fucking outrageous. That is. How are you going to afford? I demand to know how you will pay for my fucking groceries. I demand to know.
At this point, it still has to get approval. What difference will all this make, assuming it does get approved? What difference will it make for ordinary people here in Germany?
Well, it will mean a faster emergency response, more available shelter capacity, better public warning systems in a crisis, but this is a long-term effort. So the benefits won't be immediate, and the broader goal is to make society more resilient so that in a major emergency, few people are left without help, information, protection, so that people actually know what to do, because very few people do in Germany, astonishingly. So in a way, this is also a contribution to changing Germany's mindset.
So when could these proposals...
Psychological reset here. We just need to get everyone okay with becoming a military Keynesian economy. We can do this. We can definitely do this.
Get approved. What sort of hurdles still have to be cleared in order for this to become law?
Well, the Cabinet is probably going to present these plans this Wednesday, and depending on whether or not this requires certain laws to be changed, some of it will have to go through Bundestag, and other things can essentially be negotiated between the federal state and the regions. But as I said, even interior ministers from the regions a couple of years ago said that if there is money there to invest in military infrastructure and to buy new weapons, then there should be money there as well to help keep the population safe.
Nina, thank you very much. Our chief political correspondent, Nina Hazen.
War's coming. They're prepping for war. What's this? John de Janjuk, born Ivan, was a Tronicki and Nazi camp guard at Sobibor extermination camp. Became the center of global media attention in the 80s when he was tried and convicted in Israel after being identified as Ivan the Terrible. Interesting. All right. We are going to have a quick break. Don't go anywhere. I haven't said this today. Holy shit. If you are on YouTube right now and you haven't hit the like button, activated the like button, I'm very disappointed in you. So activate the like button away, please. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, follow for more. Don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly. Activate that like button.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why, No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why.
Alright, we're back. We are back. People getting acquainted with the new waiting screen music. Is this 4AS art? You know where this came from? This is actually like Adobe stock stuff. That's where all I can picture every time the backsoon vid music plays is this. Rick and Morty X from The Jaws. Oh Mama, Adult Swim. So much better for the Be Right Back. Yeah. Just giving chat my medical history. Okay. That's what's happening. Fair enough. All right. So, we are changing it. It's kind of related, I guess. This came up on my feed and I wanted to have a watch with y'all. I don't know if you are across Slavoj Zizek. Very popular left-wing philosopher / just crazy personality, eccentric, iconoclast, Zizek. Yeah, people seem to like him. Like he's eccentric. He's got like a tick or two or three. And so he's fascinating to watch on the fly because of how he carries himself and stuff. But it's Pierce. I wonder how he'll mess this interview up. He always does. One of the Lotus Eaters boys used the same background E. Is secretly based. What do you mean secretly? Come on. Sentiments with Pierce. Pierce is just a fucking nong. He's just such a moron. It's just frustrating watching him when he thinks he's onto something. But this one's a very particular topic that I think we can all have together and share. Like, it's the evil F word that everyone's really scared of. It's the fashy word. So, like, my opinions on the word fascism is that I think it's used too much in discourse today, only in the sense that it undermines the severity of fascism because people use it incorrectly. Like, social justice warriors throw it around as an insult as opposed to paying merit to someone who's truly a fucking fascist. But, like, at the same time, what I've come to appreciate is it really gets under the skin of particular people, because they obviously understand that their ideology, their worldview, their philosophy is pretty fashy. And so, like, it gets under their skin seeing how close their view of the world is to how a fascist would view the world. And, like, that's the point, right? It's to make people uncomfortable. So at the same time, I think people use it too liberally. I actually do like how it makes people uncomfortable, because it's like, well, if the shoe fits, mate, you've got a fucking problem. If you don't like being called a fascist and you think there's a problem with that, then you got to fucking reassess your worldview if it aligns too much with fascist tendencies for you to be okay with. So this is supposed to be, apparently, a debate on, or a line of questioning anyway, about why Zizek over here, Zizek, believes that Trump is a fascist, because that gets thrown around a lot. And, like, I think Trump definitely has fascistic tendencies and is moving towards fascism. People have asked me outright on this stream before, so just to clarify, and I will restate my position on this. Do I think Trump is a fascist? Like, no. I don't think he's, like, producing Nazi-style fascism, but that doesn't mean that, like, he isn't a fascist. But, like, is he Hitler? No, he's not Hitler. Is he Mussolini? No, he's not Mussolini. So it depends what you mean when you ask the question. Is he fascistic? Like, is some of the stuff that he's doing directly comparable to, like, what happened in Nazi Germany or Mussolini's Italy or something like that? Is it comparable? Fucking oath it's comparable. Like, my God, you'd have to be blind to not see the comparisons. But, like, is he, Hitler reincarnate? No. But, like, is this fucking not the 1930s? No. This is the 21st century and horses for courses. So, let's see how Zizek unpacks this one with Piers Morgan. I've seen, like, just a snippet to try and understand what the general conversation, the vibe is. But, like, I don't have high hopes for him, who, like, if you've seen him speak before, Zizek, like, it takes him a while to get to the fucking point. Like, it's interesting, but my God, can it be painful watching him get to a point, because he gets distracted all the time. And then you've got, like, the biggest distraction ever, fucking Piers Morgan. So, like, this is just going to be a shit fest of somebody who gets off track being led and interviewed by someone who deliberately makes a living out of putting people off track. So this will be interesting to see, but nonetheless an important conversation. Is Trump a fascist? I'm sure people will have some strong opinions on this one. Very strong opinions on this one. Oh fuck, I've missed a lot here with my little monologue there. Acting a fool. Oh, Pierce, it's a wonder he'll mess up this interview. He always does. Zizek low-key acts like an alien attempting to be human. It's funny though. Pierce equals wanker. Fair enough. Yeah, I take the... Oh, wait. Wrong conversation. Sarsaparilla Jane's in the house. How you going? That's because there's so much fascism happening, eh? But think of the curry. Piers Morgan. Morgan's still pining after Megan. Haha, dilemmas. He does love that neighbor's curry. It diminishes the meaning of the word, though, when people throw it around loosely. Yes, I agree. Anyone who doesn't agree with liberal politics is immediately labeled a fascist. Yeah, that sucks. But again, like I said, at the same time, though, like when people get uncomfortable when they get called a fascist, you have to look at it in terms of self-reflection. Are you upset because someone used the word incorrectly, or are you just realizing how close your worldview can be to a fascist outlook? F word we all hate, immediately thought France. That's hilarious. It's more that I see fascists calling people fascists with no irony. Fair enough. Diamonds, I know the struggle. Oh, wait. Again, wrong one. Sorry. He stands on a hypocritical soapbox. Yes. Agreed. Different levels, different intentions. I can't be fascist. I'm on team good guys. Meh. If the shoe fits. Yeah, I know. Good stuff, Ravi. Hang on. Sure, all the squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. Ooh, I've not come across that one before. I'm going to steal that. You know how Americans love to change the definition of words and overuse them? It's annoying. I think fascism has just evolved. It's no longer swastikas and skull measurements. It's hyper-aggressive defense of the existing NATO power structure, which is an imperialist structure. Interesting. If people are offended by it, then it's probably think about why they're offended. Yeah, you're picking up what I'm putting down here, Sarsaparilla Jane. I think we're on the same page with this one. Fascist is thrown around like Nazi. But you could level the same argument with leftists and communism, but I don't like it. But it is just because it's close to their ideology. I don't know. It feels like a leap. Again, no, like I don't think it's the same because, you know, you can throw, you're a communist. Like, I don't think that actually offends people in the way, like right-wing people might be offended by being called a commie or something, but I don't think left-wing people are actually offended by that. But like, I find that right-wing people are offended because they don't want to be associated with fascism. I'm sure there are people that do. Yeah, call me a commie. I won't be offended. Yeah, I don't think it's the same thing at all. And that's why it's kind of funny. Like, if you see people throwing around fascists and people get offended, you're like, well, like, why are you offended by that? Like, if it was really just a nothing comment, you'd just brush it off. You really would. Just let it go. But like, there's something about it that gets under your skin. Yeah, I mean, there's right-wing guys who are proud fascists too. Yeah, fair enough. That's for sure. To play devil's advocate, since trans people don't like being called predators, should we take into account they are offended? Seems to go both ways. I don't know. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't know many left-wing people that are actually left-wing anyway. Like, not radical centrists or something that actually care about being called a commie. Like, it's not an insult, as much as people seem to think it is an insult. But like, fascism is like, it's a very different phenomenon. Or being called a fascist, I find, is a very different phenomenon. It might go both ways, but like, very rare on the right side, it would seem. Doesn't bother me when I get called a fascist because I know they're wrong. Fair enough. I know a very particular occurrence on Far Right Fridays that does actually disprove that statement, but like, whatever helps you sleep at night, man. Call me a communist all day, but call me a Democrat and we'll have problems. If someone acts like a fascist, I'm going to call it out, but I don't like to lead with curiosity more than judgment. I always hope someone doesn't understand the gravity of their speech, you know. Interesting. I just don't know if I'd chalk offense on either side up to just not wanting to be associated with the title. But yeah, I can see how fascist carries more negative connotations. It seems in general, yeah. All right. Shall we have a listen to this? There is another important point that I would like to say. Like, I bring up this idea of objective fascism a lot, and I think that's important as well. Like, I think there is variations into what fascism could be. Like Nazism was different to what Mussolini was doing, and what Franco was doing, for example, and like what kind of fascist dictators were doing in, you know, like in Latin America, for example. And so like I think, without getting too complicated, fascism can sit on a spectrum. And so like it's a broad form of terminology, but I think the spectrum is the structure that sits on top of something. And the basis for fascism, I find, is it is in the setting of capitalism. Fascism came from a capitalist setting, and like it doesn't seek to change capitalism itself, as in the economic mode of capitalism. This is a distinct variation between like what fascism is and can be described as, and what communism can be described as. Like fascism doesn't want to change capitalism at all. It's happy with capitalism. I think what it seeks to do is break down the politics of capitalism, because capitalism is generally associated with liberalism, like liberal vibes, the free market, etc., etc. And like fascism kind of, it breaks down any aspirations for liberalism and ties the capitalist class to the state, the fascist state, and they're in together, all for one, like kind of thing. Capitalists and the state come together. And that's what I find fascism is about. Whereas like communism, you might argue it's very state heavy, potentially, if you talk about like nationalization. But like that nationalization is not because it's coupling itself with the capitalist class. It should be some type of coming together of the state for use by the working class or representatives of the working class, some type of vanguard or something like that. And so like they do differ at an economic level. And I think that is something important to keep in mind, because the politics of it are like the show, the pageantry, sit above the economics of the society. And I think fascist regimes have always existed in a way where the capitalist classes come together and merge with the state, and they support each other's interests. That's the important thing, I think, to remember. Fascism is capitalism in crisis. Interesting. Iqiril is back. Hello. Welcome back. Hope you're well. Hope you are well. You need a whiteboard marker to abuse like Jiang, and like you can listen to me go every time I like make some type of fucking interesting comment. Yeah, without an authoritarian top-down system, that 50% isn't fascism. You're right. That's the line that needs to be crossed for my definition too. Leave the whiteboard alone. Yes, ASMR. Okay. Okay, you cross that? No, what does he say? You follow that or whatever he says all the time? Do you understand what I'm saying? I always find it funny when capitalists get called fascists. You explained it well. I do find it entertaining. Like, I understand it now. Before I was kind of like, just don't throw fascism around loosely. It's going to upset the balance. But like now it's kind of like, actually, this does just piss people off that have a fucking problem, you know. They can't control themselves. Rogue, okay. How you going? Sir, step away from the marker. All right, shall we? I'll shut the fuck up. Let's just listen to what they have to say. But I am interrupting. I reserve the right.
Having all sorts of different... Once you start having all sorts of different versions of fascism, it's very easy to then call pretty much everyone a fascist that you don't like.
Trump likes to attack the left as multiculturalist, confused, historicist, self-contradictory. Sorry, but if there ever was a historicist relativist, it's Trump.
I had the opportunity to speak to what people consider to be the most dangerous philosopher in the West or to the West, and I believe they
I need a few cigarettes for this video. Strap yourself in. Oh, yeah.
that because you identify as a communist.
I am saying
Oh, do
that
you have subtitles? Yeah, sorry. Give me a second.
Stalinism in all its horror is still part of the European Enlightenment.
It's impossible to avoid the subject of fascism in the age of Donald Trump. Some people wield it simply as an insult to the American president. Others invest a lot of time and energy in explaining how it's a fair and legitimate label. Many of his supporters use it as an example of incendiary rhetoric gone too far, all of which begs the question, is Donald Trump a fascist? Well, revered philosopher and psychoanalyst Slavoj Zizek, author of the new book Liberal Fascisms, has some thoughts. And a bit later in the show, we'll both be joined by Warren Smith, the internet's premier critical thinker, who has some different thoughts. Well, joining us right away is Slavoj. Welcome back to Uncensored. Great to see you here in the studio.
Great to see you, the first time face to face.
I want to start, Slavoj, with a quote from your new book.
Yeah.
Perhaps the best characterization of Trump is that he's liberal, namely a fascist.
Anthony Albanese. Elbow-neasy. Is that you with that lisp? No. This is Zizek. He's quite the character too. I'm going to need a freeze frame on that bookshelf, please. Yeah, when we get back to that douchebag, whatever his name is, the critical thinker or something. Yeah. When we get back to him, freeze frame that bookshelf, please.
Liberal. He's the ultimate proof that liberalism and fascism work together, that they are the two sides of the same coin. Now, I have always resisted the charges that he's a fascist or a Nazi or any of these labels, because I think it's quite dangerous to position people like that unless there's clear, coherent evidence and argument to the contrary. What makes you so convinced that he is a fascist?
So my bar for determining if he is a fascist is when they start putting fascist slogans on the White House press podiums. At that point, I was like, right, what are we doing here? LOL. But that's just my opinion. All right, let's see what he has to say, shall we? I've seen a few of that guy's vids. Why is he always so late to the party? I swear he only covers 2-month-old issues. Popular, though.
So convinced that he is a fascist?
First, I don't think he is the one fascist. We should never forget, I repeat this as a maniac all the time, that Trump is for me the reaction of the decay of the weakness of this American relative liberal democratic welfare state. So for me, you don't begin by focusing on Trump. You should begin by self-critique of the liberal establishment. Second thing, fascist, now I will say something shocking, I must apologize.
As a maniac, I love this guy already.
In advance, I think the world is moving, that's why in the title of my book it's plural, S. The world is moving towards different fascisms. And I even talk about soft fascism. My thesis is that, for example, China is now a soft fascist country.
So what is fascism to you?
I will tell you exactly, in a very simplified way. Fascism is, for me, it's an old Marxist definition here, I agree with it. Fascism is, for me, a conservative modernization. You want to reap all the benefits of fast industrialization and so on, but you are aware that if you leave this process without any state control, you end up in decay, too much individualism and so on. So the idea is, yes, liberal capitalism, but with a strong, not only state control, but also ideological control, usually grounded in some nationalist, ethnic, more even than religious, conservative, traditional ideology. My example, and I respect them, China.
So, like, his definition of fascism, if you'd like me to help interpret, because people are struggling if they haven't come across this guy before, it takes a while for you to get used to his style of presentation. I'm just going to say, kids, this is what Marxism does to you. Don't consume too much. All right. His definition is, in a society which is needing to or potentially industrialized rapidly in order to cope with the change of industrial society, which is a shock to the human system, right? As a collective beast. As you industrialize, and that's based on a form of liberalism. Okay, so liberalism and industrial capitalism goes hand in hand. It's the free market ideology that gave birth to the industrialization of the world in the first place. That's the wonder of capitalism. The liberalism that comes with rapid industrialization focuses on the individual and can over accentuate the importance of the individual. And then you get like, you fall into a debaucherous chaos full of, trans-Tifa types that are going to take over the world, gays getting married, all of this crazy, crazy shit. And so like fascism, as he's describing, is in response to the extreme liberalism that might come with hyper-industrialization, is like a conservative face or response to the organizing of society, and a reduction of the concentration on the individual through collective. But like when collectivism goes conservative, you've got like hardcore nationalism and like hardcore religious collectivism, right? Like that kind of theory about like when fascism comes to America, it's going to be kind of wearing the American flag and carrying the cross. Like it'll be Christian fundamentalism that turns America into like kind of a fascist state. So he's talking about how with the expanse of industrialization in the 20th century, but it's still happening now, you need a conservative form of collectivization. And that's what fascism is in a nutshell. In a nutshell. I was wondering why I started developing a lisp. It's just from him, I swear. Too much Marxism. Puts hand up, I'm struggling. Yeah, this is what, like, this guy is a philosopher primarily. And so, like, you're going to get some, it's difficult sometimes to follow. Con's in the house. Hello, E-Gang. Hello. Hello. Basically, socialism is when the government does stuff. Uh-oh. All right. Let's keep going. Is post-pre-soft fascism with liberalism overtones and a fruity aftertaste of wood oak? Oh, man. Capitalism is 100% based on the liberal push for individual freedom. He's right. And fascism is more right-wing side collectivism in the individualistic system of capitalism. All right.
China.
Yes, Ravy. Sorry, everyone, like, if you're on Discord, that is, so they say, how fascism comes to America.
They don't even talk about freedom. Their idea is China. They don't even talk about freedom. Their idea is we bring happiness, satisfactory life to people, and return to Confucianism. In some sense, isn't Putin doing the same? Isn't Erdogan doing the same? Isn't Modi in India doing the same? And so again, fascism is not for me these Nazis shouting
does
and
it
so on.
automatically then need to...
We've talked about this before, but like, someone brought this up the other day, but like China, people have described China as being fascist. Now, that might blow some people's minds here, but I thought they were commies, dirty, dirty, filthy commies. Like, if you think about fascism in the sense that I was talking about, like at the start, like an objective form of fascism, which is the merger of the corporate sector and capitalist class with the state. like you could argue that China has a system like that with like things like state-owned enterprises and the control that it has over the capitalist classes. The state in China, the Communist Party, reins in and makes sure all the capitalists do the right thing and controls the economy. They do it for the benefit of society, and that's why they would argue that they're more communist, because they're doing it on behalf of the working class. But like really they are it's an entity, the state in China, that regulates or like keeps an eye on the capitalist class and like merges with it to like, you know, produce an abundant society. But like Chinese society is also in the same way built and strengthened as the 21st century moves on by a sense of hyper nationalism. And so if you put those things together, like this idea of collectivism around a national identity, he talks about like a lack of liberal values in China. Like they don't really care about the idea of freedoms like the Westerners do. And that's why I think Westerners fail to understand China properly, is because they're always trying to be like, oh yeah, but it's a police state, like you don't have freedoms and stuff. It's like, well, they put importance on different things. Like culturally there is a difference between East and West, but like whatever. He's saying like they don't value freedoms as much as they do value like making sure there's a prosperous society for all. So having things like producing enough stuff so people can have wealth, abundance, health, etc., etc., etc. And so their mission is to provide for their people as opposed to set up a free society for their people. And so the lack of liberalism and like the hyper-nationalism that comes with like kind of the Chinese ethno-state and the merger of their, you know, the economy with the state is like, that's fascism, like right there. And so like this comes up a bit. You'll hear people be like, well, China's basically fascist. Like they're not fucking, like Xi Jinping is no Adolf Hitler or Mussolini or something like that. But you can speak about their social political structure as, you know, something close to what a fascist state would be like. China is a little fash. They arrest a lot of journos. Don't forget the extreme violence in China. Yeah. After this vid, I don't want to hear anyone make fun of how Trump talks. You just lost the high ground. Crazy, almost what a government should do. Well, like look out for prosperity and stuff like that. It's interesting, isn't it? I'd argue China's top priority isn't providing it, but maintaining control, which is fascism. How to trigger Zizek. Communism failed because nobody invented a good enough spreadsheet. I was just thinking, he says China like Trump does. Providing is secondary, sorry. I think the freedom thing is just a result of their culture. They have a very community-oriented mindset rather than focusing on the individual. I think they expect themselves to do well as individuals, but as Confucians, they really understand like their place as a cog in the machine, if that makes sense. Yeah. I draw a closer comparison to Xi and Mussolini than I would to Trump. I would Trump currently. Some fascists say that the USSR and Stalin, the DPRK, and the post-Mao China are fascist premiers. It's just hopeful revisionism. Interesting. Very interesting. I see similarities in tactics with Musso in terms of taking control of the houses. The separation is as to whom is in control, works or cooperate interests. One leads to communists, one leads to fascists. To be fair, Zizek isn't a native English speaker, but Trump is. That's not a bad point, actually. Heidi, controlling speech is a big one. We are kind of experiencing that here, yes. And that's why there is a natural trend towards fascism in the objective sense, as I like to say, because you have more and more in Western society, as it becomes less and less liberalized, you have more of a merge between the capitalist and the corporate sector. And like, in order to make sure that that relationship works, you have less and less freedom of speech. Because like it doesn't benefit that merger of the state and the corporate sector. I'd argue China has more corporate than workers' interests. Well, the CC, like the party, is supposed to be the workers' interests incarnate. So if you accept that the party represents the workers' interests, then it has way more workers' interests. But like you have to accept then that the party is actually like the vanguard of the working class, and like that's where things get tricky. Captain Bucket, no, Trump's not a fascist, even though he directed the FCC to get late night hosts not to talk negatively about him and news orgs to reword the Iran war in his favor. It's those lefties who are. I knew this was going to be contentious. Fuck it hell. Trump has his boys. Vote for the party that wants to enshrine freedom of speech. Vote One Nation. Fascism and communism can behave very similar in its governance. It just depends on who's the target, workers or corporations. Fascism is to political ideology as Zionism is to religious ideology. It wears these as masks to push their social race purity agendas. See, this is the thing, like, I think 20th century fascism would have been way more about racial purity because of the diversification of interests in like Europe and America. Like there wasn't really one supreme power kind of thing, but like in the American centric world that we live in now, like fascism doesn't rely on like racial purity as much as it does on national purity. So like if you're a citizen and you're integrated, then like you're part of the in crowd, you're pure. And so like fascism in the 20th century case is a lot more about national purity than race purity, I find. Because like what were we watching yesterday with those rallies in the UK? Like they were happy to a large extent to accept refugees or like migrants as long as they're fully integrated into society and are citizens and all that sort of stuff. But it's the illegals and the people that don't assimilate and like offend our values, they're the enemy kind of thing. So the racial purity is lost now to a sense of nationalistic integrated purity, I find. That's the difference between 20th century fascism, I would say, and like a 21st century form of fascism. The world is more global now, and so people are happy to accept people that might be racially different to them, but like they have to fully integrate and be part of the citizenry. Original fascism wasn't even really about racial purity. It was about hyper-nationalism and cultural superiority. Racisms came with German influence, but like the Italians were definitely about racial purity in the sense that like they linked all of their lineage back to the great Roman Empire, and like you had to basically be part of the Italian heritage and lineage in order to assume that like linked to the great Roman Empire. So there was always a level of racial purity in fascism in Europe for sure in the 20th century. Hyper-nationalism all the way, but like I think national purity is more important today than racial purity.
Be right wing, or is your argument does it automatically then need to be right wing, or is your argument that it can be left wing, right wing? Really, it's about state control. Is that what you're?
Not so much state control as state control based on a strong nationalist ideology.
But can that be to the left and the right?
I think not, but for a very precise reason, not because the right is automatically evil, because the good thing about left, which I disagree with many things that happen to the left, but it's what's happening today, is that the left is always aware.
Oh my God, Pierce is an idiot. It's going to be painful, all right? So just fucking strap yourself in. He's going to be, like, at least this guy is, like, trying. But, like, you know, Pierce is like, but wait, so, like, fascism can be left-wing then? I fucking knew it. It's like, calm down, bro. I think you missed the point there.
When somebody focuses on an external enemy, immigrants, other races, trans people, and so on, the leftists automatically asks the question, which antagonism, which tension immanent to our society do they try to cover up in this way? Like, for me, the big question about Nazism, anti-Semitic Nazism, is not, is it true what they say about Jews? Of course, mostly it's not. But my problem is, why did the Nazis need a figure like the Jew to sustain their identity? You know, this projection onto an external enemy, yes, communism can come close to it. For example, the Stalinist obsession with foreign agents and so on and so on. But nonetheless, I think that this denial that our society in itself can be split. And here, to return to Trump nonetheless, here Trump goes pretty far.
But if you think about a fascist of the classic kind like Mussolini, okay, he would be the...
Yeah, mostly. Did you like that? But like, he's like, look, yeah, like I'm sure there was some truth in some of the fear about what they had, I don't know, towards the Jewish community or something. So there must have been grounded in some truth or people wouldn't have followed it. But it's so funny how he's like, mostly, right? Mostly. But like basically, and what his important point is that like Piers is trying to be like, look, left-wing and right-wing people can be fascist then, right? And he's like, well, look, usually the left is actually way more discerning in figuring out that if someone's trying to attack a group of people on race grounds or gender grounds or fucking migration status grounds, they're looking for a scapegoat or they're looking for a boogeyman. So like you'd be like, look how evil these people are. Don't worry about like what's going on over here, what might be the root causes of this problem. Just like, just hate on this group over here. Just hate this group, and then all of your problems will be solved. I think he's right. Like, I don't think the left falls for that. Or people who are left inclined don't fall for that kind of scapegoating rhetoric. They don't, like, they think that the problem is more systematic than like isolating one group of people to blame all your problems on. I'm sure. I have to agree with that one.
The embodiment to most people of what a fascist is.
Yeah, Pierce is just looking for the same, but they do it too argument that the American right always goes for.
But if you think about a fascist of the classic kind like Mussolini, okay, he would be the embodiment to most people of what a fascist is. And
no, he's trying to be all educated here. No, when people think of a fascist, I think of Hitler. You're a fucking idiot.
I look at him and look at Trump, and all right, you might argue that rhetorically Trump can sound like a fascist from time to time. But in terms of his actions, which is how I always prefer to judge Trump, he hasn't behaved like Mussolini, has he?
No, absolutely not. But you know what I absolutely agree here. That's why I emphasized that it's just one of the versions. You know where I see...
But do we get into a slippery slope here, Slavoj? And I say this with great respect, but once you start sort of having all sorts of different versions of fascism, it's very easy to then call pretty much everyone a fascist that you don't like. And part of my argument about modern discourse, and in particular about Trump...
This guy here, he's the guy that I'm talking about. He just doesn't like being called a fascist. He doesn't like it. He's like, it upsets me when people call me a fascist. I'm not. Why won't they stop doing it? It's like, again, if the shoe fits, fuckface, and you're uncomfortable with your outlook, your own philosophy, and it aligns strongly with fascism and fascistic tendencies, go look in the mirror, fuckface. Hey, come on. The problem with fascism is it's not like a actual theory or anything like that. So you can't really point your finger at what it is. It is dependent, like purely dependent on context. Purely dependent. Yeah, he could delineate between fascistic and fascist, but he's deliberately not. Just to press buttons.
Actually, is that people say, oh, he's a fascist, he's a Nazi. And I'm like, a Nazi?
No.
Really? You know, you're comparing him to Adolf Hitler, who murdered 12 million people. There is no comparison to me. And what it does is it over-demonizes Trump in a way that probably helps him, actually, but it also dilutes the impact of real Nazis, and to me, real fascists like Mussolini and stuff in history. If you start parking people like Trump into the mix, because you've extended the range of fascists to all sorts of different categories, you can hook everybody in, and then it's kind of meaningless.
We agree more than it may appear here, because you know what I'm trying to do, and this many people will like, is not to demonize people like as fascists, but to water down and dilute the notion of fascism. I think the true tragedy, again, is the wariness, inability of Western liberal democracies to effectively act and solve problems. If you want an example, I think we should talk about it. One, it's, you know, Salvador Bukele.
Yes.
In a very brutal way, he arrested tens of thousands and so on. We know what he did, but the effects were felt in 2 years. And now, in the last 3 elections, he won almost with communist numbers, you know, 80% and so on. That's, for me, the problem, that liberal democracy is losing its ability to act. It's clear even now.
This is a really fucking important point as well. That, like, in the big gulf that failed liberal democracies leave behind, which is exactly what we're seeing at the moment. Like, all of the conversation in this stream about people who are like upset about the government not like doing their job, and like we need to cut government spending, but then they also expect the government at the same time to solve all of their fucking problems, and all of this sort of confused rhetoric. Like, I just know the system's not working, it's the establishment's fault, it's migrants' fault, it's like all these people's fault, but like the system itself is completely fucked. This is a really important point that he's making, and like fascistic direction is like effectively work. Like, look at what has happened in Europe over the last like couple of decades now. Like, their democratic structures are completely failed. They've got minority governments and they can't do anything policy wise. It's happened in kind of democratic societies across the Western world. Now, the world just generally, wherever there are liberal democracies, like governance is failing because nobody wants to vote in a party to have enough power to do anything, and like the politicians themselves don't want to make the hard choices and like really govern like they used to. So in the void that is left by crappy liberal democracy now, fascism tends to rise. As I think Jag said before, like, you know, fascism is like liberalism in decay. That is this idea of like when the political structure that is supposed to be good for capitalism starts to fail, then like people start to open up to the idea of fascism, because they're like, oh, we need, you know, a strongman usually to come in and like just fix all of our problems. Because obviously these bourgeois politicians, or these people that are rich and paid off and you know, are all from this intellectual class that go to university, and they're all effeminate, and they don't know anything about the real the problems of the hardworking and average punter out there. Like, they don't understand the problems. We need a hard man to come in and fix things. Liberalism in decay, which I think is brought on, like the whole liberal democratic world has been destroyed by neoliberalism. So austerity measures and like, you know, give the rich more and like we'll all get, you know, it'll all trickle down to us. That neoliberalism has completely destroyed liberal democratic society. It's leading us towards this idea of populism, they call in politics, which on the right side of things, like the populism on the right is usually associated with fascism. And so like, fascism is on the rise in the void that's been left by crappy liberal politics. And like, you can see it. It's happening. Like, it's happening before our eyes. Like, nobody has faith in governments anymore. And I don't think that's just because of like weird mainstream media propaganda campaigns, which have been slamming governments for a long time and talking about government inefficiency in a neoliberal sense, just to justify the austerity. But I think people like intuitively feel that the way that we govern society now is failing. And so like fascism moves in at those important junctures. And like it did this 100 years ago, and it's like kind of, it's happening again. But like remember though, and like this is my take on this, objective fascism, like you don't have that void there for the fascists to look so appealing unless you have liberal democratic societies, the governance, like failing its job. And the reason it's failing is because of the merger of the capitalist class and the state in the first place. Corporate interests decided that like it's better for governments to cut spending for some reason. Cut all spending, give everyone austerity. The state starts to fall apart. Governance starts to fall apart as a result of no spending and austerity measures. And like that's just a policy decision brought upon by corporate interests who have taken over the state and vice versa. And so like because of those interests, the merging of the corporate structure and the state, like that's what's given rise to the austerity that has produced shitty government, which is then in turn creates a void for fascists to move into. It's all interconnected. You have to look at it as a totality. But I agree with this point about when liberalism goes down, like fascism is ready to take over to keep the economy going.
In the United States, Democrats are still in confusion. You have democratic socialists, which I think are really old-fashioned social democrats, still much less radical than, let's say, Swedish social democrats.
Would you categorize Mamdani as one of those, the new mayor of New York?
I think that, first, I'm here absolutely pragmatic. I don't like these choices. Should we mobilize locally people in small cities? Should we wait for a big revolution or whatever? Let's do whatever is possible. But the reason I am tempted to call Trump a very specific kind of fascist, and I will immediately go into it in what specific sense. Namely, all the fascist leaders that you mentioned and others, they, of course, functioned in a different way. They were with this false dignity, untouchable, no criticism, and so on. While the way Trump acts, I like to characterize him in another way. You know, Trump likes to attack the left as multiculturalist, confused, historicist, self-contradictory. Sorry, but if there ever was a historicist relativist, it's Trump. And although I don't fully follow him, what I like about somebody like Bernie Sanders, with all my critique of him, is that Bernie nonetheless, as a person, not private, but how he acts, isn't he a model of common, ordinary, decent guy who speaks calmly and so on and so on? That's what we need. I think that
But you said, so in 2016, you said that a Trump victory might be for the best in America.
Yeah.
Because it would disrupt the liberal center and force a radical reorganization of the left. I mean, I would argue that what it did was provoke this kind of crazy new far left, woke kind of left, which I've argued.
See, like the far left, for someone like him, is the wokies. Like, I find that fascinating. Like, I thought the far left were like the Antifa types, the evil ones that are out there, like, you know, fighting against fascism and stuff like that. Now it's just like wokies that want, like, you know, DEI, the social justice warriors who talk about like critical race theory and all this crazy shit like that. It's the tongue tick I changed my view. You do need to speak properly, not just have good policy. Preach, Savoy. Trump is part of the bourgeoisie, or I like to call him the bourgeoisie. Very good.
Argued repeatedly, actually became, in the way that they behaved and spoke, very like the fascists that they professed to hate most. In other words, they wanted to censor free speech, cancel and destroy people and imprison people that they didn't agree with. They would support ridiculous non-scientific things like transgender athletes in women's sport and so on. And in other words, once you start denying science and biology and censoring free speech and so on, actually this is all very fascist. If you start wanting a state to enforce all this, right?
Finally got to it. So, like, this is why he asked that question originally, where it's just like, oh, but so that, are you saying the left and the right can be fascist? Like, he's like, look at all the wokies telling me, like, cancelling people, asking for people to be thrown into prison, stopping people from having jobs for what they say. It's really the wokies. They're the real fascists. They're more fascist than Hitler was a fascist. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I'm saying? Interesting. This is where this is the whole shtick that Pierce is going to have in this conversation. He's just trying to prove that the left are the real fascists here. And everyone needs to stop calling him a fascist because he's sick of it. I'm sick of being called a fascist.
I tend again to agree with you. I criticized from the very beginning wokeism, political correctness, whatever you call them, not because they're too radical, but I think this is a typical, for me, wokeism is one of the ways of how to talk a lot and pretending to change things without really changing society. What did...
Oh, is that the douchebag guy, the Kyle guy? It sounds like he's talking about the Kyle, what is his name? Cunt Linskys of the world. Hey? What, all the little woke fascists out there? You know, maybe we should just adopt that. Let's just start calling wokies fascists. Why not? If the shoe fits, hey? All the little Kyles of the world out there, the little fascist Kyles. Why not? If they just want to cancel people and stop and stifle debate, they are little Nazis, aren't they? But like, that's... Like, he just wants to prove that it's the left wing on the political spectrum. They're the real fascists. If you hyper-focus on the left, you'll find some assholes, but there are just as many assholes on the right. If hearing people being called wokies triggers you, maybe you need to reevaluate your worldviews. Yes, I agree. But like, it's not, I don't think it really triggers people in this stream. I don't think. But like, I think what he's trying to say is the wokies are the real fascists. And so like, I don't know if you can, like, wokies are more fascist than like anyone else today. So like, don't talk about Trump being a fascist. It's the wokies. Carl even said he would support authoritarianism if it was the left in charge. There you go. Don't ruin my diggy. I was trying to be clever. Sorry. Yes, that's right. You should reevaluate your worldviews. Yeah. So much for the tolerant left. Yeah, all right, bro. Is that how you're going to come into all the stream chats now? So much for the tolerant. It's true, isn't it? It's fucking true. The tolerant left, all those wokies out there, they're the real fascists. Eh? Yeah. Fuck yeah. Yeah, take that. LOL. Kalinske gets labeled dark woke. Hager. Ooh, this is interesting. What's Hager? I think Pierce's point is more when you use the term to cover people who identify as far-leaning revolutionaries than authoritarian, it gets diluted. It's not wrong either. They're both right. All depends on your definition.
Is politically correct feminism effectively do to make women's lives better? Concrete problems.
This is a fair point as well. Like, you know, if, like, let's just say for some reason you think that like being woke is far left for some reason because they cancel people. and like they're the real threat, etc., etc. Like, what is it that they actually do? They get people cancelled. It's not very radical. Like, if that's what leftist politics is to you, is like getting upset. And so like people get like cancelled, or they can't speak their mind because they're scared of being called a racist or a fascist. Like, that's not radical. That's not really politics. That's not far left. Like the left, the far left, I would have thought are more like anti-fascists and anarchists and dirty commies who actually want to, you know, overthrow the system and revolutionize the system and want to eat the rich and bring out the guillotines and, like, you know, bring an end to the capitalist classes. That's radical. Like calling someone out and stopping them from talking. It's not radical. It's just being a little bitch. So like, I don't know. But like, I think he's got a point here. Like, if this guy's really like, oh, it's the far left wokies are the real fascists because they try and cancel people. There's nothing radical in that. It's not even really politics. That's just like, it's just censorship, really. So like, it's a fair point that he's making. I think this guy like misdiagnoses the seriousness of the situation. He puts too much faith in the power of the wokies, if you can say that. LOL, censored, I see. He calls himself dark woke. Dark woke. Well, like fucking Elon Musk calls himself dark MAGA. What did you say? Can't we discover an alien race and the world becomes united Nazis? Yes, that's what we're waiting for. We're united under fascism once we have aliens. Not just illegal aliens, but just aliens generally. What do you think about Antifa? Like, as in actual Antifa, or like the Antifa of the media, which is just like teenagers that dress in black and like destroy property and stuff like that. Like, you know, kids destroying property. Hey, that ain't new in the human race. So like, don't worry about it. But like Antifa is in like people that go out to fight fascists. Then like fucking go for it. You know, we've kind of seen what fascism has done in the past and what it leads to. So if you feel the need to go out and fight fascists, you go for it. We definitively changed society for the better by being woke. Why are leftists shifting to the right? Shifting to the right wing, thinking to prove a positive, not fucking dumb. I don't think anyone cares about being called woke. It's the people who use it to disregard everything you say, for fuck's sake. Far left is bad, far right is okay. What happened to moderation? No, but radical could be being violent or revolutionary in the name of the worker. Yeah, your definition fits better. The wokies are just the regular far left. Well, the people that cancel on the left identify as far left generally, so you'd have to ask them, but the right do the same thing. Can you actually cancel someone? If your audience supports you, it supports you. They won't stop watching because someone tells them not to. Yeah, it's a funny situation, isn't it? What is canceling to you? Is it just getting your Twitter banned? I guess. Getting your Twitter banned. Having people boycott you, I guess. Being not allowed to be on a show or whatever. Or like let into a country. That sort of shit. Or is it cutting you off from every form of being able to live? Can't work, can't live in a house, can't get to a store. I think it's like associated with work as well. People lose their jobs for stuff. But like, what's the irony of that? Like when all those people were criticizing or making jest of Charlie Kirk's death, the right was out there canceling people and making sure they lose their job. So like, you know, it happens everywhere, but it's not radical. I think that's a really important point. Like that type of cancel culture, which again happens everywhere in the political spectrum. It's not radical shit. Just like going after individuals and canceling them because you don't agree with them. It's not radical. It's not like what you would traditionally consider to be radical behavior. some form of new society, new politics, new revolutionary movement or something. Being woke has helped women's rights a fuckload. We are this ignorant here. Like, I think you are, reaching back into history and calling what has been traditionally like feminism woke. I think woke is more of a modern phenomenon than like feminism. Feminism's been around a lot longer than how we use woke in the current context. Antifa isn't an organized movement. Like, there's no Antifa headquarters. Remember when we heard the FBI head or whatever it was saying Antifa is the biggest threat to America's national security at the moment? They're like, okay, fine. Where is Antifa? You've identified them as the biggest threat. Where are they? So you can go after them. Where the fuck are they? And he was like, well, we don't actually know where they are. They're not actually like a group, but they're the biggest threat. The right is just so good at culture wars that they've convinced that it's our fault for abusing us. It's actually hilarious. It's historically, it's not. Like, if you're talking about like feminism, for example, like, it's actually the workers' movement, usually, which is radical, and that's proper leftism. The workers' movement that pushed for equal rights amongst men and women. It pushed against racism as a device that breaks up the working class. Working class movements have pushed for things like sexual equality and things like that. So like, it's birthed, this type of progressivism can happen outside of just a woke context, which is like progressivism for the sake of progressivism, with no attachment to anything radical, which is what he's talking about. And it's a fair point. You can be progressive just for the sake of being progressive, and that's just poisonous stuff. It needs to be rooted in something radical, which is like revolutionary, I would say. Or it's just progressivism for the sake of being the most woke or the most progressive. It's just stupid. Yeah, because the far right never cancels anyone. Yeah, it's like the whole Kirk situation, right? There's also the approach you take to enforcing your views. The silencing implies a sacrifice of free speech in the name of liberal freedom for a particular group, removing rights in the name of rights. Arguably fascistic. They wouldn't call it radical either. Like placing sanctions on Cuba, cancelling them, like they're literally going to erase Cuba, pretty much. Just so we're on the same page, the Me Too movement was labelled as woke propaganda. Bro, gay people literally just had the right to vote the right to marry in Australia not that long ago. Yeah, but that wasn't considered woke at the time. It's a fairly new phenomenon to use woke as a pejorative. It wasn't woke back then. It was just it was just gay rights. Like, that's all it was. What is woke then? I said, like, progressivism for the sake of progressivism without being tied to any form of politics. Is standing for gay rights woke? What about protecting trans people? Was that woke? Come on, bro. I think you're defining it by how the right view woke. Workers' movements under our current understanding would be considered woke. Well, if workers' movement is woke, then yeah, okay, fine. Then I'm not sure if we are having the same conversation. Woke was around when I was in primary school, bro. I'm literally almost 30. Yeah, but like, woke wasn't used as a pejorative. It's actually a badge of honor. When like people used to talk about woke as in like they were woke and they were proud of it. So like, it's become an insult. I'm not saying that you have to apply it or use it as an insult or take it as an insult. Those are two different things. But woke wasn't ever a pejorative at some point. But like, flagrant progressivism for the sake of being progressive is useless. As he's saying, this is what I'm saying. He's got a point. Like, slow down. He's got a point that like, if you are literally, like, if you think that just like stamping, like stopping people from saying stuff is radical, it's not. fighting for someone not to be oppressed because they're trans or they want to get married and they're gay, like fighting for their right to do that, that is different to just stopping someone from talking because you don't like their ideas. That sort of stuff is definitely associated with whatever woke is. So like, that's a problem. That is a fucking problem, whether you like it or not. Woke used to mean almost the opposite of what it means now. I like Dugan's commentary on wokeness, but he's a fascist, depending on who you ask. Performance politics is essentially anti-woke. Performative politics. All right, back to it.
Personal rights, healthcare, and so on. So here we totally agree. But what I find, again, specific about Trump, and that's what worries me, is I cannot but call it self-consciously clownish character of his rules. Are we aware of the vulgarity of his speech? And that's not ordinary fascism, no. Fascist leaders would never speak like that. What I'm only saying, you know where I see fascism? I remember when Trump sent National Guard to California, and he was asked, but aren't you violating the law? You are only allowed to use the army against foreign enemies. And his answer was close to fascism. His answer was, but those we are fighting there, immigrants, big corporations which use immigrants, this is a foreign invasion. So
but Trump's argument, all right, Trump's argument, because I've heard him use this when he extrapolates it, is that he will push the existing law as far as he can to suit his purposes, as I think most presidents have done. He does it in a more open, rhetorically inflammatory manner. But if you actually study what he does, often he gets kickbacks by the courts, and he doesn't then try and usurp, from what I've seen, the court authority and just bypass it. Now, that would be fascism. And similarly, when he lost power in 2020, although we had the appalling scenes on January the 6th, ultimately Trump did leave the White House. I mean, he didn't try and just stay in the White House or stay in power. So, yes, it was appalling and reprehensible what happened that day, but a real fascist wouldn't have left, right? They wouldn't have accepted the result of an election at all, wouldn't have left the White House, would have carried on just running the country. Again, I'm just saying that Trump can often sound like he's a fascist, and I understand why people then assume that that's what he is. But in terms of his actual actions, until I see him literally usurping American law and just ignoring it and doing whatever he wants, I don't think he does that. I think he pushes the door as hard as he possibly can.
I don't know, man. He skirts the fucking edges if he doesn't blatantly break the law. He skirts the edges very, very finely. Like, he bangs at the door, whatever that fucking means. Like, look at the war in Iran, for example. Like, he needs to get congressional approval for that war, but he's just, like, caused a ceasefire so he can continue waging the war whatever he feels like. Like, is that breaking the law, or is he, like, creatively interpreting the law? I don't know if I agree with Pierce on this one, that Trump has never broken the law. I think that is fucking outrageous as a statement.
The judges and the courts, it's up to them. If they then, or the Supreme Court says you can't do something, I've not seen evidence he then just does it anyway, which is what a fascist would do.
Again, the key is, I think, that you still use the term fascism in this violent sense. You break the law, or all the...
Well, ignoring the law and ignoring...
Well,
ignoring a democratic election, ignoring the law, you know, all those things are the actions of a genuine fascist, I would say. Whereas I don't see that with Trump.
His face, it's like, he's like, but he did. He said the election was stolen. And, like, he consistently undermines the law all the time from his position. If anything, he's gotten worse in the second term in terms of undermining the law. So what are his executive orders?
Inflammatory rhetoric, a lot of stuff which comes out of his mouth which sounds like it's fascist, but actually, if you study his actions, they're not the actions of a fascist.
Didn't he nonetheless come pretty close to it with the way he used that ICE and so on?
Yeah, but again, I would say, I'm not here to defend Trump and all this. I'm playing devil's advocate, really. But I remember that the biggest deporter of migrants in American history was Obama, who deported over 3 million, and he often deployed some appalling tactics. He split up families, he put kids in cages, all the things that the left have accused Trump of doing as an example of his fascism, that was all being done by Obama. So I think that there is a double standard there, and I wouldn't categorize, the ICE thing is interesting, like putting ICE agents onto the streets in Minnesota, for example, clearly turned out to be a terrible decision. But was it the action of a fascist to do that? Or was he doing what Obama did, only in a more bullish manner on the streets? Obama did a lot of stuff where he went into prisons and took prisoners and sent them home and deported them, for example. So he did it a little bit more stealthily, but he deported a lot more people than Trump did.
Okay. Now, I agree with this, but the paradox of Trump is, for me, the following one. He and the entire MAGA movement and so on claim to be radical liberals.
Yes.
Some of the people whom I call leftist MAGA people, like, ironically, like Steve Bannon.
Right.
You know, they even say, Steve Bannon characterized himself as a Leninist. I want to destroy the state and so on, all that. Total freedom, freedom of the press, and so on. But isn't the actual result that, A, the press, the state is, if anything, getting much stronger under Trump, intervening in economy, look how he does with tariffs and so on. So,
well, tariffs, I would argue, he was allowed to do it legally. I don't think he broke any laws doing his tariff.
No, but nonetheless...
But he genuinely has a conviction, because he's expressed it to
I
me
thought
for
they did
20 years,
say that the tariffs were
America's
unlawful.
being ripped off by
I thought there was a case about that. Can someone, correct me on that, unless I've missed something here? Unless the decision was overturned? Was it overturned? Did the courts rule that Trump's tariffs were unlawful? Yes, multiple courts ruled that Donald Trump's tariffs were unlawful, but the details matter because different tariffs were imposed under different laws. The biggest ruling came in February 2026 when the US Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that Trump did not have the authority under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to impose broad global emergency tariffs. The court said the EEPA did not clearly give the president power to impose tariffs, and that the tariff setting authority mainly belongs to Congress. A separate US trade court later also ruled against Trump's later 10% global tariffs imposed under Section 112 of the Trades Act. However, not all Trump's tariffs were struck down. Some tariffs imposed under other laws, like Section 232, national security tariffs on steel and aluminium, or Section 301 tariffs on China, were not automatically invalidated. So what is Pierce trying to say here? It was declared unlawful and companies are applying for tariff refunds now? The fuck is Pierce going on about?
Any laws doing his tariff?
No, but nonetheless...
Well, tariffs, I would argue, he was allowed to do it legally. I don't think he broke any laws doing his tariff.
No, but nonetheless...
He did. He seems to have. The courts also made Trump a felon with no underlying charges. The courts aren't default right. But that's not the point that Pierce is making. The point Pierce is trying to make that he is exonerated by the courts. Interesting.
But he also, he genuinely has a conviction, because he's expressed it to me for 20 years, that America's being ripped off by unfair trading arrangements around the world, particularly by China. And so he's always wanted to do this. And actually, there is an argument it was beginning to work quite well. If you're America, it was beginning to work quite well until the war with Iran, which has thrown up everything up in the apple cart. So again, you know, is that an example, the tariff war, of fascism, or just a president who has a worldview that America's getting ripped off with trade and wants to rebalance it in America's favour, which many Americans might agree with?
No. My argument here would have been that, and this is part of much more complex line of thought, that what we are getting now in United States and many other countries is no longer the old global capitalism.
Right.
Something new.
That's true.
Something new is emerging.
It's a much more isolationist
Not
worldview.
only isolationist, but at the same time a new structure of power where I don't fully agree with Yanis Varoufakis, who likes to speak about...
he came on the show last week.
Really, neo-feudalism and so on. But it's true that figures like Musk, Jeff Bezos and so on...
Well, I'm going to bring that up, actually, because you...
Can you just shut the fuck up and let him finish? He's hard enough to follow, but he was just about to get to a point. Yeah, I know. He started talking about Giannis and then Pierce cut him off. Fuck.
Really, neo-feudalism and so on. But it's true that figures like Musk, Jeff Bezos and so on...
Well, I'm going to bring that up, actually, because you've got a particular issue with the Silicon Valley broligarchs, as they've been called, saying they are part of a slide to fascism. You've called out Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. In particular, you pointed to the recently released Palantir Manifesto, released in April this year, a 22-point document outlining a militant vision for Western dominance through advanced AI and military software. Now, full disclosure, I'm a stockholder in Palantir, and I have invested in Elon Musk with various companies like Tesla and so on. So, I put that on the record. I've interviewed Peter Thiel. I found him a very interesting character, a very... fascinating views about stuff. So what is your actual view of these people? Are they bad people, or are they just having too much power?
No,
I bet you have peers.
I just think that they are no longer capitalists in the old sense of the word. I would put it like this. They privatized, they have under control something that in the old social tradition we call commons. They are not simply big capitalists against or controlling workers. They control the very space of exchange between workers and capitalists. This is something new. It's a new form of not absolute monopoly, but monopoly.
But if Elon Musk, for example, is generating enormous...
Oh my God, let him speak, for fuck's sake. I think this is an important point. We talk about this a lot here. If you've been around for long enough, you've heard me talk about surveillance capitalism and techno-feudalism, and like the idea that we're moving away from traditional capitalism. So if capitalism is defined largely by the actions of the capitalist class, and like whatever interest they have directs the economy, and the capitalists kind of have power because they control labor, so they put workers to work, scurrying away to produce value, goods, services, what have you, and then they take the value that we all produce socially, and then they make profit off it, and they continue to direct the economy that way. Like what he's talking about now is that like you have a group of capitalists who are like surveillance capitalists, let's call them, or techno-feudalists, tech fascists, whatever you want to call them. They don't work like traditional capitalists. They don't put armies of workers to work to produce value that then they can turn into profit, which is the basis of the entire world economy. etc., etc. They just control spaces. They control markets themselves. They control these digital realities where capitalists and consumers come together to sell goods and services to one another. And so like they control the market space as opposed to being like a capitalist who gets labor to produce value to then get profit out of it. They just control a digital market ecosystem and extract rent out of that system. And like that is completely different to how like the economy has been run under capitalism for the last, like 250 years, let's say, arguably. You can go back further than that if you want to. But like that is fundamentally a shift in the way the economy is organized. You still have capitalists, you still have workers, people producing value, people controlling like labor. But if the economy is now controlled largely not by a group of capitalists, but by a group of people who just have a monopoly on digital spaces, like so i.e. they control the marketplace itself. This is no longer kind of capitalism, and someone like Yanis Varoufakis would argue that's a form of feudalism, because the market is important, but the market is completely ruled over by a lord. So capitalists say to our tech bros, our Elon Musks of the world, they say "milord." Milord to Elon Musk. They say "milord" to Peter Thiel and Mark Zuckerberg and to Google and to Jeff Bezos and etc., 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 etc. This is a very important point, I think, that he's making here, in the sense that in a world where capitalism is changing, then fascism itself will be a little bit different to what you saw in the 20th century. It'll be different to what we're used to considering fascism. It's going to take on a new form. And like the tech bros might be at the center of all of that, which is incredibly interesting, I think. It's a new game. It is a new game. And they want to reduce the number of humans on Earth taking up resources that they could utilize instead. That's a scary notion. Tagard's in the house. There you go. They'll never show the real impact of poverty in Oz. Shove a camera in Legoland in Newcastle and the 10 cities opposite the fish markets of Sydney. High rent is the cause of high prices everywhere. They control the governance of the tech world. It's basically an online nation states. They are our infrastructure. They are our online roads and networks, a new form of online government sitting on top of the capitalist system. Glebe Point Road was like 40% vacant shops. It looks horrible. Isn't that a crazy reality as well? What a hub it used to be. Equal, but that platform in itself isn't added value. Others create value within another system that has its own value. Or am I restarted? Like I built a video game and that video game serves as a place where you can sell services. It's just a stack. Yes, it's like someone produced that digital landscape exclusively, monopolistically, like a lord does. And so like the capitalists have to come to you now and pay you homage. So it's like capitalism has reverted back to feudalism in a sense. And Parramatta Road is a hellhole. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, pre-tech fascism relied on taking advantage of the butt. They don't need you anymore. But I think it's become 1 in 3 now. Sorry, taking advantage of the worker, but they don't need you anymore. No, especially if they have control over automation as well. My friend was a teacher and said one kid would come to school with a bag of carrots. Fuck. Times are tough. My kid's teacher doesn't stop the kids from eating food off the floor. Ever thought about teaching political science? Is that like a question for me specifically? Me? No. I am definitely not qualified. Like if people don't like Professor Zhang because he's a high school teacher, I have zero qualifications to be teaching people at all. Definitely not. Yeah, Professor E, could you imagine the flack I get? He's not a real professor at all. He's just a lunatic that raves online. Get him. Look, I would think all of that sort of stuff is fascinating, but like, I don't think I would ever be given the right station, if you know what I mean. Professor Punter E. Reagan. Oh, God. If Punter can make it, you can. Believe in yourself. Oh, I just need to get in bed with the Australia Institute and Pocock somehow. And I'll be able to make it, Dilemmas. Thank you. Thank you very much. Pro had X-ray vision. All right. Back to this. I can't believe Pierce keeps cutting him off. He's like mid-sentence as well. Fucking Pierce.
This is something new. It's a
You're our teacher, basically. Thank you. Yeah. I can take that station. I'll take that station. Let's just rename it. I'll stop being a revolutionary. I'll be a political scientist.
Form of not absolute monopoly, but monopoly.
But if Elon Musk, for example, is generating enormous numbers of jobs, as he is through his companies, SpaceX or Tesla, if he's doing things like Neuralink, where he's literally going to allow...
But Elon Musk makes jobs. How is he a techno-feudalist or a tech-fascist? He makes jobs. Okay, so SpaceX is a capitalistic enterprise because he's producing rockets, you fucking idiot. Okay, we get it. We get it. What's my homework, teacher? I don't know. That's a good question. I want you to all go home and think about fascism, and what it truly means to you. I'd also like to know your thoughts on what being woke is and what that means to you. Because I know that's divisive. Anything divisive. I want you to go home. Actually, I've got fucking homework for you, Captain Bucket. Go home and think about what ray gun really means as a symbol. Like, what does she really symbolize for Australian culture? I would like a full essay on ray gun, bro. That's what I want from you. And activate the like button. Yes, do that. Do that. Nervous about the parent-teacher interview. But Elon doesn't get most his rocket money from government grants? Yes. And that's like the fascism that I talk about. Like Elon, isn't it crazy how like, in the 20th century, the state did the space race, but now in the 21st century, they've privatized the space race and Elon Musk gets to be a trillionaire because he extracts money through government contracts. Like before they had NASA and now they just have like fucking SpaceX. Like, so like the government prints money and just hands it over to the fucking corporate sector to do the same job the government could fucking do in the first place. That's the basis for a fascist takeover. Because you don't need markets anymore. You don't need the ideas of liberalism because markets are like fucking, like, who cares? Fuck markets. Right? Fuck the idea of liberalism. Let's just go straight to fucking corporate and state control. Fuck them. Fuck the people. Mossad poisoned my homework with a frog dart. Okay. My dog ate my fascism. All right, that's it. You're all in trouble. Social etiquette really is just a class weapon against the poor. I bet Pierce knows his way around a good dinner party. I think I saw a debate that Pierce was involved in and he interrupted so much it seemed like a joke. I think that's what he does. Like, so Zizek doesn't get onto any like solid topics. He just interrupts him and just cuts him off. It's fucking incredibly annoying. I didn't watch this to know your thoughts, Pierce. I wanted to know what fucking Zizek thinks about fascism. I do call him little Panini Mussolini, not gonna lie. Oh, man.
Paraplegic people to perhaps be able to lead.
Now we entered another very problematic domain. Here I find Musk at his most dangerous. You see, I think maybe you fell into a trap here because you said paraplegics and so on. Yes, they always emphasize these beneficent effects. Oh my God, there is a guy.
You think they want to get into people's brains?
But they are.
No, but you think they want to do it for nefarious reasons?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If this will, and I'm not here just demonizing Musk, the Chinese are doing it like crazy.
Does it really matter if someone's creating a device that can read your thoughts or like get plugged into your mind and control your thoughts? Like they can already do that through your phone and how we're plugged in all the time. They can already modify our behavior. Does it really matter if they're doing it for a nefarious purpose or not? The fact is that they have the power to do so. And are we sure we want that type of power in our society? Are we sure we want to go with that? And like, do you want to hand that over to someone like Elon Musk or some other fucking private interest like that? Like, honestly, if you're watching this for the first time, make sure you hit the subscribe button or you follow for more. And if you're watching this on YouTube, activate the like button. Hell to the no. Fuck yeah. Like, that is some scary shit. Like, why is Pierce even talking about Neuralink in the first place? I thought we were supposed to be talking about fascism and Trump. Like, let's just talk about that for a second. Do you really care that, like, you know, about Neuralink, it's going to help people who are, like, paraplegics and shit? Like, really? They're just going to give out Neuralink to paraplegics? They're not going to fucking roll that out like they rolled out smartphone technology to the entire human race? You go to third world countries, they might not have running water, but they all have fucking smartphones, so they can all be monitored. I don't know, man. Pierce is out on a limb on this one. It's always the good guys doing the brain control, right? Right? Not the super villains, right? You don't have to have nefarious. You don't have to be nefarious to be putting your own interests first. Yes. Yeah, fair point. They have been able to monitor the commonly typed words on your device for over a decade. Yeah. Paraplegics are going to be techno commissars.
AI in the end is going to be a force for good or the force that...
Like he didn't even let him answer the...
Do you think AI in the end...
Musk, the Chinese are doing it like crazy.
Do you think AI in the end is going to be a force?
And like now we're off Neuralink and we're like, do you think AI is going to be good for humanity or for bad for humanity? Like, let him... you ask him a question, just let him finish. Jesus.
Chinese are doing it like crazy.
Do you think AI in the end is going to be a force for good or the force that destroys the world?
I'm more skeptical here, but again, let me insist on this point. Are you aware what potentially radical thing Neuralink is? It means that potentially, if my thought processes are directly readable, open to a machine, then ultimately we are losing the intimate sense of the self. We are put at the same level.
Like, why Pierce using debate bro tactics? I'm watching Destiny. I know, but like, why? He's not debating him. He's supposed to be just asking him questions and letting him answer. That's why he's there, to add the framing. But it's like erratic. Like, this guy's erratic enough. Does Pierce also need to be fucking erratic? Like, come on.
Well, our brain is open, and especially if another person controls what they put into my mind. I find that literally, if Neuralink will explode, it's still doubtful, then we will no longer be human in the usual sense of the word. Because being human means reality is out there. I have here my mind. I can freely engage in hypotheses and so on, all that. I think all this disappears. Okay, to make a slightly tasteless but decent example, can you imagine sex with full Neuralink? I look at another person and there is no need for any flirting, what makes sex for me at least human and attractive. We look at each other, our brains say immediately, yes, I would like to do it or not, and everything is clear.
Sounds very efficient to me.
Sorry?
It sounds very efficient. What are you talking about? Oh my God. Like, we're talking about, like, this guy is trying to figure out what fascism is. Now, fascism, like, when it reaches its final form, is, in a sense, a form of totalitarianism. Now, fucking totalitarianism is more or is different to authoritarianism, because authoritarianism is just like a monarchy or something like that, or an autocrat, or I don't know, some military group that controls society and has is able to dictate to everyone what is going on. And like, they might, you know, be able to control the press, and they control the courts, and they do all these things, and they rule with their authority. It rules supreme. But like, totalitarianism is different to authoritarianism. Obviously, you have to be authoritarian to pull off totalitarianism. But totalitarianism is not just controlling society. It's also about convincing society of your control. So you can live under an authoritarian regime, know that you're living under an authoritarian regime, hate that authoritarian regime, and like not do anything about it. But like, you know, you understand you're under authoritarianism, and like, you know, maybe you won't mobilize against it, but like you don't enjoy it. And like, you're fully aware that you're living in some fucking hellscape. Totalitarianism, the scary thing about totalitarianism is that the people that are under that authoritarian nightmare are fully convinced and buy into that society. They are fully convinced that they are part of some greater good, and they're a cog in the machine, and they are working towards some special utopia or something like that. They're fully convinced of the system. They're all in, and they're willing to, you know, sell out their own mothers or their own children and like throw them, like, you know, to the wolves if necessary for the greater good. They are willing to, you know, like dress a certain way, think a certain way. Like, it's total control. That's why it's totalitarianism. And like, if this guy really wants to get to the fucking bottom of like fascism and what's coming to society, but he's also sitting there and he's like, wouldn't it be efficient to have Neuralink where they can log into your brain and like monitor your thoughts? And like, he's trying to get to the bottom of fascism. Neuralink would be like the most scary form of totalitarianism possible. Because like, you couldn't even get away with thinking something out of line. Like, that's the whole point. If you read like 1984 by George Orwell, for example, and he's describing a totalitarian regime where like they, in the end, they torture the main character so much and get him to say exactly what the party wants him to think at all times. He loses control over his mind, his consciousness, for the totalitarian regime. Whatever the party says is the truth, he believes is the truth by the end of it. He was at least in control of his thoughts before. He was like fully compliant in every other way, but at least he could find freedom in his thoughts. And the totalitarian regime in 1984 takes over his thoughts at the end of the day. And like, the famous quote or the famous line is like, 2 + 2 is 5. And like, he gets tortured until he realizes that like 2 + 2 isn't 4. 2 + 2 is whatever the regime or the party tells him it is. So if 2 + 2 is 49, then it's 49. It doesn't matter. Whatever the party says goes. And like, here we have Piers Morgan, who's trying to tell everyone that like fascism isn't on the way, and like, calm the fuck down, calm your tits, stop calling Trump a fascist. But at the same time, he's promoting Neuralink and being able to control everyone's thoughts because it's more efficient. This guy's a fucking nut job, man. I thought Slavoj was crazy, but Piers Morgan is a fucking nut job. You have to watch Demolition Man. Put it on the list. That's your homework. Yeah, you have talked about that. I even downloaded it as well, and I still haven't watched it yet. Demolition Man. You feel that way about our Gov.E? What? That like they're watching everything? They had the means to do it. Meanwhile, Coles is watching me scratch my ass and eat chicken tendies in store. They're getting there. And soon, you know, if Piers Morgan gets his way, they won't just be watching you scratch your ass and eat chicken. They'll be watching you before you do it, because they'll be reading your thoughts as well. They'll be like, he's about to scratch his ass and eat chicken tendies in store. Yeah, Pierce is next level. I can't believe he's advocating for this, to be honest. Like he's upset about being called a fascist, but he's advocating for a potential mind control device being implanted in everyone's heads.
Yeah, but it ruins sexuality as we know it.
I would argue it changes, right? But isn't life just full of evolution? I mean, are we necessarily going to evolve to a worse place? Or could AI, for example, start curing all known diseases?
Like what? See, like Neuralink's not that bad. Like, you know, it might change a few things, but hey, AI is going to fucking cure cancer. It's like, now we're back talking about AI again. We were just talking about Neuralink and controlling our minds, and now we're talking about, but like not all AI is bad. Like the way that this guy dilutes the conversation is awful. It's really fucking awful.
You know, and be a massive force for good. And you're assuming that Neuralink will mean that it will be misused by people in a really...
Not even misused. Just imagine...
Yeah, but if you genuinely have no other way of communicating without Neuralink, it's something you can communicate.
But this is a minor case. If you generalize Neuralink, it means, again, that we lose what we...
He's just a boomer. He knows how to get sound bites for oldies. I have so much to learn, honestly. That's all he's doing. It's fucking infuriating.
Call the intimacy of our thought. We become transparent. To whom? The problem is who controls that space.
Yeah, I saw this.
Do you not think this?
No, I am concerned about it. I mean, look,
now you use the proper term. No, I'm radically not opposed to it.
Right.
That's why I am.
I mean, look, the interesting thing for me is, I've said this ad nauseum, but I did one of the last interviews with Professor Stephen Hawking. And when I said to him, what will be the end of mankind? He said, when artificial intelligence learns to self-design, in other words, think for itself, that's it. We'll all be dead.
This is a very interesting example because I give a lot of thought to this idea of, we are all the time, I think, asking a wrong question, which is, will I become rich as, feel like us, and so on? No, I think this is a wrong approach. There is something specifically human that I will not be able to do, but what if it will develop a totally different spirituality and so on, that, and maybe it already is having...
You know, they asked 6 of the top AIs recently in an experiment.
Stop cutting him off. Too many people have predicted this. I'd be so frustrated in Slavoj's position. He has great restraint. Yeah, he's obviously getting paid well to come on Pierce. He's just like, yep, that's fine. Talk over the top of me. I don't care. Just promote my new book. Hands above the desk, Pierce. It was interesting hearing Andreessen talking about AI. Bloke has real high hopes. Yeah, and he would. He would. If we're talking about the same Andreessen here. Mark Andreessen, I'm assuming. The egg himself. Pierce needs that top button undone to allow airflow. It's getting hot in here.
They fed them some information that they were going to get rid of them and hire a new AI. for a company.
I know this. Yeah.
And and 5 of them reply with immediate blackmail they found in the emails of company executives to stop themselves being fired. That worried me. Then I was like, wow, what else are these doing, these machines?
No, I found even more worrying examples. I follow them. Like one is that they tried to submit a machine to a so-called Turing test. If you cannot distinguish that it's a machine or a human being, then okay. But my point is they found, I already read about a case where they discovered that the AI agent knew and faked to be less intelligent to avoid this suspicion.
Yeah.
But for me, still, this is not enough to define humanity. I'm here, orthodox, Hegelian, Freudian. Humanity is, for me, defined by what Edgar Allan Poe called death drive. Sorry, imp of perversity, death drive. You are ready to kill yourself, to risk it for something, and so on. I think that AI is still part of a simple, intense self-reproduction. It wants to reproduce ourselves. What makes, for me, the specific of humanity is that you see that situation is hopeless, but nonetheless, you fight. That's why I'm on the side of Ukraine.
Yes, well, so am I. Just before I bring in Warren Smith, I want to just read out what you said about J.D. Vance. Again, this is from your book, Liberal Fascism. You said, it's very simple. If Trump dies soon, J.D. Vance will take over, and I think Vance is a much more dangerous figure than Trump. Let us reach back into history and recall the relationship between the SA and the SS during the rise of Nazism and the class and ideological tensions between them. The SA, the original street bullies of the Nazis, were thugs, ex-enlisted soldiers who came from the working classes, seen as sleazy, dirty guys who enjoyed torturing their victims. The SS came later, and their members looked down on the SA as common bullies. An SS member was, on the contrary, a cold professional who performed his unspeakable acts in an impersonal way. Now, again, with all due respect, Slavoj, I never like Nazi analogies about people like Trump or J.D. Vance or any of these guys. They're not Nazis.
I just don't like it. Vance would get a chubby hearing that, 100%. I just can't stand it. I feel really uncomfortable when people get labeled Nazis or fascists when they're not. It really makes me upset. Why does it make you so upset, bro? Tell us. Sit down. Take a seat. Take a seat. Tell us why it's so upsetting.
And when you try and do any kind of comparison that infers they might be, I'm like, look, the Nazis killed 12 million people. They killed 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. These guys aren't Nazis. Nothing like it.
That's the parallel.
Like, that's so fucking stupid, like what he's saying. He's just like, look, unless you've killed 12 million people, you're not a Nazi, okay? All right? Don't you understand how that works? So, like, once they get to about 11 million, I'll reconsider. But for the time being, they're not Nazis, okay? Like, there is no way to have a comparison unless it's 1-to-1. That's not a fucking comparison. A comparison is you compare two different things and you write a list that says similarities and you write a list that says differences, but you compare. It's not fucking comparing something if it's 1-to-1. It's just fucking pointing out that two things are spot on. That's not a comparison. If that's your fucking argument, Piers, it's like, I'm upset when people call Vance a fascist because he hasn't killed 12 million people and didn't start a Holocaust. Like, you can't call him that until he's done it. Like, that's just such a dumb way of thinking. This guy is just an idiot. Honestly. I think of Vance's emotions. I think all of Vance's emotions had to get compartmentalized behind a wall that only crumbles if he hears the magic words Trump refuses to say. Thank you. Unfortunately, I kind of agree with Piers. Just because you don't like them doesn't make them Nazis. We cannot think up new terms. Can we not think up new terms? The wokies do it all the time. But like, that's like, you can call them fascists on another measure. It's not just because they didn't kill 12 million people, so they're not fascist. There are other ways to be fascist other than killing 12 million people. So he says is the metric all of a sudden. Clarice, Charles Manson also technically never killed anyone, so don't call him a murderer. That's pretty funny. It's a very Zionist way of thinking. Never again mean never to them again. The new term is MAGA, but it's just synonymous for Nazi. Don't worry, this entire clip has been kind of cringe to me. So throwing people of color in an alligator cell is normal. When you say alligator cell, you're talking about like alligator Alcatraz. You don't mean they're actually throwing people to alligators, do you?
I admit it's exaggerated.
And ironically, Vance himself once called Trump a Nazi to round off the picture. But that's where I see...
ironically. And what did Vance do after that? He went and kissed some serious asshole. He licked it clean to become vice president. So obviously Trump's not so much of a Nazi to Vance anymore, is it? Eh? Far out. Yeah, okay, that's what I mean. Crocodiles. It's a cell made of alligators. Yeah, just check it. Just checking.
You make so many fascinating points in here, but when you say stuff like that, I slightly recoil because I hate that comparison.
Yeah, letting them get diseases is some medieval shit, or just letting them go without medical attention so they just die. That's pretty fucked up. It's alligators with bees in their mouths. Yes, Indiana Jones.
To one of the worst genocidal regimes in history. These may be people that people don't like, although many people do, but if they don't like them, but they're not Nazis.
No. I totally agree with you here. There is no problem here. But if I may just elaborate a little bit this point. What I even... first, why I even supported, ironically, Trump in 2016, I think. Because I thought, I expected, I knew who he is. I expected that he will awaken the American liberal center.
He certainly woke up American liberals, that's for sure.
Did he?
Probably not in the way you thought. Well, no. He wound them up. I mean, they were all going nuts.
Yeah, but they're all gone nuts, but without any serious self-criticism.
Yeah, well, I think they went off on a ridiculously progressive, woke journey, which actually, in the end...
He's pulling in the wrong direction. Listen to what Zizek said there. I think it's really important. He's saying Trump had to happen for the liberal establishment, I guess, the left, the Democrats, I'm assuming, in the US... to have a moment where they reconsidered the trajectory they were on and why the Trump phenomenon has occurred. They are part of the reason why Trump got into office. It is their politics. It is liberal politics in the US that is failing. The radical centrism that I talk about all the time, the neoliberal policy, the austerity politics, the non-government spending and the push for like privatization, all that sort of liberal politics has led to the rise of Trump because people are incredibly frustrated. People are incredibly destitute, and in their desperation will turn to the strongman for a solution. And like he's saying, he supported Trump in 2016, or said people should vote for Trump and go for it in 2016 because he thought it would be a revival for the left. They would do some soul searching, what he called just then self-criticism, and they would think about why Trump got elected and try to improve to offer some opposition to Trump. But that never happened. That didn't happen. I don't think there was enough soul searching. There was just like, whinging about why Trump is there, as opposed to being like, what's the context and the circumstances that caused Trump to rise? Let's just say he is a fascist. What caused fascism to raise its head in the form of Trumpism? Why did that happen? And what can we do against that? But no, the good critique here is that instead of trying to self-criticize and improve, it just got whingy. Politics got really whingy. And like they just complain about Trump as opposed to trying to get to the root cause of what Trump is a result of. And like self-criticism is really important. So like I agree with that. I think, if Trump was going to come in, he would have been good because it would have made people reassess politics and have to think of a way to get around the Trump phenomenon. But like that never happened. But like I don't think he's looking at it from that perspective. People are sick of the status quo, and Trump symbolized chaos that might destroy the system. Yeah, might destroy the system. But it's like the true irony of Trump. He pretended to be anti-establishment twice, and he never delivered on the anti-establishment stuff. He was going to drain the swamp. He was going to fucking do all of these things. And like under him, the rich have just gotten richer. And the deep state has doubled down in his operations. Let's be honest. Like even like the no wars stuff. So much for the president of no more wars. Yeah, this whole drain the swamp rhetoric played on it. And like nothing. Though we needed some comic relief. Well, that's true. Drained into his pockets. Eh? Am I right? Yes, you are.
And became incredibly self-defeating. And if they don't pivot back to the centre, then they're never going to win power again. So I think that was obvious.
But here maybe we disagree, because I don't think, again, I don't think woke is too radical and so on. No, it's for me a pure compromise. But wokeism has no compromise. They don't offer any compromise. It is intransigent. It is intractable. It's our way or no way. And if you don't agree with us, we're going to cancel you, abuse you, shame you, imprison you. They'll celebrate if you're shot dead. When Charlie Kirk got murdered, people on the woke left celebrated it. They still do. Yeah,
right?
This
is not a compromise mindset. It is the opposite.
Yeah, but
I would argue.
But do you really think that the way woke approaches exploitation and all that, economic problems, that there is anything really radical in it? I think it's not.
I think the way they go about trying to enforce their worldview is radical, because it's actually the behaviour of an extremist. And in fact, as I said, I think the pendulum between wokeism and fascism pretty well collides at the point where you just refuse to accept freedom of speech, you refuse to accept any kind of democratic dialogue. You refuse to accept.
Listening to his opinion on this anyway. Who gives a fuck what you think? Can you just let him answer the question? Seriously, you have him on. Let him answer the question. I did view Trump as that, and that hopefully that would make America less capable of messing with foreign affairs. But eventually he made his own corrupt team and is now causing international trouble. Yeah, I definitely saw it in 2016. I thought he was going to come in and just fuck up the place. And his anti-establishment take was him just like, bringing a fucking sledgehammer to everything. And I thought that was going to mix things up. But like, it didn't take long for him just to be exposed as just another aberration of the same machine that's just clicking over the US empire, basically, with a new face. This time, Trump style. Political prisoners. If you defended a Geno, I'm going to be unmoving on that stance, Pierce. LOL. Do you see how the right stole the word woke? I've already agreed with you on that one. I am the one who is referring to the history of woke when it was not a pejorative term, when it actually used to be a symbol and something to be venerated, and now it's come to be used as an insult. It's been used as something denigrated. And I understand how the right uses it, but that doesn't mean, and this is the real fucking point here, I think you need to grapple with, is that woke, or whatever term you want to use for it, progressivism for the sake of progressivism without any radical intent on changing society, that is something that is used to discredit the left. That is something that is used to discredit leftist and progressive thinking. And there needs to be a level of self-criticism. There needs to be a level of self-criticism in the left, or in progressive mindset, or in woke ideology. If you're not insulted by woke and you don't see it as an insult, that's good. Like, own it, but like, you must self-criticize. And I agree with Slavoj on this one. There always needs to be a level of self-criticism. And if people have taken to accepting woke as something that needs to be rethought for some reason, because the right wing have co-opted that term, then a level of self-analysis and self-criticism is warranted in this case. If it's leading people astray, and like people are using it to criticize and walk away from like other leftist important goals, like really looking at problems of oppression and repression, like, and people are walking away from real oppressive struggles, the real struggles that are out there, and they're walking away from that. I think a moment of self-reflection instead of just denial is important. Just be like, oh, well, that's not what it's about. It's like, woke isn't that, so like, fuck it. They're all wrong. Everyone's wrong, but I'm right. I'm right about this, and everyone is just going to realize one day that I've been right the whole time. I think the backlash against whatever woke is needs to be looked in the air of self-criticism. We need to think about whether or not, as an ideology on the left, we are capturing the mind's eye of the working class and average people out there. Okay, they might be brainwashed or whatever, but like, we need to be ahead of the game then. We need to be ahead of the game on that one and not just be in denial about it. We can't be in denial. That's all. That's very important, I think. Recognizing class divide is not wanting to give up workers' rights. It's not a bad thing, Pierre. Stay woke, bro, says Smezzy. I honestly think the backlash was manufactured. I know you do. I can see that. But that doesn't mean that it's not founded in anything. You can co-opt public sentiment and manufacture something, but like there has to be some substance there. There has to be a sentiment that people are unhappy with for you to build such an effective campaign against progressivism. And so self-criticism is important. So don't just sit there and be in denial and just be like, they're wrong. Everyone's wrong. Everyone's wrong about this whole thing. It's me that's right. Everybody else is wrong. Self-reflection and self-criticism is important. It is very, very important.
Any of the norms of society. It's your way or oblivion.
Okay, we don't have time to go on to that. So very briefly, you know what made me think? The fact that in today's Western academia...
I'm writing an essay on Reagan. Good. I can't wait to read it. And I will know if you used fucking AI to write as well. I will fucking know. I don't think it's denial. I think it's a broader perspective on the issue. Okay, fine. Like, again, whatever, if that's how you justify it. But like, just being like, oh no, everyone's wrong and I'm right. Like, there's no room for self-reflection there. That's denial, if you ask me. Just be like, no, they've completely manufactured this situation. There's no substance to it. Woke's fine, don't worry about it. Like, or whatever woke is. Like, it's all fine. There's nothing wrong with the left. There's nothing wrong with progressive thought. Everyone else is wrong. Everyone else and their feelings about this topic, they're all wrong. And they'll come around eventually. I never said everyone was wrong, but that's what denial is. And that's what, like, there is obviously a serious problem with, like, progressive thought. You're creating a straw man. Okay, we're back to this straw man stuff again. Okay, fair enough. I've given you my point. If you can't understand it, or we can't see eye to eye on this one, then I'm just gonna have to let it go. This is a great straw man, though. Okay, sure.
Dominated by whatever you call it, right. Wokeness and so on. For example, post-colonialism, anti-colonialism, and so on. How come that till Trump in the last decades, capitalism was thriving quite well, while the predominant academic ideology was woke, anti-colonialism, and so on? And I accept this as a wonderful paradox, which is our truth, that you can have a regime which perfectly reproduces itself through ideology which apparently ruins it, criticizes it, and so on and so on. So I still insist that wokeism is, of course, in this sense, radical, but it doesn't really approach or even really disturb the power centers. But another thing about Trump, where I'm well aware of the difference. If you were to ask me, name me one passage where Trump almost approached an ingenious insight. You know, he said in the middle of Iranian war, it's a short quote, "Our country is winning again. In fact, we are winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we are winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We are not used to winning in our country until you came along. We are just always losing. But now we are winning too much." And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. That's, for me, the difference between Trump and the standard fascist. Right. Standard fascist would say, enough pleasures, time to sacrifice yourself.
Also, a standard fascist wouldn't tell jokes, right, like Trump does, or speak off the cuff and have a laugh with people as well. I mean, you're a psychoanalyst. Here's my psychoanalyst.
He just misses the point every time, Piers. Like, a fascist doesn't have to, in the 21st century, doesn't have to say the same things that Hitler or Mussolini did to their population. They don't have to be like, all right, it's time to fucking sacrifice yourself for the German race or whatever. Like, it could just be like, oh, convincing everyone that America's been losing for so long now, and now America's winning, and you better get used to America winning again because we haven't won before. We've never won. America's never won. Right? And like, we're so hot. Everybody's saying it. We're so goddamn hot right now. So like, it could be that fascist language, like he talked about evolution before, Mr. Evolution. It could be that fascist language in the 20th century is different to what it is in the 21st century and vice versa. Fascists can't be funny. Yeah, fascists can't tell jokes, apparently, as well. Because Trump is full of jokes. So, like, he definitely can't be a fascist. Because they're all, like, serious, right? They have mustaches and they yell and scream when they do speeches. That's the real fucking takeaway here. That's the real takeaway here.
A verdict for you on Trump, which is from my daughter, who's 14,
yeah.
who heard me say regularly, you know, Trump's a unique character. And she said, Daddy, can I just ask you something? I keep hearing you call Trump unique. Do you think there's such a thing as being too unique? She may be onto something, and she's not a psychoanalyst. Let me bring in Warren Smith to join us about it. You've been listening to this, Warren. Welcome to Uncensored. You're one of the world's great critical thinkers, so apply some critical thinking to what you've been hearing from Slavoj.
Yeah, it's a real honor to be able to talk to you, Slavoj, so I really appreciate this opportunity. I think it's an important conversation. I was just having this conversation yesterday, And the response I'm getting is similar to what you're describing, where the person claims, well, there are so many people that are accepting this new definition that just what makes Trump a fascist? Well, he's trying to get Jimmy Kimmel pulled off the air. That's what makes him fascist. And they said, well, that's not fascism. Yeah, but if enough people claim that, if enough people understand it as fascism, doesn't that make it fascist? But if we're actually looking at the original definition, the authoritarian pursuit of national purity through violence, I would argue that our founding fathers were so genius in
what
the way
definition? Where'd this original definition? Who the fuck is this guy? Where'd he come from? Yeah, wow, thanks, Pierce's daughter. He's so unique, isn't he? Like, what the fuck? Where did that definition come from? Did someone write a big book of fascism or something? I hate semantic arguments, bro, lol.
we're able to anticipate this ideology before it was ever articulated. It's as though it's always existed within the human spirit. There's these dualities, whether it goes into communism, Marxism, and they recognize this framework will prevent this from ever being prevailing. So I'm not sure how we could point to authoritarianism. If you can think of an example, let me know. But I don't, like as Pierce described, I don't think that what ICE is doing would be the equivalent of what fascism argues for, which is based on the idea of identifying people through blood, that your national identity, it began in Italy. Being Italian means something by blood, and you are with us or against us. It takes away the individual and moves into identity politics and group politics, which are many of the things that alarm me about the left that I've been seeing in the past years. I would also love to challenge you on this idea, because I have the opportunity to speak.
Who is this guy? Like, that was horrible. You could call the tactics terrorism cause. That was the objective is. Did ICE have corporate sponsorship? I didn't see it on their plate carriers. So he doesn't even know what happened in Germany either.
To what people consider to be the most dangerous philosopher in the West or to the West. And I believe they call you that because you identify as a communist. And I would just challenge you on, why are you comfortable describing yourself as a communist when over 100 million people have died under communism?
Slavoj?
I really want to know the fucking answer to this one. Like, this one comes up all the time. You know, people that look at Zizek like either very important thinkers or literally have rocks and spider webs in their head, no in between. Shut this man's Dell laptop down, please. But like, what's like now he's gone from like, let's debate about why Trump is not a fascist. He tried to loosely define what fascism is and like struggled to actually make a point about, I guess, Zizek's definition of what fascism is. And now it's just proceeded to be like, but you call yourself a communist and communism killed 100 million people. And why would you associate yourself with that? I thought we were talking about fascism. Why is he having to defend himself about being a self-identifying communist? He's either going to be really sweet or I'm going to have to call security. No in between. 100 million seems like a small number compared to the deaths under capitalism. Yeah, but they see the problem with the deaths under capitalism is like you can't put a number on it. Like, you can put a number on evil communism, but there's no way to really quantify all the death and destruction that's come up under capitalism. 100 gorillion dead, communism, iPhone, Venezuela. 50% chance of smelling like an old folks home. Is idiocracy such a bad future? Either way, I stand by this man. Looks like he would have a banger cuppa. Yeah, that's the one takeaway from today. Okay, so let's hear. Why would you want to call yourself a commie when it's a bloodthirsty, evil ideology? The 100 million figure includes Nazis and their potential future children, by the way. Yes, that 100 million, like the little black book or whatever it is, the black book of communism, includes all the fucking Nazi soldiers that were killed by the Red Army as they beat the Nazis back across Europe. So like anyone that they've killed, like all the Nazis that they've killed, like anyone that died during war was counted in the little black book of deaths under communism. It's pretty crazy. What's your answer, E? Oh, about this question is like, why would you defend communism? Knowing that it's killed 100 million people. I think people don't understand like what communism is, essentially. Like fascism wasn't a theory that somebody tried to put into practice. Fascism grew out of capitalism. Like there was a problem with, as we described before, right? There was a problem with liberalism, like liberal democracies. People thought they sucked and they were the problem. So they replaced liberal democracies with kind of looking for answers from a strong man that was going to like solve everybody's problems. And then that evolved into what like fascism really is. Fascism is like kind of ended up being this understanding that like fuck democracy, let's get a collective going based on some type of national identity, some type of form of brotherhood, exclusive form of brotherhood, which is related to racial politics or some type of, you know, nationalistic sentiment to the exclusion of all others. We need some type of enemy that we can fight against. And then let's just merge the capitalist class and the state together, and like some party or some small group of people or one strong individual will rule that system, but like keeps capitalism going. So like it wasn't a theory, fascism. It like developed, like it evolved, as Piers Morgan would say. Like communism was an ideology, like an idea first. It was a theory because of the advent of capitalism and industrialization. And it was this idea that working people, the people that produce all of the value in society, in an industrial society that has so much potential, they should control that. And so like communism rose from theory and has been put into practice. And so like communism, I think, has way more potentiality than fascism because it's something that needs to be put into practice in a given point in time. And so the communism of the 20th century, I believe, wasn't actually like, it wasn't communism. It wasn't like some stateless, classless, moneyless society where people's basic needs were met by that system. That never happened in any of the communist societies. There was always class. There was always a class divide. There was no moneyless, classless or stateless system. They were fucking built heavily around the state. So there was no such thing as like that communist utopia that existed in the 20th century. What was required from China and Russia was like they hadn't industrialized yet, and Britain and Germany had. And so they used communism to help them industrialize. And they industrialized at rapid speed. And when you industrialize very fast, a lot of people get left behind, usually peasants. And so a lot of people will die. Like, look at China, for example. They made some critical decisions to industrialize rapidly in China, and a lot of people fucking starved and died in the pursuit of industrializing as fast as possible to catch up to Britain and America and Germany and all that sort of stuff. So I feel like communism in the 21st century, if it did kill 100 million people, okay, I get it. It killed 100 million people because of starvation, which, like, again, the 100 million people number is completely fabricated in the sense that like it comes from very spurious sources. But like, let's say that, like, you know, 20 million people starved to death in China because of the Great Leap Forward or something like that. because they were rapidly trying to industrialize in the context of being in a world where America had already industrialized, England had already industrialized, France, Germany, they had already industrialized, and they didn't want to share their secrets. They didn't want to help them industrialize. They wanted to keep China repressed as a peasant society so they could exploit their labor and rule over them like some type of vassal system. So they had to detach themselves from the world economy, not understand how to industrialize, and then make it up as they went along, and like millions of people died in the process. So like I don't think that's representative of what communism is really about. But like when you think of something like fascism, like the Holocaust is what fascism is about. It's about some type of purity. It's built on an idea of racial or nationalistic purity and demonizing a group defined as the other. And so like that makes pure sense why it would be genocidal in all of its manifestations, because it looks to eradicate a group of people and lift another group of people above another. Communism, I don't think, is about demonizing a group of people based on nationalistic or racial grounds. It's got to do with creating a society that is, like I said, classless, stateless, moneyless, and one of abundance. I don't think that lends itself specifically to genocide or a Holocaust situation or something like. But like, will it result in people starving as they try to industrialize their society? Yeah, probably. But like the important thing to remember, I think, if your definition of fascism is demonizing a group named other, you have the left falling into this category much more than the right. Got it. But that's not the only thing. But like, yeah, if like that's what communism looks like when you're trying to industrialize, then yes, like a lot of people are going to fall behind. A lot of sacrifices are going to be made. But like, let me just say, the idea of communism, and this is why I started with this, the theory was communists, or people that believed in communist theory, looked at capitalism in the advanced industrial societies, Britain, Germany, America. They looked at places that already had industrialized and were like, we can do this better now. It's industrialized. Now it's industrialized. We can claim all of these things, all of the factories and all of the resources, and have them used for the workers only, or used for the good of everyone. But it was supposed to have been done in an already industrialized society. Russia, China, the places where all the evil stuff happened, was communism without industrialization. It was like putting the cart before the horse. It was the wrong way around of doing things, I believe. But like, you know, many people are convinced by, but like communism has been tried and it was awful. Look at all the people that died. And like, you can't argue against that, because China called itself communist, and so did the Soviets. They called themselves communists. So if someone says, but communism has tried, and look what it did. Like, yeah, it did. It did. In the 20th century, it did do that. And it did that in societies that weren't industrialized. Okay, it did. You're right. Would you like a fucking medal? But like, it doesn't have to be like that if you apply it to an already industrialized society. And with the advent of things like AI, for example, where like things are becoming more automated, and like you have more sophisticated technology now, communism would actually work even better in the face of artificial intelligence and the way that it can make more efficient like the general economy. Like, it makes even more sense now. But like, you know, that's a conversation for another time, I think. I don't think you should look at communism and fascism as polar opposites. You know, I expect someone of your ilk to say something like that, Jumbo Jack. I think unless you've been here from the start of this segment, we've already answered a lot of the stuff that you're talking about there. Ironically, if you go to the current far left and far right, assuming far right is Nick Fuentes types, you end up in the same place. But the evil group is inverted. So with Nick, everybody but white is evil. But with the left, it's white people who are evil. I have come in like 3 minutes ago. Yeah, fair enough. I think we covered some of the stuff that you were talking about a while ago. Now, I've just given you my crazy essay on why I still believe in communism despite the $100 million death toll. Let's see what Zizek has to say about it. Oh my God, you actually wrote a fucking ray gun essay. It better not be AI, bro. I'm telling you. You have to read my essay before you go. Oh my God. Can't believe you wrote the essay. Oh my God. All right, let's do this. In communism, still, can I still get Macca's? I just want a cheeseburger sometimes. That is so good. You know what? You can, but you can't go to Macca's unless it's fucking completely been nationalized or it's held by controlled by the workers who work in Macca's. All right. So if some capitalist out there is profiting off it, then no more Macca's for you. All right. I just want to see his response, and then I'm going to read an essay on ray gun. I skimmed over it for spell check and errors, but it should be fine.
Communist when over 100 million people have died under communism.
Slavoj? Easy to answer. First, I describe now myself as moderately conservative communist, crazy as this may sound, but let me answer you very seriously. You know Peter Thiel, when he defined Antichrist in a public intervention a month or two ago, he defined it through three features. Those who are too obsessed with the danger of artificial intelligence, those who are too obsessed with environmental problems, and those who are
the
too
other people on
obsessed
YouTube,
with war.
By the way, if you're the only chatter on Twitch at the moment. Centralist, conservative, communist, he said, right? I think he said conservative communist. I don't know about centralist, though.
Danger. I think that these are real, actual problems. I'm not a catastrophist. I'm not saying whatever will happen. I'm just saying something so basic is changing, and my solution is not, of course, what we knew as communism. But I think, and I'm not even very original here, that the problems we are facing, look, COVID. There, I think Trump and Boris Johnson, certainly not communists, acted almost in a communist way. You know, every family got a check for $2,000 and so on, direct state intervention and so on. What I think is that the crisis we are confronting, no reason to panic, but nonetheless, cannot be resolved, it cannot be even properly approached through the standard liberal, democratic, multi-party political system.
So are you pushing for a uniparty? Because people would claim that that's one of the primary attributes of fascism.
Am I pushing for?
A non-multi-party?
No, I'm absolutely for pluralism and so on. But I'm asking you a simple question. Do you remember?
What is MILF shakes? You guys have been talking about this for days now. What are MILF shakes? I was wondering if milkshakes were already a store, but stopped myself Googling it. What is MILF shakes? Is this something that you guys just come up with in the chat, or is this a real thing? MILF shakes is a Saint Cheese special, but like what in what context did he come up with MILF shakes? Communism is now when the government tries to help the people, ? I never know what these people see as communism. I used milkshake on the missus last night. She was a fan. What is milkshakes? What is it? What are you guys talking about? It's when Ray dances. Oh my god. My milkshakes bring all the boys to the yard.
Remember in northern United States, West and southern Canada, there 3-4 years ago, there was a mega heat wave. For a week or two, Seattle and Vancouver were warmer than Emirates and Kuwait and so on. Were they to blame?
Do I know Cosmic Protocol? Negative. I do not.
No, they had pretty good, as far as I know, ecological policy and so on. Obviously, something is wrong in the...
He hasn't answered the question at all. If you guys are wondering if he's answering the question here, he's just like, and this is what I'm saying, like, he goes off on a fucking tangent already. Usually, you watch his stuff, he goes off on a fucking tangent. Like, this guy has just completely taken him off the rails, this whole conversation. Now he's just being allowed to take himself off the rails. Me milkshake. Me milkshake, sorry. Me lord.
Circulation of the air and so on around the northern pole, or artificial intelligence. We don't know what is happening there. Really.
Fair enough.
We have to think.
You remind me of him a bit, although that guy feels like he has two personalities. One is calm like you, the other is let's end all the evil opposition. Okay. Cosmic Protocol. Is this like a Twitch streamer?
But in relation to Warren's question, though, it's an interesting one, isn't it? About you being proud to call yourself a communist, and yet many people view communism as just an evil kind of mindset ideology as fascism. It's killed over 100 million people at least. It's been used in the same way that fascism and Nazism have been used to terrorize and oppress people and so on. So what do you say, some of people have said, well, all right, you can be very anti-fascism. Most people are who are not fascists, but you defend proudly being a communist, and yet you know, because you know your history, just how malevolent communism has often been in the history of the planet. So how do you sit those two things?
Make it work, bro. Make it work.
You know, I've written much more than about fascism. I've written about communism. And we don't have time to go into it, but what always fascinated me, and this doesn't make communism any better, is the difference in their functioning. Let's think about one thing. We don't have time to go into it in detail. In communism, you have these show trials, people tortured to confess, and so on and so on. In fascism proper, at its worst, Nazism, you don't have it. It's meaningless. It would have been easy for Hitler to organize a show trial, get 15, 20 leading Jewish figures, torture them to confess. It's meaningless there. Another feature, I like this as a Freudian, these details which tell a lot. You know that in gulags, every year on Stalin's birthday, all the prisoners had to sign a letter to Stalin wishing him all the best. Can you even imagine something like this in Nazism? Gathering the Jews in Auschwitz, you have to, and so on. So I'm not here in any way claiming that Stalinism is nonetheless better. I am saying that Stalinism in all its horror is still part of or legacy of the European Enlightenment. It still has, so here we totally agree. But what I mean by communism, and I use this term, of course, in a consciously provocative way, is simply a mode of not even control, international regulation. For example, imagine a new COVID. We instantly felt a need to international cooperation.
Okay, but because the Nazis enforced their Jews to thank Hitler about how amazing he is, I really don't get his point. I bet the communists would say, our leader is so great, even the people in gulags love him. Look at all their fan mail. Yeah, that's I think that is the point, though. It is like communism, even in its most like abhorrent form, Stalinism, let's say, needed to maintain the pretense that it was on a mission for Enlightenment principles like freedom, equality, fraternity, etc. Whereas like fascism doesn't even pretend to be like that. It doesn't have to put up that pretense to convince the people it's okay. It just does horrible things and you have to put up with it. Like communism only can work if the people believe that it's trying to bring in some type of egalitarian utopia. I think that's the point that he's making. All right, I'm going to read this fucking essay. I'm going to read this goddamn essay. The effect of Reagan on Australian culture. Oh my God. I'm gonna lie, I'm kind of excited about this. Oh shit. I better keep that there just in case. That's fucking hilarious. Alright. Are you here, Captain Bucket? I hope you're fucking here. Alright, this is for all you haters out there, okay? I've set some homework. And I want to know why. I want to know about fucking Reagan. Yo, you're here? Good. Don't fucking go anywhere. It's fucking on. It's on, bro. The effect of Reagan on Australian culture. The 2024 Olympics were a pivotal time of culture in the Western Hemisphere. The opening ceremony itself caught the eyes of the left-right culture wars due to its artistic display of a decapitated Marie Antoinette on display while French heavy metal band as that Gojira played Ah Sarah. Ah, it will be fine. The performance being criticized by the right by being satanistic and the portrayal of Dionysus by Philip Catherine, infamously known as the Blue Man, which was also wrongly criticized by conservatives being anti-Christian, wrongly mistaking the performance as the Last Supper. These two examples already set the stage for the 2024 Olympics to be in the warpath of the culture warriors to heavily scrutinize the opening ceremony and the games as a whole. So the stage is set, hey? The stage is set. Multiple instances of the games went viral, like the Turkish sports shooter Yusuf Dikek, holding his pistol with a single hand and wearing casual apparel to win himself a silver medal, and the French pole vaulter Anthony Amirati catching his private parts on the high bar. But in Australia, it was Rachel Gunn, aka Reagan, who made controversy down under. Her eccentric breakdancing routine caught the eye of the cultural warriors and was criticized for her performance. Herein lies the rub. Reagan was having a go. The Australian larrikin spirit would encourage an outrageous performance if we stuck to our true blue roots. But the culture wars and social media in general have given people the opportunity to easily mock or criticize for clout and potential gain. That's an interesting point. This herein is an Americanism for trampling over even our own countrymen or countrywomen in this case, women in this case, if it means you can advance your career or put yourself higher on the social hierarchy by joining on the bandwagon of bashing Rachel Gunn due to her giving her best in the newly adopted Olympic sport of breakdancing. Conversely, Reagan made herself a victim If she accepted her embarrassment, time would have been on her side and her routine would have become part of Australian culture sooner. But due to her even more controversial backlash of the criticism, calling them trolls and keyboard warriors, it could potentially cement herself as an antagonist. Anyone who has been online and has encountered these types of people who would know to not feed the trolls. Very good. Reagan and her performance at the 2024 Olympics could potentially become a part of Australian culture zeitgeist as a humorous and potentially lovable moment in the future, but only time will tell. If Stephen Bradbury, the Australian speed skater who accidentally won a gold medal by not falling over, acted like Reagan did to any criticism of him not deserving a medal, his story would have read differently in our eyes. But those were different times, and due to how Reagan's story evolved over time, the comparison is moot. In hindsight, it's hard for anyone to act properly in the culture war ecosphere and get the result you wanted. But due to its goldfish-like short-term memory, it's easy to escape the scrutiny, but only if you don't feed the trolls. Very, very good lesson here. I know my theory really does discount any responsibility on her part for like not copying it on the chin like a machine. I get that. I take your criticism on board in your essay here. But like I would like to draw people's attention to the fact that it is a direct result of our snarky social media landscape that no one would give this chick a break at all. If only she played her cards better. It could have been a thing. It could have been a thing. But now it's demonized. Her dance moves aren't culturally appropriate because of her reaction. I get it. That's not a bad little piece that you've written there. I must admit. TLDR, if you fail gracefully. Basically, yeah. No, fair enough. Look, I get it, all right? I get it. She did not fail gracefully. She did not. But that doesn't mean that she doesn't need to be defended against the onslaught of a generation of, no, not even a generation, of an entire world's population now that is so quick to be critical, because to miss out on that bandwagon means for yourself being the one who is criticized. That is an important lesson to all of you out there. If you don't join the bandwagon, you yourself are scared of suffering the same fate as Reagan. And so that is why you hate Reagan. Not exactly for her reaction entirely, but if you don't join in everyone else, then you will suffer the same fate as Reagan herself. I would say to you, stand out. Be an inspiration. And defend even those who seem indefensible. Because it might turn out in time that people will look back on it and be like, oh, maybe we were too harsh. Eh? Maybe we were too harsh on her. But can you get litigious after? That's the disappointing bit. Yeah, I know. It is. Be an individual on the left. That'll never happen. Stab, stab, stab. That's all I'm hearing today. Very good. Thank you very much for the essay. Like, everybody, I don't know where you fucking are right now. If you got free hands and you don't mind looking a bit strange, that's like, give him a fucking clap. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was fucking good. That's it. I'm defending Epstein. That's not the point. And there's enough people that do defend him in the ruling classes. So fucking don't go there, Con. That was not the point, man. Think he's hard done by? No, not at all. He gets enough support from the ruling classes. You don't have to go there, bro. Don't have to go there. Very good, Captain Bucket. Very good. You have raised your level of fucking sarcasm and smart artistry to the next level, bro. Very good. Praising Reagan is like praising Fauci for experimenting with flies and beagle puppies. All right. Okay, look, I got to bounce. But this has been a very interesting afternoon, I'm going to lie. We haven't even got through all of this shit. Yeah, maybe we can come back to it. We're almost there. But yeah, thank you everyone who's been hanging out today. I do appreciate it. We've covered some fucking crazy territory in 6 hours, can I just say. But yes, Dilemmas, Ravy Baby, Spandung, Sarsaparilla Jane, Con, Wookie, Captain Bucket, everyone, round of a fucking applause. Thank you very much. Jumbo Jack coming in the afternoon session, late there. Heidi the Sausage. Who else we got? Rogue hanging out today. Sarsaparilla Jane. I think Mamupa was in the house earlier. 4IS was in the house earlier too. Who else we got here that I have potentially missed in the chat? Did I say Wookie? I say Claris as well. Thank you. Good to have you. Tagard hanging out earlier. Missed anyone? Lop Jeff, of course. Jag was in here earlier. KK online. Another good battle. Another Clash of the Titans there. Smezzy. It's a new person, I think. But yeah, thank you everyone. Do appreciate it. And we will be back tomorrow. And actually tomorrow we'll probably get back on some theory, I think, in the afternoon session. So 5 out of 5 dancing kangaroos. Glazed with glory. All right. Jamesh, I missed you. Thanks for hanging out today. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. And until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the